Ciao, what's up? How we doing? Yo, yo, yo. Yo, what's up, everyone? Nico, not a chance. JD, hello, mate. How am I doing? I'm doing great today. How you doing? How's everyone feeling? Get more of an idea of the separation on the top 6 teams today, maybe? See?
And welcome, as always, to the Riot Games Arena live from
Bind, yeah, maybe.
Germany.
maybe.
I'm Frankie Ward, and I'm very excited
yes, Patty's playing today.
Because you can
Woot
see
landed
walking into the studio
earlier,
for what is gonna
and I
be
think it's just like it was
Turkishness.
too much of a rush for him to get to there, so and they're kind of doing like
I feel like that's probably the best way of putting it. In fact, we could have a Turkish voice actually introduce us right now.
They're going with the
If I could
safety,
just get the
so he'll play
Turkish
next week.
Voice to say welcome to VCT, please.
Welcome to VCT, please.
I was about to open with some Turkish sounds. Like, I'll let him take this, yeah.
Teşekkür.
VCT ekranlarına hoş geldiniz. That's in Turkish.
You're coaching, would I play more flashy, fast play, or slow calculated? I mean, hopefully a mix between.
Coach of BBL.
I don't think you can just lean on one of them.
This is probably quite stressful for you.
For me?
Well, not so much now. Actually, just sit back and watch.
I don't know. There is voice still.
Like last year, it was like so stressed out for me, to be honest. And right now, watching it on my own and casting it in Turkish language, it's gonna be the maybe easiest one.
Yeah. Are you a bit worried about Cast a Curse?
Not really.
Because you just know they're gonna win.
I'm not sure.
Okay, well,
you didn't want to say no.
We should actually talk about what happened yesterday.
It is so funny hearing any coach just being like, yeah, pretty stressful.
Of their tables.
Turns out it's
gentlemates, they did have
absolute
an
nightmare.
uphill battle on their hands, didn't they?
It's so funny as well with coaching because like no one really knows if they're doing the right thing. It's so fresh and new. Me and Minnie were having a discussion about this and Ask Me Anything on Coach Potatoes. Like no one knows what the hell they're doing. Just kind of learning from each other. And just trying to work it all out. Just hope you get everyone on the same page what they're doing. I think Patty finds a team. I think they'll probably keep him around.
All the way through because it's not just like one thing that Fnatic is doing well again, it's that everything's falling into place for them. So they've got the individuals coming back into form.
I think it depends what he wants to do, really.
Going with Yoru,
his teams will now look at him.
A lot of his kills, but we also see that from their team synergies, and we heard that from them in an interview as well, where they were able to say that, we had Leo on the couch, he was saying it's a little bit difficult to kind of synchronize it, but they've been doing a really good job of it.
And you would have seen Na'Vi taking a bow there, because they were not warmed up on Bind yesterday. Sadly, we didn't get to see
the video, bro.
It
was just games from yesterday. Trust me, I watched all yesterday. We're all good.
Of Group Omega after a fantastic performance, and we're gonna have some fantastic.
I think they do a 6th man thing. I don't think they do a 6th man thing, but I think they just have him around, so potentially he could be like an extra coach that can just stand in. We'll see, at least for this year.
Yesterday, I was not allowed to have a toast.
Oh, the Heretics video.
Discovered a loophole.
Yeah, I mean they might even play it on here, right? How long is it?
Turkish. You can have some baklava. So, gentlemen, if you feel the need, then have a go. However, quite sticky.
You want it?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Oh wait, this stuff is legit, man.
I really was not expecting you to go in. How unprofessional.
Which one is this?
There you go.
Give me a little zoom in.
This is the way. You hear the chunks, you know. You want to give it to us?
Are you actually going to feed the Canadians? Please do.
It has to be fed to you.
This is tradition. There you go.
If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have asked for music. Oh, he's not going to feed me.
No.
Come on. I imagine everyone at home watching is quite disappointed. However, with you on the desk, Vlad, I actually brought you a crown. You are the Turkish king. You are Vlad the Magnificent, which is a reference to 17th century ruler Suleiman the Magnificent. Look it up. So if you'd like to put that up, you now have the power. And we have put together individually our all-star Turkish team.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Are you gonna be a good ruler?
I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give it to crown one of you guys.
You're gonna crown the winner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whichever you guys win.
He's passing the crown already.
Why is the music so loud? I don't know. It always is, man. They love the music here.
Crowns on you too.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to start writing our teams out.
Heretics, how we doing? What takeaway do you order? I don't know, man. Someone in chat will give you some ideas. I think Lexi wins on that instantly. Oasis, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Which one he likes best. So while we start writing, Vlad, anything you're looking for in these teams?
Lady Chill as well. Thank you so much for the 22 months. Oh, good, dude. Good to see you, man. Thank you so much for the support.
And some impact from like duelists and
Noisy Cat as well with the 4 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chat, these things are so banging, man.
Don't do that to me, production.
When I was in Turkey, I used to smash so many of these.
They used my camera. You're so cruel.
And you're wondering why I didn't want to have one right now. you got a little bit on the... Yep.
Now, Pansy, I'm in for this one, dude. It's nice.
Oh my god, Marini did such a fabulous job on my face today. Steel, you're going to go first, though.
I'm going to go first, okay. For the big reveal. Okay, here we go.
Turkish music. That's not Turkish, is it?
Sorry, I'm blocking it.
Right, talk us through it.
Okay, I got
Pitch
Wu
it.
That's
Wu
solid.
up here, okay? He has not even played, and he's been winning, okay? He's not even played, but he's still winning. Look.
The stats speak for themselves.
Infinite. He's just infinite, okay? He's just omnipresent. He's here, he's winning, but he's not here at the same time. So you have to take him because it's just like a no-brainer. I got Rienz as well because obviously you get the online buff when you get him. Everyone plays a little bit better online than they do on LAN.
I agree
So you get the online buff.
Yeah, I
You
feel
get
like he
Alpha,
played better on
okay?
LAN, though.
You might be wondering, where's CNED? Who Ned? No, you get Alpha. Alpha is the Alpha, obviously. He's going to be the duelist. He's going to be the star. He's going to run around and just do everything. Right now, he's just like, you know, they're just putting him on a role where he can't flourish, really. You got Yeduj and Elite. Now you might be thinking, why do you have so many Sentinels on your team?
Because you're putting them on duelists.
Because you're putting them on duelists, pretty much. You're going to put them on duelists. Well, you don't have to do triple duelists, but you can get a little bit crazy. You can start, you know, Club's going to be out soon. Chamber in the meta. Maybe we do a little bit of Chamber Club. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, sure.
Just everyone's a duelist.
Have you got a name for your team?
team duelist.
Ray.
Ray. Hooray. Okay,
Ray.
That's it,
Okay, I'm going to have a proper IGL on my team. So, here we go. I have got Mr. Fallen. He is my flex player. He's my IGL, and he is my slimy boy.
The
He's
Ford
my
was
gecko.
put into this one. Hold it up.
We got CNED. He's my loosey-goosey. We turn him out. He honks around, and he shoots people. It's quite simple. Elite. He's got a really great facial hair, and I just think that we're going to get sponsorships, like mustache wax, the works. Also, he's quite good at Sentinels. Like, he's pretty good at the moment.
Why would he
Rians,
need mustache wax if
Turkish
he...
Super Team could win champs.
money.
I mean, honestly, it would be you could make a stack team.
Once he's done the beer stand,
On paper, you would think it would have like a
Beard
pretty
off
good
the brand,
chance of
okay.
I've got
being
a
able
bunch
to
of
win a
teams,
Masters
okay?
or something like that.
I'm starting small. Rians, he's
It's a stacked
my
region,
Sova,
bro.
he's my reconnaissance, he's my info initiator. And then finally, my wild card, my love, my Vanya. If you've been watching VCT Game Changers, you will know who Vanya is. She is the most valuable player of the entire league. She was recently picked up by D2 Gozen after being in BBL Queens for pretty
play
much
is
most of Game
outrageous.
Changers. She is a controller, she's
Bark.
been an IGL, she's
Bark
gonna
FPS with the
contribute
5
to
months.
mid-round.
Thank
She's
you.
a killer Omen. She's absolutely cracked. Of
course, Bark. Thank you so much,
see
mate.
her playing in Champions this year because I'm sure that D2 Gozen are going to qualify. And you discovered Vanya, you told me earlier.
I mean, like, as a way of discovery, she was playing with her own college. And then I was coaching BBL Queens back then. She used to be, like, playing a lot with us. And when we trialed her, we found her, like, amazing. And, you know, the, like, important part, she had to go both the university at the same time and go to internet cafe and play her on her own till the internet cafe shuts down, you know, which we had limited time with her, and then I saw her like every single time building up, and she's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I've clearly already won, but we should probably ask Hyper.
Well, no, I mean, I'll be super quick with mine, obviously, because this is the winning roster. And we can decide afterwards.
Is it the winningest?
The winningest roster that we can come up with. And obviously, I've highlighted one, but I'll go through them. Obviously, we've got CNED, Elite, Atta Captain, Mr. Fallen, and Riens. I put Riens at the end here, which
because
is actually...
you saw mine and you
No, it's actually... No, actually, the one I swapped out was Elite.
I have top 2 teams
I
based
made
on
a mistake,
EMEA
so I was gonna
performances.
call
Nah,
them
not
Team
really.
Cream,
If I had to guess, I would say
that just has a nice ring, right?
top
Cream.
2. Nah, I can't do top 2, man.
You changed it last
I
minute
actually
when
can't
we
do
were
top
at
2.
the
I could do top
Exactly.
3. If I was forced to guess, I would say Na'Vi, Fnatic, Heretics. Not in that order.
My highlight player being
That's like the
Atta
3
Captain.
I'm feeling confident with.
driving
Vitality
force,
could
I think last year
easily
for that
be in there.
streak
Foot could easily
that,
be in there. K-Corp worries
obviously
me.
did go down. I think he's still heavily underrated. I think people still sleep on Atta Captain.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing so good so far, and last year they made top 8 on the Champions as well, and his contributions are like awesome. I really like him as well. So that comes to me.
Yes,
He's coming
I can.
round. He's coming round.
That comes to me to make a
Production is
decision,
incredibly
right?
biased.
Yeah, well,
So-
yeah.
Captain.
Yeah, done it now, Alexi.
It's time to crown
I
the
mean,
Thank you.
winner.
it's amazing to not to see cracks in here. To be
What about
honest.
Foot?
Do you know who I took out? I took
Bruh,
Cracks out.
this-
I
these
took
comps
Cracks out
shouldn't
for
be
Riens,
working, man.
just because, not just the
I'm
online
telling you,
buff, but
these comps
the
shouldn't be
Riens buff
working.
right now.
So you both have
That
proper IGLs,
that Lotus comp
which means Steel is not gonna
cannot
be the
get
king
9 rounds.
Right now. I'm really
They
sorry
can
about
never
that.
get 9 rounds.
And
They
three
just,
Sentinels, it's not good. It's
And I
not
think
gonna
they only
work,
picked it
right?
because it was K-Corp and they realized that they can't, that they don't cancel, but at the same time I'm not convinced, so we'll see.
There's no all-star team without CNET, right? Definitely. So
The GOAT.
so in between.
I don't know. I'm undefeated, so.
Do you think K-Corp have enough time to fix their mistakes? Their mistake is not the quick fix. That's the hard thing. It's hard to each an IGL when they need to cancel and when so yeah, it's not a fast fix.
Thank you so much.
Basically.
I'm
I think they can do it a little bit better by having defaults where they can potentially have like someone who can make a call for them in terms of like let's use Lotus, like a 4-1A, and you have the guy over towards the one over towards B, so you can have an easier lurk back, and you can that guy can like help make the call. But
we've unfortunately got to move on to Team Heretics.
yeah, I think the K-Corp issues it's not a quick fix. It's all IGL based.
Thank you very much, Frankie, and thank you, Neil, for joining me. I want to ask you what's going on with the team at the moment, because we keep hearing you can have Woot join, Miniboo might not be around sometimes.
Sephora, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you.
You're playing with the same lineup we've seen you play with all year.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna lie, it's been quite difficult as a coach, but we knew this was kind of gonna happen when we built the roster, so we had like quite a long time to plan for this. So it's not a huge shock. The only kind of shock was that Patty was only supposed to be with us for Madrid, and then Woot was supposed to be here from the first game like Fnatic, but unfortunately it didn't happen because of visas, but we were lucky enough to have Patty with us. He's been such a good stand-in, so yeah. And Miniboo, like you said, with exams is kind of in and out, so we miss a couple of days scrims here and there, but from July I think he'll be finished. So
what does the team look like with Woot in it?
Honestly I can't really remember because it's been so long since we played with him, but no. Woot basically plays the same roles as Patty. We obviously scrimmed with the Woot before January, so we only had about 3 or 4 weeks prep with Patty. So yeah, they play the same roles. Woot can definitely play, Viper, he plays Smokes, he plays Duelist, he can play a bit of everything. So it's just, Woot brings a lot of firepower. But it's also been like a really nice dynamic having Patty because he brings experience, he brings fundamentals, and yeah, it's going to be a difficult transition for us, I think. I've already openly said this, like we're expecting a kind of slight dip in form when we bring Woot back in, just because it's going to be a hard adjustment period. We've got 4 days or something now to get Woot back in the team. But we truly believe that it's the best thing for the future. So yeah, we're going to stick to the original plan.
A little bit of a setback
Prince,
against
thank you so
Vitality
much.
last week. What do you need to develop with this team right now to keep them ahead of the curve?
So for us last week, I think we learned a lot, honestly.
Scottish.
We were not ourselves. We got flustered quite a lot, to be honest. And I think it was also just a little bit inexperience shown. We were very obviously excited after being Fnatic, and yeah, I'm not saying we underestimated them. Vitality are like a really good team, so there are no weak teams in our group, to be honest. So it was just a learning curve, and kind of like we need to just learn from it, and that's what we have. So it's tough to lose, but this is exactly what this team needs. Like, they're all young. The best lessons they're going to get is from losing. So yeah.
Well, listen, if you get flustered today, look, I've got loads of these cue cards. I'll just run on during a timeout, and I'll give you a little bit of air. Thank you so much for talking to me, Neil. And thank you. Back to Frankie.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frankie. I was so good. I said thank you to myself 3 times in that interview because I was like, who am I throwing back to? Oh, yeah, me. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. Team Heretics, they're going to fight you. BBL, they're going to fight back. And I just
Neil, yeah, dude, I used to play in a team with Neil for 2 years, man.
These 2 teams take to the
Guys,
stage to kick
he's a
off the
funny
action.
guy. He's a very funny guy. But yeah, he's...
High after their first win
Love,
season
Friday.
over Koi. Could that one win unlock a streak today? Coach Epic, after all, he did say everyone should be afraid of BBL. So maybe this isn't an uphill battle. This is just coasting all the way to Shanghai. However, their rivals today is a young team who faced a setback of their own last week against Team Vitality, but a loss is an opportunity to right wrongs, learn lessons, and show your workings, everything you have learned on the server, and of course, a good luck plushie.
What map do you think will be played?
Do you ever take a
Let's think
plushie
Heretics will pick
custom?
Breeze, BBL should let it go through.
I mean, other than the Tacti Bunny.
BBL
the
might
best one.
pick...
But I don't, what was it,
Icebox?
almost there, but-
What are BBL going to
So
pick?
if
It was very
that's a
direct.
I'm not sure.
towards you, Just like, have you brought this in?
Breeze is like the only one I'm
Also,
real confident
I
on.
absolutely am obsessed with watching the 2 coaches.
BBL might
Neil,
pick a Sen.
obviously a Brit, a Scotsman. I've got to support him, but Epic and that face. If you watched last week's show, you will know that if this man mops his brow, he's very angry still.
Okay, I'll
Woot's here,
look out
yeah.
for that during the game then.
Yoriko, thank you for the 7 months. Thank
Is he
you.
gonna turn into
Okay,
the
Woot's
Hulk or
in the
something,
team
or like-
talk.
I don't know.
cool.
Well, he
You
never
won't
gave
like
us that
me when I'm
answer.
angry.
Okay, they get rid of Ascent, so they can't pick it anymore. BBL
Okay,
picks
so we're gonna
Split. This should be
first.
Breeze.
Okay, so this is interesting because I
Oh.
know we've been spending so much time talking about BBL, but like realistically, Team Heretics
Oh, they've
is
owned
like
it.
the favorites here. They've been looking so
Oh,
strong.
they got rid of
they've been
Breeze.
looking in form. Their floor is so high.
They scared of
Yeah,
that Breeze?
absolutely agree. I think
Maybe.
even with the hiccup along the way, what we saw in
Icebox.
Madrid, we've already seen the potential of this
Right,
roster,
Split,
and I think it's
Sunset,
probably
Icebox.
silenced a
Okay.
lot of the doubts
I thought they were
that
going to
maybe people
pick
had coming
Breeze, to
into
be
this
honest. I
year.
felt like Breeze is very
Already
good for
so
them,
far, so
but...
I'm not saying that it's almost an excuse to
Yeah,
it.
this
but,
looks very...
to
I
see
mean,
things here at start
this is good
of
maps for
Split, I mean,
Heretics.
if you did watch Madrid. I think probably the peak was that one half of Split versus Brex if you had a nap and didn't watch the second half. But yeah, for me, this is a tough start for BBL.
And this is going to be something where, you know, Team Heretics is so good on their defense as well. It's going to be interesting to see how BBL kind of deals with those retakes. That's what I'm going to be looking for the entire first half, basically, because once you've used everything to get into a site, we saw last series that Heretics played, Benji Fish was just such a strong backbone of the
I think
team.
it makes sense. You
getting
got no
multiple
practice.
2Ks and 3Ks to help the team, especially on defense, but also on attack.
Want to play with what you've been
Yeah,
practicing?
that's individually swinging rounds as well in situations where you don't necessarily come back to that old.
My
thing,
prediction,
expect the
I
side
mean,
to be the
Heretics
one
should be
to
winning.
really swing
I
around
think we
back,
kind of
but he's been doing
underestimate
it, and
BBL a
to be
little bit.
honest, I think
We
he's
seem last week we seemed to like dump
so
Koi
far
and
this year,
BBL
so
in the same group, but it's like
excited to see actually how pivotal
BBL
he
really
is,
outplayed
in
Koi,
this
and Koi
matchup.
really
And
didn't
on
look
the
great.
other side of things, we've got Elite as well. He
So
has
I think
been
BBL
having
can
a
maybe get a
knockout
map, but I
performance
can't
so
see them
far.
getting.
He was the
I can't see them
highest
getting
rated
two.
player
We'll see.
of the
We're
entire
playing
week.
Brim
Now we can actually
Omen.
take a closer look
We're
at
playing
the
Brim
matchup.
Omen. Dude, I used to get flamed so
Yeah,
bad when I
don't
played
want
this.
to read too much into Elite's performance in 1 week because
Brim,
like, when you have a
Omen.
smaller sample size, it's obviously
So
way easier
okay,
to
I'll
kind of
summarize
skew
like
it
what
looks like,
how this
but
comp
I don't think we're
works.
seeing anything new here from their
The
compositions.
Broman is
These are the
basically
same compositions they
Brim
ran last time,
smokes
so
to
Heretics on
get
double
map
with the
control,
Sentinel. I think that's gonna
right?
be really
And
good for
then
their
it's
defense.
essentially
one
Omen
thing
smokes
for
it all
me,
one
I
ways
did-
in the
and again,
after
not to
plant,
single
and you
them
can
out,
just
but,
45
you
second
need to
one
see a
way
step
once you get
up
into the
to
site.
then see
So
that
it's similar to like a
consistency
Viper in terms of VIP, apart from if you don't do the smokes with the Omen, you have a stronger after plant. That's like the same. That's like the theory behind it. Is it as good as the Viper? It struggles with a few things, but it's not bad. It's really not
And I
bad.
think he's got a tough job because he's
Interesting
set
that
up.
we see this.
He's getting
I
set
got
up by
flown
double,
so heavy for this.
initiator, which is good, but I don't know why I don't think the double controller on attack
Triple
of
smokes?
Split
No, that was
really
ages
works with
before
because
this.
it's like you're doing a really explosive
This
thing,
was
but then,
who
like,
did we
you
lose
also
to?
double
We
just
played
like-
this 3 times. We won the first 3. No, we won the first 2, but then we lost the third to Navi, I think.
But we've got to go into the game
think
and
that's-
find
I think
out
that's right.
all our- Because we've got
The G2? Yeah, that sounds right.
Casting this one for you guys at home.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, we are, because, look, this is a playoffs match, right, Ash? This is a fight for playoffs, at least, where both teams have a win and a loss, but let's be fair, it's probably two different weight classes wrestling it out this time.
It definitely is. I think it's definitely tough, because you're looking towards Heretics, who have been able to take on a map off
post-plant mollies,
the
yes.
most recent winners of Masters.
It's one of those comps that's like, plant down, you should be winning.
Bottom tier right now, I think, within our EMEA region, and you have to kind of keep that in mind, how it's kind of those win trades back and forth.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's hard to play against in theory. Especially first time you play against this comp, it should be hard to play against. Okay. What does it sound like? Sound looks okay. Let me just put that here. Okay, Heretics on defense, BBL on attack, and we bring back the Broman. So I'm interested to see. So at least on defense, they start using Omen smokes, refresh, and again, whatever they want is just constant smoke. They can have that, whether it's mid, whether it's just choke points. Desi has taken a ding. Empty sight, and this is pretty much just what Sentinels do, right? They get the Sky over towards here, the Sky Dog like this, and they go into sight with the Boombot going over towards vents. So heavy sight control, and this is nice. Problem is that Kushner doesn't have anyone to play off of. And this is a bit of a common spot these days. Off the plan looks nice though.
Try to maintain the same main control and cut it off on the retakers here for Heretics.
Dude, these two have to win this.
It's got to get a bit nerve-wracking for Heretics here. Cover going out.
Yeah, what's the plan? Where's the Omen Flash going?
Down to the last second. Paranoia is good, and so is the stun. That's going to deter them for a long time.
No.
Pushing through the poison though, Reigns is good for 2.
And he might get the third. Yeah, he does.
Going to try and delay it as much as possible. Still one remaining.
Reigns is an absolute beast. Smoke on the spike, and this guy cannot win this with the smokes.
So much time. Now only just touched it. Ellie out of the smoke.
Yeah, again, nicely done, honestly. This was cool. Yeah, the guy over towards heaven managing to get the guy on 13 HP that should have been the trade.
I mean, you see a
When
difference
will we
in the
play next
composition
week?
that they're running here as well this time around. We have actually the Brimstone coming out. I'm interested to see how that kind of continues to carry forward as the map continues to move forward in that kind of sense. But when you then look over towards BBL, of course, they are running the same composition that we had seen previously, and it'll be a big question as to how they continue to adapt.
BBL with the plant decide to force up. So force up B hit. They've done the wall over towards A to create a bit of pressure, and we will see a lot of this is on Boo. All of this is on Boo. Good news for him is he has a gun. Rien's with backup only has a ghost.
Oh, isolated here, Boo. Like, there is a sharded step to get out if needed.
Oh man, he completely owned him with that. Looked to the right with the TP, but actually just TP'd over towards spawn and then did the 180.
Again, very similar to the last
That was so sick.
Okay,
Okay, we've got to keep an eye on the Omen Flash because they think they need to get some map control and they want to go spawn and they might all eat this Omen Flash. Don't even need it.
Into CT, doing some damage, but
yeah, and they know where he is. A molly to lock him off.
Just like the last one, but again,
rough start for BBL. 3 people surviving, so they only lose 1 gun, and they got an eco.
They're not going to have the economy for the anti-eco that you would be expecting here into round 3, and it's costly. You see some of these ultimates also now starting to creep.
Miles, yeah, it is. Don't worry. Thank you for checking that.
What I think 4, 5 out of the points needed there for that Sky ultimate. But when you're considering the long term, there's going to be more points added to that into this round.
For sure.
And then once BBL are back onto a bye, it's most likely that we're going to see those Seekers coming out as well.
Okay, so we're going to an eco. I see a few people asking about the Brim Omen again, so at least on defense you can constantly lock off smoke, or you can lock off somewhere, right? So you have longer lasting smokes, and in theory with the Viper you also have the Molly, which is very similar. So it does a similar thing on defense as the Viper. Also the ult, like, huge. But then on attack, the main thing is Omen smokes, sorry, Brim smokes to get map control, and then Omen smokes for the 45-second one-way, at least in theory. So in theory it's better in afterplants than the Viper comp.
Yeah, just getting pushed back.
And it can
here and
It's just
there,
hard to
farming
play
up some
against.
of
It's
those
just a
goals if
different way of
possible.
playing
A bit
it.
worry on the spray. Boo manages to find Brave. Makes it a lot
It's
more
actually
difficult
very
for
similar
BBL on
to
this
the
attacking
Viper
side,
comp.
since
It
that
just
Viper's
maybe
wall always
excels at a
laid
few
down for
things
those
and
lurk
doesn't hold
positions
middle as
already.
well as maybe the Viper does, and it also doesn't create pressure as well. But there's so many one ways on this map that the Omen can normally feel free to do a lot of one ways that you maybe aren't used to dealing with.
Here. So it's got to be respected, and you can see Heretics is one of those teams that definitely will respect. Evident. Paradex positioning off the
Is it worth forcing this early into a game? It depends on the info that you have on the other team. Depends on that, really. Like, if you know they like to do an FPX buy where it's like 3 rifles and 2 pistols, then you pretty much have the advantage. Then against like someone that buys all heavy armor and like Spectres, I guess. Volta, thank you so much. Thank you with the Prime. Appreciate the 8 months.
Of course, they end up maybe needing a sub, but going forward, he is going to be available for other
nice shots,
players
though.
to pick him up. He hands off the round on the 3.
Good little bit of damage here. I was worried they were going to
actually
actually
it's his last chance on the big stage.
I was worried
to
they're
really
actually
show
going to
what he's
start
got here for any teams looking to make
racking
changes
up too much money
later in
here.
the season.
He's been really good with this team. I feel like
hello.
for Paddytech, he showed resilience. He showed
What team do I think plays well in split?
keeping mental high, even on very rough games.
I mean, Sentinels at the moment still have the most impressive split from what I've seen.
Very strong showing. So it's big shoes to fill for Woop coming in as a rookie.
Depends what comp you really want to play. There's a lot of comps right now that get played on this map.
He was holding his chin up high, you know, and very proud to be here. And you can see that he's really trying to maintain that confidence going forward, knowing how important this is to him. But now we're going to see BBL looking to make some space here over towards this A site. Cypher setup has been swapped over, though, for Benji Fishy. That standard setup here on those 8-point tricks.
Why is Wu not playing? Landed today. Landed today, and they haven't been practicing with him. They weren't sure he was going to get there in time. It just makes more sense than just throwing him in and then potentially ruining his confidence when he has a bad game.
We're looking at split as well. Sure, the loss, you can say, okay, it was a 10-13 loss against Koi, but Koi's also not
Easy
one
to
of
just
the
have a
top
week,
contenders here
prep
within the
everything,
region
get him
either.
caught up.
So it doesn't actually say too much in that kind of sense.
That's a nice pick. We've got to start looking at the money, because in theory this is their first full buy.
But the traversal there is optional. They've got other ideas, and it's that A kit maybe looking to circumnavigate those wires, find the other end of it. And now there's only one defending, by the way, it's Miniboo. But if there's anyone to be able to find a 1vx,
I mean, good luck on this. He has camera util, so they're going to think the Cypher's here. The Omen needs to smoke this at one point. Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
He's low.
Yeah, I mean, he only gets one, right? Okay. Still nice. It's looking good. What the hell? Yeah, Miniboo went for the Omen TP.
They've got a 4v2 scenario here. The Heretics, though, need to be a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure they pretty much just gamble stacked it a little bit. They kind of used this a little bit like a bonus 3-person gamble stack over towards here. When the camera like got shot, I didn't see any raw movement from the Boo over towards here, so. And then Boo really just went for a big play.
Okay. Good for one. Benji Fishy on a 1v2 now. He's giving off his angle. 2 different positions for BBL. They've got to be really good with the timing of it, and it's all.
Yeah, I was looking at the swing here, and he was going to swing right instead of left. I was nervous for that.
A must-need round here for BBL as well.
Less of a swing. Mike Man, 720 with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Appreciate that.
It gets tight. And you're also considering the fact that both these teams are also 1-1 right now in their respective groups, right? Both at that 3rd place. This is their opportunity to maintain that spot going forward. And when you're also looking towards BBL, they do have one additional opportunity, being one of those teams.
In terms of Heretics, they got enough damage done, which means it's a swing. 1, 2, 3 can't buy. And 1, 2, 3, 4 can't buy here. So
you have more chances to try and rack up.
Big important round for how this half's going.
Teams in Group Omega. That's kind of where the confusion comes in at this first split.
People pretty close to their ults, like really close to be honest.
Buy in the Heretic and Team Heretics. I don't know. I'd be calling the Heretics today, but it's Team Heretics, and they've got another buy in them, and another reason why they went for the 2v4 last round. But heavy presence here in mid.
I'm not too sure about that smoke middle, to be honest.
And it just gives me an inkling here that there might be an opening.
Bit of a gap on it.
Look how much space.
But yeah, this smoke, just being able to block the trip means it's a lot harder. Again, the combo of this. Boy, did he not wait long enough for that? Does he think he broke the trip with that? Oh no, he thinks he broke the trip with it. It didn't let the satchel get the actual damage off. Might not have even been close enough, I don't really know which. And they think they've forced good pressure over towards middle. Seekers goes out 30 seconds. And yeah, it's a late call to go for us. What is going on? Yeah, and the trip goes, so now they can focus over towards middle with 20 seconds left. Flash confirms it. And what a nightmare, so many people on site. Lovely shots from Miniboo here. Yeah, and the fact that the trip didn't get broken and the 4-person stack could go over here, they could all focus on B main when the hit came in terms of the Omen TPing, and then the trip goes off, so then they can start looking over towards Heaven, and then there's just no pressure from the 1-person at B main because it's 1 person. Miniboo, oh man, he's such a beast, yeah.
Heretics have been doing well to kind of stagger their ultimates and not use too many. They haven't really felt the pressure from BBL to need it anyways, but...
I mean, they're not the team under pressure here. I feel like they're the favorites. They're kind of chilling. And I love the support between them as well. They just are each other's hype men.
So with this, like we said, 3 people weren't able to buy. So the 2 people that were able to buy have some stingers. And just like their other force buy, they decide to go B. Omen Flash. Oh. Wait, he got that kill in Heaven? Ah man, Miniboo gets the most important kill once again. That's too good. 1 HP from Yazzie.
Brave, what are you capable of here? Not much of a gun that you have. And Reezy, not much of health.
You're going to see a timeout after this. And it's hard because in theory, they've only had 1 big buy round.
And are just keeping the 2 players isolated between them. Reezy just 1 meter forward and he would have been dead.
Yeah, Reezy has a spike here as well. Brave's on an island.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, lovely double swing. Smoke.
Oh! Reezy, that is nuts.
Almost. Yeah, good damage at least. Smoke to block off vision, satchel for a double swing. Very well played.
A bit too close for comfort, if I'm gonna be like, Reezy hitting those shots is mad mechanically. Absolutely.
Imagine, yeah, man, that was close.
We've had a lot of eyes on
1 HP as well.
His performance and how it's
this is a very hard timeout. Because you kind of need to go over towards middle and force it. And the only stuff that you would know is that the satchel didn't hit the trip from the round before. You could have that as a note. You probably... I mean, the most obvious pork in this timeout is to just go A Heaven. That's pretty much what you got to be doing here.
Bit of disappointment there. The fact that they knew there was a potential with
that's like the safest. You need to do A Heaven default, then draw the person away from middle. Right, because if they're playing heavy over towards middle, you take A Heaven. This guy has to either rotate or go away. So that's what I'm expecting from BBL to talk about here. There's maybe other stuff that they could talk about in terms of mid and approaching it, but
they are looking over towards BBL. They're calling their timeout. Then they're looking at what ultimates do we have to worry about?
You think the satchel was good? They just shot it? Ooh, interesting. Yeah, that might be right.
Also up here for BBL.
Sleepy Bear, thank you so much. Thank you with the 5 months.
Try and workshop.
Appreciate the prime.
What are BBL looking to do with these? How are they going to look to find success into this round? Because we're already 7 in. First quarter just about done.
Yeah, and it's quite the difference to see already. Any ballpark ideas of where BBL want to be at by the end of the half?
I mean, I think in their ideal world, they probably want to get 6-6.
Right, let's see. Okay, so we are actually starting to go over towards mid more. Let's see how they handle this. Maybe they did just talk about how they want to approach the trip here, or when there's an Omen smoke, they want to force this a bit more. If they're doing that. Heretics at the moment, just trying to make this more of a choke point, like what they were doing in Pistol.
I do wonder if maybe a pacing change.
So yeah, at least Heretics were like, well, they're going to take A Heaven control, because that makes the most sense with what's been going on. So they decide to switch up theirs to like heavy A control. Maybe BBL are ahead of that. They just decide to go over towards middle. Whoa.
Shout out to the observers catching the break of the trip.
Okay, respect on this though. They clear all of A control and they can now hold this with 1. The good news is there's been vision blocker middle, so they still have to have 2 at A.
I mean, Benji's been splitting up a lot of his utility as well across both these sites, right? Just cover a little bit more of that ground, keep BBL guessing continuously as to where they do need to put that pressure on it.
Yeah, they've chosen the right site on this one. It was a good default from them.
Oh, it's hard to find where that comes
Dude,
from.
someone's got to break that
Once
trip
caught
for
up
him.
and up against
Guys.
the smoke, no one's been able to shoot back
Guys.
from Heretics. They're playing
Gets
it slow. You know
two?
that
Imagine there was
BBL
someone in
could
heaven. He would have got
couldn't
2
even
kills
have
there.
heaven control.
They go
That is
close,
completely
ult goes
respected.
in. It's a nice farm. This is a hard retake. The good news is they have Brim ult.
More in case it was a blast pack in situation, but
And
there's
what,
also
do you Brim
a
ult?
showstopper available here for Q starting to the
Oh
post.
my goodness.
Popped early.
That's looking to buy time. Just going to hold on to it.
Both
Smart.
chokes covered.
Another one pops again. All he has to do is buy up the time. So there's now time trouble for Heretics. They've got to start moving in quickly.
They gotta go fast
They don't have
against
many
this.
flashes for it. The
All
Orbistrike
back
is
aside,
gonna
but
have to
everyone was
clear
kind of
way
expecting
for the
this. They
team to
play
start
for
moving
close.
in. The poison cloud
No
over
spams
the
on
fight
top of
bit as
it.
well, just being so menacing that BBL just can hide within it. No problem at all. Still.
Oh, did the molly just go down in time? It doesn't reach the spike, but there's a small area. Okay. Alright, nicely done though. They use a lot of ults into it, pretty close. 5 and 51. It was much better though,
Nicely done.
and they were actually a step
Ultimates
ahead.
expended, not too much
Because
needed
Heretics
there,
were for
and
sure
slowly
thinking
closing
they'd go
that gap there for
ARAM.
BBL. I think what they did really well was just kind of managing the fact that you have that Viper's Pit covering up towards Alley, then you're denying that time over towards B Tower with the showstopper coming in.
Dive bomb? What the hell is this?
It's curious. I
Oh
mean,
my. What the?
You're also looking at Heretics, and they're playing with the solo initiator here as well, right? You're looking towards Reigns
Yeah, Pterodon it is.
to be that initiator, and Sky no longer has that utility that refreshes. So that's a big trade-off when you're looking at the double flash.
Yeah.
On the side of BBL as well.
A lot of breakthrough utility on this BBL side. But let's be fair, we haven't
Here
seen
we
it
go
up until this
fast
point.
with this, and
Rolling
Riens
thunder
manages to get a
drawing out.
kill
Reigns
and
gets
get out of
away
there,
with
and they
this
hold
one.
A
Big
heaven
spike down
control.
In no man's land, only just collected. BBL handed the site.
Yeah,
Knocking
and
the
they're
door.
just
No
gonna
one's there.
fast
Heretics
take
are gonna
this,
look
right?
to join the party a little bit later.
3 people here. They
I
still
like
have a
this
Skydog.
information search though from BBL over towards CT allows them that
Okay,
free
yeah, and the
screen control,
Skydog
put
gives
pressure
away the
onto
fact that they're
Heretics.
pushing, taking A control, which would make you think that you've got no one over towards here, because why else do they need to take map control?
Just walks even further forward. Smoke to give him the fallback. The spray is there. Always thinking about sticking around. Ruiz,
They're so low.
He's good with it. The double spray
Damn.
from Brave. Make it a triple
This is
as
nice in the
well.
end.
As Boo may be in trouble, and I think he knows it.
I mean, there's not much money left in the bank at this point.
Yeah,
It's gonna have to
interesting
be a
idea
save
from
in
Heretics here,
1v4
because
here
again, when you see the
for
Skydog
Boo, but
go like this, most teams,
you're
it's
gonna
just like a
see Dart,
protocol,
again, that
right?
shift in the
When you're on
tempo, they
site
start
like
off
this,
slow
okay,
most
pretty much the
rounds.
only
Now
time
they
you're
have
ever
that
gonna
Rolling Thunder
Skydog
available
to
to
take
allow them
map
to blitz
control
on towards
is
site,
if
but
you
more
don't have
importantly,
like here.
denying one of those
I would
lanes
call it
early
1.
on to Heretics,
If you
which
don't have
again, I
one
think
map
comes
control,
back
you
to
need to
Reigns
try to
being
take
that
map control, so
solo
people will do this
initiator, where
reactively.
they are
And
now
then they just
forced
wanted to
use
fight
so
with
much
numbers,
of
but
that
I'm not sure they
value
were
to just
expecting like
clear
this
into
many
screens
people
alone,
here.
not
The
even
Omen
second.
Smoke was also
Now
lovely.
Heretics plan. Read
But
by
they changed
BBL.
up their
Good
original
timeout, good
plan.
read.
They should have gone heavy ramp. They wanted to until they had the Skydog. It was like a mid-round call.
Drawing that out and making the team make the right choice, adapting on the fly. Good stuff. Maybe they can maintain it. Heretics, on the other hand, now have dropped a couple of rounds in a row. Their pockets are hurting. They gotta dig deep for this one.
Oh, definitely. Okay, but you heard the hype there. You talked about them being emotional,
Oh, yeah.
getting some of that energy
Exactly.
up, which is what they really need to get the
Alright,
ball
forces them
rolling
down
here.
to an eco as well, low buy.
Can't say too much about momentum because it's only really
It's
been
Bright
2
with the
rounds,
Prime. Thank you so much for the 8
realistically.
months.
Poised and
Thank
ready
you,
for
thank
close
you.
Contact. No one going to be there on the side of Heretics though, but they've got
Alpha B
mid-control
hit.
galore
Been
with
doing
that
these a
one
lot.
away.
This time the Brim's here. Does have Molly.
This stun could be
Oh,
a good one
okay.
for them. Doesn't even come down to
Yeah, I
it.
mean, it's the most common angle, I
Spray out
guess.
Here from Kushina, expecting padded exposition, and now they go in
Oh,
again.
lovely
Nice
movement off the
position there
flash.
from
Oh my
Kushina.
goodness,
And
this
he just keeps
is nice.
on giving. BBL
Yeah, that was like
just
the
seizing
most
control,
perfect
demanding
satchel. You
respect,
fast
and
land, so you
Heretics
got
gonna put their hands in
instant
the air
accuracy
and
as well.
surrender.
Down to
Yeah, and getting the plant as well. Going to be 2 away.
5 here. Benji's only going to have the share.
Spike planted.
That's that
And you
confidence
would
we were
imagine
talking
that
about,
Heretics
right?
do some kind of timeout.
Instantly just feeling it. Benji Fishy won't allow
Don't.
Oh, it for too soon.
Bro, what's-
The young Brit
What are these shots
doing
that are
the
coming
work
in
on
when
a
it's like
couple of
1vx
heads,
of a
but still
Sheriff?
Maintaining some composure.
It's getting close now, though. Okay, 1 round, dividing these 2 teams, BBL. This is the confidence you just mentioned that we were looking to see from them, and this shift in pacing is difficult so far from what we've seen Team Heretics to work with. They really like having that time in the early round to look for some of that mid control with their utility, push one of those lanes and see what's going on and deny that lurk over towards
Hello, Amps. How we doing, mate?
Completely
Good time out of this. Yeah, this could be a bit of prep in terms of for next week, and they just switch Brim for Clove. There's a while.
Is an opportunity for them to get a good win in the
It would work in a similar sense.
When Woot comes in, because when another player comes into the roster, surely things become a little bit more difficult, right? Surely they've got to refine, start from the beginning, right?
It does get a bit daunting in that kind of sense.
Yeah. Imagine bringing a new player in mid-split. You've got to change up your fundamentals. You've got to change up what agents each of these players play, right? Because the pools aren't exactly the same, and there's a lot to work out. And you can't really, predict what problems you'll come across. It may take a week to fix. It may take a couple of weeks, and we don't know if they do end up having the time.
Can you expect something special from Woot next week? I mean, we'll see what the performance is like. I rate him very highly.
Especially if you want to make the playoffs. Time's ticking.
Problem is,
we're already into day 2.
it's just how good Patty's been playing. So
okay, what do we have in store?
it's a lot of pressure.
Full 5 this time around over back towards this ace site.
A lot of pressure for it.
Thunder this time around though. That one was just used recently.
I'm relatively confident.
As quickly as we anticipate though.
Okay, we get. Is this a one-way KT he was setting up on site? That's a lovely trip, but he got stunned, so he couldn't get the kill off of it. Pushes into the cage, wraps around, uses the smokes against them as well. Oh man, this is a nice smoke reactive. Yeah, does he just get spammed? Does he go with the Skydog? Honestly, the tunnel vision for 1 kill is just so worth there when he's overwhelmed. Shots. Absolute shots. Everyone did their role on site, really.
He's been someone to put on the highlight reels, and he's the one to put Heretics.
What role does Woot play? He'll fill Patty's role in terms of flex, but he used to be duelist. He was like duelist 2 years ago, and then he started playing flex, I'm pretty sure, like last year.
Here for Heretics in this 1v2 Brave. It's planted very safe here as well, so he's going to have to kind of creep around.
Is there any chance that Heretics don't play as well with Patty? For sure. We don't know what Patty actually brings other than like his gameplay. It could be really good for hype. He could also be like helping with comms when people are dead. So we don't really know.
Bottom 8 ranking. Now wants to change it all around about beating one of the favorites of this league.
Great reposition.
3 to his name, 1 remaining. The captain of Heretics touching the
smoke creates so much pressure.
Do you keep your composure here? Do you stay solid?
That was nicely done from Brave. Yeah, just not a believer. Just not a believer on the full stick here.
To isolate that one, the
very nice.
Immediate reposition with no hesitation. Now tied up 5-5. I think that if you were to look back and try and predict this game from the very beginning, you wouldn't expect VPL to necessarily be making this comeback so late on when we're looking towards Team Heretics. I think okay, I had to pause my thought there because of the yelling on scene.
Yeah, they're going wild for it.
Acknowledge it and give them their moment in that
okay,
sense,
and it forces them down to an eco, so you can see why they're going so mad. It potentially means 2 for them. Potentially means them getting the win in the half. Considering the start, that's pretty incredible.
Maybe they can't allow Heretics to think. Maybe they're that loud. Maybe that's the plan.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Noise suppression.
Let me know if there's some sort of that ability at some point, if the name ever comes out. I mean, there is some sort of noise suppression, paranoia. Anyway, back into this round. Both teams, well, BBR's got a bye, Heretics not quite. They've got ultimate.
6 is just such a good half.
And it becomes doable.
So they just raise all into sight
This
here,
is BBL's round.
right?
Absolutely should be. Yeah, at worst case, you do have that showstopper to fall back on. And so they're not going to be walking into the traps of those close range weapons that we see hovering over towards that
need
side.
to
It's
break
full
the
reach of
trips.
protocol here on A.
There's a wall there.
Benji Fishy is struggling. Kushina is living in the Matrix.
Dude, Boo. Boo has got a 2 for 2 in terms of ulting back a sight and getting absolutely wrecked within the first second that he sticks it.
30 seconds left. Orbital strike online with 30 seconds left. Spikes down front
Big
side.
2 on 2. Yeah, that's a rough one. I guess he had no smokes.
Left alone. His teammate's gone. Spike on the ground, missing the
Oi, yeah, the confidence is insta swing this.
pulls out his gun
Yeah,
out
I
of
mean,
nowhere and
they
puts
have a chance to win this
BBL
half.
in
It's
the
really
lead.
impressive.
I think he just had
Caleb,
the
thank you so
angle
much.
with the
99
game
Caleb,
physics to
appreciate the 12
be able to
months.
manage
Thank you
that
for the whole
peak
year.
when Minubu's not actually able to
Woldovan, I think
swap
I missed
out
you as
now.
well. Thank you so much for that as well. Appreciate the
6
prime.
to
And
5.
Lunatic.
One chance
Lunatic 30
here
with the
for
14
Heretics
months.
to tie things up before we swap sides. They have
Thank you.
the ultimates, though. They're the ones snowballing into this round compared to BBL, who expended quite a few in the last couple to manage to find themselves this momentum with 5 rounds in a row.
BBL are playing with
This comp's very good on attack, though.
Taking the fight to Heretics.
Pretty much win every afterplant with it.
And it's working out, let's be fair. Not many solutions to it. This change of pace is exactly what they needed. Boom, signing the alarms. He does have help, but the util from BBL is good enough for the first trade. Boo, wanting to stop the fight.
They're going to need more rounds, though, surely. 5?
None of it.
Yeah, this is nice from BBL.
They're swapping site hits every other round or so, making it more difficult for Heretics to find that read.
And it's the last round. Heretics, when were you saving those ults for? You've got to use them now. A 2v4, let's see what they can do. Clearing out the back of the site, no one from BBL.
And
was
the
there.
dog
Had to
didn't
take
clear the
first
corner.
shots, good for it. Can he find any more damage?
Yeah, nicely done from Elite. Dude, what a recovery. That is so many rounds. Especially when they didn't get pistol. And they force-bought second round.
Team Heretics look to outgame, outbrain BBL in the beginning of this.
Yeah, they had I mean there was a lot of B site hits here.
And they're like, no, we're not playing that game anymore.
All the time against big buy rounds, they went B. It was literally just, are they buy? Yeah, let's go B. Are they eco? Let's do a default.
Play them with that map control, and they just had to bring the fight to them.
Yeah, not allowing Heretics to play their gameplay. Playing gay style.
All from the timeout? Yeah, it was literally every run from the timeout, right?
Like a charm for BBL, not a problem.
Okay, let's see. Again, this comp is very good on attack, but 7? 7's a lot.
Now it's 5 to 7. How to do?
I cast a curse it in their favor.
Indeed, it seems like that. Still, change of sides. Heretics on attack. Let's see what you can do as you do control the tempo.
More like no sites, because no one can see a damn thing here in mid right now.
True.
Yeah, and they can just wait for this smoke to go and then obviously leak out smoke as well, so you can kind of just clear this.
On the lookout.
A lovely flash, he gets away, it's a great nade. It's a really good nade. Oh my god, he ate the util. Yeah, and there's 3 people on site here. Oh my, the recovery. Beam Angel.
It's looking incredibly scrumptious.
And Brave on the Beam Angel. Okay, nicely done. 1-1. 1-1 in terms of pistols. And BBL are definitely en route to take this.
Heretics were looking to find for themselves. And you're also
no plant down, so you can't get a force.
I know we talked a little bit about the compositional differences, but I think now especially, I mean, I think either way, to be honest, no matter what half it is, but you're looking towards that Sky in the Breach on the side of BBL being a great counter over towards the double controller on the likes of Team Heretics, where you've also swapped out of that Viper that no longer, you don't have smokes that are applying that decay. Like, you can very comfortably just walk through Brim smokes, flash out of them.
For Heretics, you've got to be a little bit scared, right? They're a little bit too used
got a Marshal,
to losing these days.
which they can swap between,
and
Aura taking the hit,
I mean,
dropping the gun,
the losses were against Sentinels, Paper X, KC, we get it. But they've also lost to Vitality. Not to say it was to their own fault. They played a decent game, but Vitality played a better one. Coming into this one and seeing results like this, now that's not what we expected.
At a BBL lose 2-0 to Gentlemates, you've always got to put first time you see a comp, it will always work better than like the second time. And
that one hurt.
Gentlemates play a lot of weird comps.
Between the eyes.
Great shot to start this one.
How they move about this one, because they've got numbers advantages. Let's be fair, there's only a couple of rifles for BBL. Get hold of one of them.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the most stacked player in terms of the buy. Still 2 people. Flash goes in, gives them info. Brim lurking over towards mid.
So they don't have that info.
The heavy focus on B, and then Brim takes the timing in middle.
Breezy gets one.
Can they even get out into sight? That's the thing.
This one. We'll stick around for a little
We've got to check Brim here.
Got
to check Brim. Does he check close left? No, he does not. Yeah, nicely done. Could have maybe been a different round if they check left. You see the ping's talking about it now. Very nice, and I'm pretty sure Poro was in position to pick up the gun as well.
Won't lose any players apart from the initial one.
So patiently played there in that defensive round, knowing that they had the advantage. Anti-eco now here for Heretics. Nothing too much to look at here as far as that ultimate economy going into this round. Looking at more of a default play this time from Heretics, knowing that they have that ability to pressure across the map here on split.
Yeah, I mean, this bonus is great.
Cypher on the side of BBL and trying to force some of those players to stick around.
Down goes in, it's a double satchel. Oh, I like the idea for the bonus though. Yeah, smoke goes in, stun. Honestly, had a chance to get the kill.
It was also a
little bit unlucky there's two people there. Not many people double default from here.
Going out at the same time now, though it does force that Trailblazer to be used much earlier to that mid control.
On a bonus round, so fine with this.
Bark up close to the B site, but it looks like it barked up the wrong tree. Looking to take the sewers route. The fence route, apologies. Still, BBL going to play this a little bit slow, capitulating. Heretics on the other end. Just happy to stay with two players on extremities and the rest with full power in mid.
Breeze is now cleared out towards A main as
well. Good amount of pressure though. Waits for the dog, then puts the camera up, but the camera gets destroyed, so I feel less confident splitting up towards A. With the camera getting shot, do they then just go A or B? Hey, look at dude, 5-person group in middle.
I think it missed his mark into the smoke.
Yeah, again. Nicely
looking directly at him.
Yeah, they're still gonna think people are everywhere.
All of a sudden, BBL are in big boo-boo. What do you do with this one? Spike can go onto the site, and yeah, that means Heretics can find their way onto the scoreboard on the attacking side. That's how you get into the game, and they'll be happy to get.
I think BBL definitely treating it like a bonus for sure. So that's still some plays you wouldn't want to see on a buy round, but it's okay.
Performance out of anyone in VCT.
I think just looking to get some of those exit frags again. Team Heretics, they're not the ones with money in the bank right now into the second half, but BBL, I mean, they took some gambles into this round. Doesn't pan out for them, but I think you made a great point. It's the bonus. They're trying to catch Heretics off guard, see what they can actually get away with in these rounds, and do a little bit of that limit testing here as well.
I don't blame Elite. Wanted to keep the stats up. He's gotten some fancy ones himself. Want to hear some of them?
Armory buy.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes. He's gotten 260 ACS in the past 2 weeks. And 75 kills to 44 deaths. Now that's not too bad for a Sentinel, and for a team that has been losing most of their games.
What I think of the Brim Omen? The Brim Omen's fine.
I think you'd say better than not too bad.
They're probably playing it against one of the worst comps you could play it against, in my mind, because of the double flashes. Against other comps, you'll have an easier time.
But now we're entering a round where both teams have a buy in them, and this is really important for BBL.
I'm fine with this comp.
Close out map number 1.
The important part.
It doesn't.
Map pick. We have to keep that in mind.
It has like not too many wins, though. It can't be used long term, in my mind.
It's working out for them so far.
Like it's probably good for like a week or two.
Backing out of that one, not so brave in that exchange. But again, Heretics are happy to spread out their love.
Keeping it slow. The difference, though, is now the BBL are on the defense. They don't get to control as much of that pacing here on split, considering the composition that we see coming out of them as well.
I like the touch of this though. Just higher Omen smoke that falls down, so you can potentially catch someone that is showing feet in terms of the swing.
So quietly. And a lot of those contact style plays, right, where you also aren't really given anything to work with.
I'm just going to get a little bit low. They haven't taken too much space, but we do have the B default with the K-Corp trip over towards B, and this means it's very hard for, and I mean you get info as well if they push back over towards B main, so I like the default at the moment, and it means that you can just leave middle, go back, sorry, leave B main and then just go back B because you know that they haven't re-cleared B.
But you can already see the rotation coming in from Reezy. He's smart about this, and so is Elite. They're going to follow.
30 seconds, 25 seconds, 4-person stack over towards here. Almost flash its B main. I mean, they got a rough time on their hands, right? Damn, dude. Holy hell, that was fast as well. Well, yeah, they got a good read, cleared out all the info over towards A early, and he has annihilated them. Probably an Omen flash during this.
On where they actually wanted to push the issue on this attacking round and taking full advantage of the off angle there on towards Raptors. And this is the momentum that they've needed, the emotional excitement that they've needed here to continue forward. We just saw Epic smile.
They wreck their economy.
A revelation.
Yeah, it's all down to this. BBL can pretty much win the game on this round.
Something I could get used to. It's beautiful, man. BBL suddenly have a chance, they believe, not only themselves, not only within
same
them,
default.
Coaches,
Take B main, put the trip here.
Wait a minute.
Again, old K-Corp, in terms of old K-Corp, when they were a little bit questionable, had some good stuff in terms of their defaults. Right, this trip on their default was good, and over towards Lotus, that smoke, and over towards C that would double block vision, that was pretty good as well.
But then the question at the end of the
Everything
day
else
what was the depth?
was lacking slightly.
Really take it?
But yeah, at least the two good things have been like implemented into other teams now.
Team, and we have to consider that there are those pending changes coming to the roster.
Early mid control for Heretics, they go a lot faster on this one, and yeah, it's a good amount of info though. As we can see, no one over towards B main, but again, if you've got the trip here, it can create a lot of pressure in terms of you can actually still go back to B, but us seeing the Cypher here makes us know that they're going. Obviously, BBL, no idea.
But if he's dealing with multiple players at the same time and Flash is flying right at him, difficult task, and there's nowhere really to back down to. As there's drop to the site, he does have the reinforcements of power, but this trip aftershock.
Oh, he's the only trip to get out. Okay, a lot is on Riazzi here, right? Here we go. Yeah, this guy can own it. I say his Pora is just owning it on site. Lovely from Pora, and they win the important rounds. They got an eco. Yeah, we had similar problems with this comp. It's like insane in afterplants. Like you win every afterplant, but actually getting over towards the site, you got to just end up doing fast strats. That's how we struggled with this.
You're seeing the replay
like doing
slow
controls is a little bit hard. Spoos Twitch with the 8 months. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The flash is sublime as far as zoning and isolating a lot of these fights with the help of the one way that was actually thrown over towards A.
They're all just taking turns and owning them as well. That's the funny thing at the moment.
Really good stuff from BBL. I mean, one of the conversation topics for Heretics at the start of the season, and for many teams that had rookies within them, was that how are you able to keep these young players to have their composure? Because that comes with experience, that comes with hundreds of matches on official stages, on international lands, and obviously Heretics don't have that. Now, Boo's got a task in his hands to get these players
the one way in heaven, yeah, that's nice.
Get these players thinking that they can turn this around. And they played against better teams. They've had comebacks against better teams, but right now they feel defeated.
They punish a Viperless.
That they shouldn't be losing
it depends what the rest of the comp has. On attack, if they don't have a Cypher, you just always have A info, so you just make sure that you just have vision of that. And then on defense, it in theory struggles to hold over towards middle, so you can take mid control to split all the time.
We've seen the shots that this kid can hit.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, it's a lot more in depth than that, but that's like an easy summary. Okay, like we said, force them down to eco, and
whatever it is in that situation. Great delay towards mid. Makes it so difficult for Heretics to scale up early. The one-ways have been doing wonders here as well. Gotta give Brave a pat on the back for that one. They found so much value.
They disrespect contact up towards B heaven. Uh-oh. Walking forward? What? What is this second one? That's where he's just running with it.
He's throwing bricks right at Heretics.
I feel like they just look so snappy today.
Yeah. They're snapping crocodiles. Didn't know Turkey had crocodiles. They might do. I could be wrong.
We might have to fact check that one later, Pablo.
Yeah, not quite aware. Maybe they have some alligators. Who knows?
Bro, Pora is wrecking them. Holy. 3K into 4K for him.
And one away from picking up splits.
Dude. Was it
map
5-1
point
or was
here
it
for
4-1 at one point?
BBL, and this hurts for Heretics.
5-1, right?
The fact that sure they have that opportunity to try and bring it over towards overtime. That is also 12 rounds in a row needed to do so. Snowball round incoming for them as well, at the very least. We also have a
Leluco, thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate the prime.
Situation, or if it is like a full hit towards that.
Okay, 6 chances to end this.
Could even see that being
only one round since that.
So delay and make the fight's a little bit more unfair.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the mental pressure that Heretics has in being able to close out the distance, but BBL also need to stay composed to close out this game. They haven't had in many positions to be ahead by this much against a team like Heretics. So they themselves need to cool down. Don't get over-ego, overzealous. Kushin may be in trouble here as the showstopper's going directly for him. Miniboo is eager to back out of it, though, as he may give it another chance. Paranoia has delayed it even further, and BBL defenses have gone to hide.
I mean, this utility cycling coming up from BBL, just denying B Heaven as an option completely. And I feel like we see this constantly into the mid-round here for Heretics.
Yeah, they're going to make sure they go a little bit faster because Pora has ult. Oh my goodness.
This is smart. I mean, there's a reason Power got brought in.
He was tempted. He was asking the guys in B Heaven if they wanted it.
Looking to instate himself as one of the big brains in Turkey. But not going to be reading it this time around. Okay, Kushin to the other end of it. He's been good for a quadra kill last time he was there.
Omen flash.
Ace, but this time it's Brave called to action. Good for a dink on the second time around. But Heretics have garnered space control, which BBL have to respect.
Seeker's nice for information. You have this mid, like you mentioned.
Or even bother with the ult. 6 chances to win.
What is this rolling thunder?
Just let him have it, I think. Oh, okay. Doesn't matter anymore.
Pora to rest, and so is the rolling thunder. Easy alone, they know where he is. When he's up against 3, this is a difficult task to try and close it out right here, right now, but he's got the balls to do it. Bullet to the head of Benji Fishy, 2 left, 8 bullets. You've got to read Miniboo's position.
The time's so low, he just wants to do a bit more damage, it feels like.
Alright,
we'll count down 6 to 5. I mean, a good amount of ult shoes, though.
No, but BBL are comfortable nonetheless. I mean, I know we said that they can't get too overzealous, too comfortable in the lead that they found for themselves, but at least financially, there's not too much more you could ask.
EMEA, yeah, it's hard to call a lot of the games.
Every single round being so tight in those finances. Operator coming out for the
this is a little bit like I said, like
split as well.
We kind of group BBL and McCoy, but
like
BBL looked nowhere near as bad as Koi. Like BBL looked really good, to be honest, in terms of the actual overall game plan against Koi. But still been pretty hard to judge them, and they went up against Gentlemate's first time, just a team that plays different comps that you don't play in practice. So it's been hard to kind of work out where they are. I still think like I'm still confident with the Heretics 2-1, but this is a very good sign for them.
Yeah, Minibu's been one of the reasons, though, for Heretics that they gained those site controls quickly, able to pull his team with them. Now they don't really have that as a tool.
Now he's the space taker for sure.
Cage triggered.
Oh, dear me. Good timing on the cage there. Otherwise, I believe Benji Fishy would be no more.
I do like that we're seeing Benji actually activating on this A flank and lurk.
Very hard without Miniboo into this one.
Really worked with before. He's always regrouped with the team in mid.
Kushin up. Next player in trouble. Guiding light will spawn out Elite's presence, but Power caught with his stun out in the
and
skies.
good luck to Riese because he has a he has the op. Okay, there's one. Omen ult goes in. Nice, dude. He gets another on site as well. What an absolute god. Yeah, he was solo. Omen ult came in to help him out, and then while they're distracting over towards site. Yeah, and look at Elite. Just realizing, well, he has to go here, and he's gonna have to start running soon. And you would imagine. Very nice from BBL. It's very impressive from them. They did great. Especially individually, I felt like they looked very strong here.
What a way to end out the first map.
I'm enjoying when they come into games just so pumped up. We saw it against Koi. We're seeing it in this one where they're just screaming when they win rounds. Prongonius, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the whole year. Thank you for the prime. Well, there we go. Right on cue. Talking about them screaming. Dude, it's so fun when you have a team where everyone there's some people that want to be like calm and they don't really like the shouting, and sometimes you have to like tone it down if there's players like that, like they get too much adrenaline and start shaking and stuff like that. But a whole team, when you get like people who are confidence players that want that vibe, oh man, it's fun. Okay, fun first map. We are gonna go to a break.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the
EMEA? Yeah, it's so hard to call this region.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Greetings to Berlin from Istanbul. This is BBL's watch party.
Oh. Nice! Nice! Let's go!
Nice, nice!
Nice! Let's go! Nice! Ball! Boom! Let's go! Boom! Nice!
Last week we got to see Epic being like, yes,
Right,
you'll
sunset.
see if I have
We'll see
emotion
what-
because
we'll see
I will
what goes
touch
on.
my forehead and mop the sweat. And today we have got
Yeah, the whole range of emotions going today, but mostly positive, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair, if you were Epic
strong
watching
vibes.
your team
True.
perform like that, then yeah, after the first half of the first half, you would be losing your mind with joy, especially the way that Kushner was playing.
Yeah, Kushner was playing decently well. I think that
Wow.
what?
we watched in the same
Faint
map.
praise
Come
from
on, go on, no,
Steel.
go on.
He was playing decently well.
Okay, decently well.
You know, especially comparatively to what we've seen in other matches, you were looking to expect, players like Elite, where that's one of the players that was performing really well for the team. So yeah, he was playing relatively well. Sorry that's not good enough for you, I guess.
So not even this ace. You didn't enjoy the ace, did you still?
Just to come off, I mean, the ace was insane. It comes at a crucial round as well after we almost get really worried about a round 3 in the second half overheat of what the hell was that down mid. Saving grace is the follow-up round there. But, I mean, for me, the thing alongside that, obviously we have
If
seen a big
Heretics lose this, do you
upswing
think they can
from
afford to
Kushner,
have
as
a
we
bit
did
of a
obviously
slump
checking
after
with him
bringing in
on the
Wu?
A-Lab shoot around the warm-up here. But yeah, for me, seeing such an
Because
upswing
they
versus
didn't get
it was
any
disappointing
points
before. It wasn't
from
just kind of a little
Madrid.
lackluster. It was
No, I don't
quite
think so.
apparent that
That's the
BBL
issue.
struggled when Kushner wasn't delivering such a performance.
It's hard,
I
man. You're
guess the
starting to
second
see
layer
it
to
across
that
all the
now is
regions,
that's
right?
BBL
The
had
teams that went
confidence follow up on
to
Kushner,
Madrid
which is something we
starting
talk
to
about
suffer
Turkish
last
teams,
week,
Turkish
this week.
players in general.
Looking
It's
a little bit
usually the
harder for them.
fundamentals that can be a little
I
hit
said
or
this in a
miss
lot of my
and,
videos
you
at the
know,
beginning, man. You
teams
don't really want to
overheat,
go to
individuals
Madrid at the
overheat.
beginning unless you
Here,
win it all.
As soon as he came online, BBL were all on the front
Just get
line.
wrecked for the rest of the year. And
noticed
it
is
doesn't
that
mean much in
BBL
terms of actually
had a
going
lot
to
of
champs.
momentum.
And
So
people will
once they
forget
started
about that
building up
LAN
a
pretty
few
fast
rounds,
unless you
they
want it.
started really running away with the game. And I think it started around the time that Brave got his clutch actually,
Oh, the TP clutch.
The TP clutch. I think that was later.
What do you need?
That
Points?
was round 10, so that was still pretty late into the half.
You need
but, you know,
points for champs.
Heretics, they got one round out of the last 6 rounds in that first half. I was wondering, where's the coach
I'm
pause
too
coming
soft?
in? Where the Brim
What do you
kick
mean?
come from?
Talk to me.
What's going on here? I
Too
feel
soft
like
about
when
what?
You're losing rounds and
Who
you're
do you
bleeding out
want me
like
to
that,
flame,
as soon as you lose
in
2
your
rounds in a
opinion?
row, it should be instantly. You pause.
That's
the
wanted
other
him.
team, you
Yeah,
put
give
off
me
the
him. Give me
momentum,
this guy.
you
Let's have a
regroup
conversation.
mentally, and
What
you
am I
talk about the
too
adjustments that you
soft
need to
about?
make,
Talk to me.
Hey, what's going on? Let's figure out a way to fix this. They usually play Viper and Brim,
Sage
so
Law with the
maybe
Prime. Thank you for the
something's
7
not
months. Thank you,
clicking
thank you.
Yeah, you're right. I think there's an argument to be made that sure, the Viper would address a lot of the issues that they had on the defense in terms of slowing things down, not allowing safe passage on site. I mean, Benji struggled.
Fabric conditioner too soft. Yeah, come bro. Talk to us. What do you think? What do you think I'm being too soft about here?
And there, but beyond that,
I would love to know. I would love to know what you think.
Has been, which is Benji delivering and looking very comfortable and being teed up for freebies almost in some rounds.
It almost looked like they were also on
Nice
their attack
skin.
side,
Okay,
feeling
that's a
way
good
more
pivot.
all in
I like it.
for the
Well
side of
played.
Team Heretics.
Sage Law with
And I
7 months.
wonder
Appreciate
if
the
they
Prime.
didn't have
Thank you.
fallback strategies with if you have a Viper, you can always kind of pause, reset, and go around the world a few times. But with Brim, you don't really have that luxury.
How do they talk to each other? No, they have an internal thing there where you can talk to each other.
BBL was consistently just disrupting the
Okay,
flow of things.
BBL.
But we're gonna go into agent select here
Go
for
into.
the next
I
map.
mean, yeah, it's just
really
the
interesting 'cause we've
Paper
actually
X
got a
retake
change
comp.
on the side of BBL Esports. We're actually seeing the Gecko on Reezy this time round. So we haven't got a mirror matchup, and that's what I was actually expecting.
And
So
Heretics
both
have a
of them
lot
from the
of
same comp.
experience
We've also
against
got,
this, so you would
Raze
give them the
instead of Vanilla.
favor into this one.
Yeah, so a couple of adjustments here. I mean, I do like it. Again, if Kushner is going to get back into, I don't want to say the flow state, you know, oversell it too much, Josh, but, you know, back into I guess, delivering what's expected of him as a duelist, then yeah, pretty happy with this overall.
The last time I saw BBL,
I think Miniboo plays KO and Woot plays some duelists on some maps. I mean, they have options. I don't think you'll see that for the first split, at least.
Really good adjustment to that, especially from.
But they got some options. I think when I'm watching Miniboo, man, it's going to be hard to take him off of duelist with what he's doing.
So I'm expecting explosions on the side of BBL. So Pavosh and Ashkas, get ready.
Do I approve the PaperX comp at a Chamber and a Cypher instead of Sage? I think Sage is a big reason why it works, honestly.
This is going to be an interesting one, seeing how Heretics are able to bounce back from it. It is their pick.
Split was BBL's pick? Yes.
Into this one. Obviously, we already had high expectations from him. They've been smashed.
The opinion on Breach instead of KO on this map? Yeah, it's so fine. They both kind of excel at different things.
How we see how this will move on, do you think, Ash?
I think we do have to see
with the top frames for Shanghai so far, from what I've seen, from what I've seen in terms of confidence for Shanghai, like what PaperX, NRG, maybe I need them to get tested, and Sentinels are probably the three that I'm like confident with. I would put them in top 4 at the moment for that event. Okay, BBL on defense, Heretics on attack.
Seems like BBL have the answer to this already before it even starts. Miniboo walks in to the Lion's Den and comes out of it without a head and without his life. BBL
got a double there? I'm pretty sure there's no extra util unless there was a stun. I think one of them might have been stunned. Yeah, in terms of the pistols, it is 1-1, but this, wait. Oh, he had a chance with the 2 shots there. Alright, 2-1 for Heretics in terms of pistols.
Pistol round in pocket here for Heretics. Started out the same way over on Split. They do look very comfortable in a lot of those pistol rounds, and then you head into round 2, and they look even better, right? But there's also a difference in the kind of tempo you can take. Sure, you have the dive potential coming out of the Raze, but Miniboo on the Neon is... I think he's probably one of the best.
And we start to look at this, and they're allowed 1 death.
He's one of the best, period. Mega fanboy here.
Yeah, they did change.
Just saying. But yeah, I think one of the instances that we need to look at is definitely the fight of Rians here. He's up against his other home countrymen. Right?
What?
It's a matter of being proud to be the strongest Turkish player on the serve, and BBL have taken that right after him.
What the hell?
Definitely something to...
kind of nerd crap is that, man? That's wild. Well, nice shot down.
How much that will matter.
Pretty cool though. It makes it look like it comes from A.
Kind of favored this one. They've got themselves plenty of guns to work with.
Go, go, go.
Just kind of ebb and flowing right now, seeing how BBL look to handle the defense here in round 2. Everyone's stacked up over towards that B site. They have the retake camera, the information camera over at A, and just hoping the Heretics will fall into that trap, but it's not going to be the case this time around.
Bukax, thank you so much as well. Crypt as well. Thank you, you two. Appreciate you both.
Still keeping that space over towards the mid.
Yeah, so we go for a gamble stack, and we can retake or get info with the camera. So Heretics working out the right fight on this. And that chuck dart is insane.
Can take a little bit more of that risk if he does want to cut off over towards mid.
TikTok lineup? Probably.
Yeah, it's almost as if Heretics are knocking at the door and no one's replying.
Weber just scrolling through TikTok at night.
They just barge in. Yeah, no one's home.
What's on the Gecko and Sunset is good on this map. Open roof. Open roof. Any map with an open roof or a map that is like long rotate wise where you potentially have to play retake, the Gecko is always going to be good. Right? Util and you gotta think of this util in a retake, right? This is like the best util you could possibly have for a retake. A huge molly, a flash, and a guy that can defuse. Like that's
they did have the mirror composition.
Some of the best retake util you can get.
That Sova for the Gecko there for Reezy, and you've also got the change in the duelist as well when you see Kushner pulling out that Raze. But I do also wonder if maybe it was a bit more of a question of comfort in that kind of regard. Maybe leaning back towards something, instead of playing more into that Sunset kind of meta that we've seen coming through with some of those more blitz plays with Neons. And I mean, sure, we see Razes as well, but I think Kushner has always looked a lot more comfortable on the Raze versus the Neon pick.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, right? It's for some players...
Map Gecko's not good on. Its worst map is Split. That it? It's not too bad on Haven. I don't think it's great on Haven, I'll be honest. But it's, in a team, something to defuse. and plant, you can have 5 people dueling.
Scaling
It's
up
very nice.
for Patatech here as well. 3 away
Breeze.
from the null commands.
I don't think it's too bad on Breeze. Yeah, it's not as bad as Split. Might be better than Haven. You're right.
Space that Heretics were looking to
Maybe
take.
Breeze as
Visit
well.
over towards mid. You've got the trip top mid. Very standard look on that. Easily shot out. Adding that pressure.
Don't think it could be good on
the right
Breeze.
side here as
So.
well, just to make it a lot more.
Retake a lot on this map.
BBL and force them to actually fall off of A a little bit here as well.
Timing for Brave. But you're right, that smoke keeps Heretics, keeps BBL
Okay, big
busy,
buy round for BBL.
as they have given up a lot of control, a lot of question marks on the map.
Fracture. Oh, it's gonna be unbelievable for
Slow and
Fracture.
steady. Heretics winning this bonus would be tremendous for them, not only for this match, this series. They've got to bring themselves back together. You've got to hope that Neil Zinho had a good pep talk for the team to bring their morale up. And so far, Patatech first blood, good entry. And now it spreads BBL's resources thin. That was a mid player.
That's a
That was
lovely
setup
pick.
player.
Smoke goes in to
Now
create the amount of
Pirates got
pressure
that
like they're
call from the
pushing
grave.
after getting the kill as well. That means that sight is weak. This is a team that originally, that we first saw the plant over towards B with the after plant.
But again, BBL going to play this a little bit safe. Want to put all their chips
And we might get to see it in all its glory. Plant goes down. We go 4-person B main, 1-person fighting on site. Probably going to see a spam fest. The good news for BBL is they kept a lot of util. So let's see what their after plant, well, let's see what their retake stuff is going to be like. It goes in the smoke. Yushna gets half. Yushna got half early here. Pressure is on for this. Wingman, insta dead. Next person up, into the dead.
No one is going to be able to be in that line of fire. Heretics, they've gone for this try before, and they've gone for it so many times. It's so hard to think that.
Anyone from Riot in chat?
And win
Guys,
it this time.
you guys want to look at this site?
To get them 3 in a row.
I like the ideas coming
Any rioters? You guys want to flag this? I'll clip the round for you. I'll send it. I can clip every single round if you want that this happens, because it's a lot. It's like 4 in a game at the moment. It'd be pretty cool if we got rid of this. I want to do your job for you, but I feel like taking away this plant spot would be cool. Really, really cool. Like just this, and then the site's good. You don't have to change too much. You could do it in one update. Just get rid of that.
Pressure on in, or else it's spam galore.
That'll be the one. That we have a really good map.
Back to ground zero for BBL. But it seems like Kushina's push works out like a charm.
Really good map.
Very important.
Again, this is still like the best map they've made for a while. Just one little thing, and that's fine.
In control.
In control, but some Stinger gaming.
Yeah.
They do have to keep an eye on these rifles, though, I think is an important part. So far, just paying a lot of respect over towards that one.
It's just an eco. Bringing it, I mean, honestly, not too bad at the moment. I like the push.
BBL do end up going for them. It's highly
You hate this map? Honestly, fundamentally, this map works really well. It's really cool. Like if we actually take away this, it's such a nice map. Like everyone has I liked when it came out that everyone had like a different. When I looked at like FNS, I spoke to Mini as well. Like everyone had a different view on how the map should be played on attack, and that's normally a good map. But everyone was also right? Because I was looking at this, I'm thinking, well, obviously middle looks easy. Mini was thinking that A main was the one, and I think FNS was talking that you have to take market every round. So everyone's like looking at the right things in terms of where it's good to create 2 points of like question. It's a well-made map, honestly, apart from this B plant.
As expected at the start, those 2 picks at the beginning.
Kind of similar to Pearl to an extent, apart from middles there, but.
BBL has on them. Again, it's a tempo team, but you know, winning 4 rounds in a row could be enough to take the wind out of your lungs.
Alright, let's see. They managed to at least pick up some of the guns. Plant goes in. Mini Boo, sorry, Boo has a smoke to smoke himself off. And flash into smoke. Spam into TP away.
Boo nearly was in trouble. Had to run away from the mosh. Wingman no more. Elite gets a pick. How much do they have in store for us anymore? It's hard to spray when you've only got pistols, and especially when you line up. Wait, the defuse still going on. Minibu's gonna have to close up the gun, but he might not be there on time.
Holy, that's got pretty close.
Barely for the spike explosion to come in. No one survives that round.
Yeah, very, very close. This is a nice eco from them. Good bit of damage.
Heretics, and it came right down to the wire.
Smee, by the way, thank you so much. Thank you with the prime. I appreciate that. Welcome into the Slug Club. Sorry that I missed that.
Situations, especially over towards that B site. A bit more of that pressure over towards B main. Have a flank come through. Heretics are very comfortably playing back into the choke right now and just playing that post plant, and there isn't really much threat to it because the advantage is on their side in the post.
Okay, 2 rounds where they've won with this after plant. They can either fight heavier B and retake A, most obvious option, or when they take B, they gotta get map control behind. Pretty much 2 options. That's it.
Let's see if they can replicate that magic this time around.
You actually see that Epic's not really the one.
2Jury with 70. Sorry, 2Jury 77 with the 5 months. Thank you so much for the prime, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you. Benji Goat, bro. I've loved how he's performed this year. He's doing great.
Over here into Sunset.
How do you counter the post plant? If you have really good util, hope they miss the spam. We've seen some teams be able to do it. The best I saw was it yesterday that we saw? Where it was like Gecko Molly here. It kind of fills up like this area. And then you have a small window where you have to hope they don't have util on the spike and you can defuse. But yeah, it's very hard, man. I mean, the easiest counter is just not let them plant or go fast behind. That's it.
That Brave is in trouble here. Good to keep his life for a bit, but quickly
still though, I mean, everyone here. Whoa.
Wow. Wants to go out with a bang. Not going to be subbed out that quickly.
Whoa.
Wants to show why he should stick into VCT.
How's he done this? Big buy round. Just 2-tap after 2-tap. Surely someone picks this guy up though. He's performed too good to not be in this league next year.
Firepower back here on the side of Team Heretics. Again, BBL, I mean, they've made adjustments. We've seen the ideas coming out from them. It's just missing, I feel like, a couple of pieces in a lot of those retakes as far as the last little bit, that last little leg that would actually help them find a bit more of that success.
Sounds like Benji Fishy learned a bit of Spanish while he was over in Madrid.
Oh my goodness. On the eco every single time they just like to go for a fast track. Kushina just getting sent in. They put the ult into it. In terms of the ult onto this round, it's not too bad. Imagine it was like a 1-4 default. They kill one, pick up the gun, and then snowball.
It should be. I mean, I feel like when we do see those
for anyone questioning the ult, a bit of mistiming on that. Yeah, putting a lot of ults into this one. Holy. Yeah, Paddy, you got to move after that one.
Suddenly BBL have got a chance.
Yeah, and this was a gun as well, so...
The last map started, where the comeback began.
You asked me a question, basically told me to eat my words on stream here.
Oh no. I'm starting to panic here.
I mean, they're also walking into BBL who've swapped.
Smee, thank you for the bits as well. Thank you.
Trips to give away the ruse.
Pick the right site. And when they see the trips, they're going to be like, well, now they kind of know. There has to be another trip over towards here, so they're going to have to kind of slowly go in. And they're going to go pick up the gun, and we have a 2v3 after plant. Omen Flash, 1 smoke. And Jesse has all of his utils. They do an early smoke to make sure he has to do all of his util early, so that's nice. Util to clear this bit of map control instead of heading over towards the site. So that smoke was great. Omen Flash goes in, swing with it. What a shot. What a shot. Hey, nicely done. And they get 3 upgrades. This was a huge run for BBL. And they get rewarded for all the ults that went in. Jelliot, thank you so much. Appreciate the 13 months.
Obviously the thrift
I've been on board with some of the 100 Thieves stuff. You think I think they've had an unlucky run in terms of the teams they're playing. So I'm a bit of a 100 Thieves believer at the moment until I see stuff to worry me.
Okay, are you going to keep doing that every single time and Elite will be the one?
This week is a good. This week will be a good confirmation of it though, or
telling me enough about over in the green room as well.
Or we start worrying.
Like this guy's nuts.
They played G2, right? That's a big game. Wait, is it G2? No, they played G2. Who did they play this week? They play someone where I'm like, oh, this could be close. C9, that's it.
But it's a 50-50 on if he's actually going to win the engagement.
Yeah, everyone's going fast with the raises at the moment.
Either this time, a bit of
everyone dueling. The raise gets sent out every round from Kushina. Had a lot of fast
Outside
deaths.
Here, 2 players hand in hand to face up against Brave. The one side of smoke comes in on time to make Heretics move out. Benji Fish, he's gotten away with his life and he doesn't even know it.
Oiled game.
I thought he was going to try to timing for in that low. I was like, are you really going to push the one right there?
Okay, then set one over towards middle. So this will here rotates. Either way.
For BBL on A, and it seems that's exactly where Heretics
And the official goes to middle. Does it spot the one? It gets killed. Pressure here. Knife goes over towards A and hit 2. So
Drawing a bit of that utility out.
yeah, Heretics
to work with now.
sticking with their original plan. Just this time they 4-person group. Pressure over towards middle because obviously they got.
Does have that knife.
He shot the fish.
There's a flash. But he is alone on an island.
Aura. Gotta kill one at least.
30 seconds left.
Lovely. Lovely. Did great.
2 kills before he drops. And instantly the
Goes in. They can speed up this time for the retake though.
Okay, down 2.
They got Omen Flash and all the util, and there's no smoke here, so they don't have to use all their util early, so they can actually dump it over towards the site. So it looks way better in the retake, and they managed to win this one earlier. So.
Oh, I can imagine what the BBL watch party is looking at right now, looking at how they can take this on. It's been turned into a 3v2.
Oh, they didn't get through this.
Oh, but Benji, Fishy, and Boo have got a good crossfire. Wingman on the spike won't be able to do it.
A lovely shot from him as well, yeah. Very good. Nice bit of util as well. I mean, the smoke almost gave it to him.
His best opportunity to take the fight, not allow Benji Fishy.
Well, for the rounds, 2v3s over towards
doing it with so
towards
much
a
time
retake.
on the clock here as well.
Henry, thank you so much, Henry. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 4 months.
However, a lot of these rounds, I think, what's tough
Yeah,
about
not on
them
this
is
one.
how much they are coming down to some of these hero plays. The heroics coming out from individuals,
Recon looked nice.
finding multi-kills. Some kills that they shouldn't even be finding.
That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Let us hunt.
We weren't joking around when we said magic here.
What do you think about picking Sunset against Heretics? They didn't pick it. I think this is wrong.
It's hocus pokery.
This is wrong, chat, right? I'm like real confident Heretics picked this.
In winning ways.
I even think the graphic earlier was fine. Just wrong? Yeah. But your concern was correct, bro, for sure. Because especially playing a comp that they've had a lot of practice against.
To the side. No one will be spraying towards
Okay,
it just yet.
and
It's a matter of
do they get the plant down? Oh.
What? Finds his way out into the open and gets denied the null command.
Oh. Whoa!
Oh my goodness, Elite! 3 kills, and I can't even fathom how quick those came out.
That was ridiculous.
Left alone, a moment
Straight up individual aim. It's no plant down 1v4.
And BBL have a big answer to that, and that has 2 letters to it. No. Reeds, what can you do? One Turk versus the 3, but of course the numbers.
Dude, give me this replay.
BBL,
yeah,
again,
you can definitely give it.
Charge, looking to replicate what they did on Splits.
A little bit of taunting there.
How many bullets? 3?
As well. Some
3, 4?
hand waves coming out for the team. All smiles, all banter.
It's little mistakes like that, you know, that could have changed everything. But of course,
that was
Elite
so clean.
He's playing aim labs.
He's playing aim labs. I don't know Turkish, but pretty sure that wasn't.
Yeah, might give him the confidence with this as well. What's the money like?
So stoic as always.
No idea. We'll find out in a sec.
We cracked one smile earlier. That was the quota for the day.
Yeah, it was.
Timeout to be called this time, though, on the side of Team Heretics. Does BBL look to ramp things up? This is kind of what we saw on Split. BBL started to find their footing, started to catch up.
Yeah.
And Heretics were the ones actually falling behind and making those adjustments.
Yeah, it forced them down to an eco 3 in a row. Both maps so far, Heretics have some kind of 5-1 start, and BBL have been making a comeback.
But I don't know, there's a bit extra sweat on that forehead here. 3 rounds lost consecutively, back to economical troubles. It kind of
the KO, yeah, I mean, at least they won the round. Just pretend it didn't happen, and it was a great ult.
Kind of reset that mental and go into the next round with a fresh look instead of feeling that pressure of, is it happening again?
Yeah, 100%.
Hero gun, hero ult, Omen ult if they wanted as well. Let's see, something over towards middle, a lot of pings. What are they expecting? Knife goes in, hits 2, didn't hit the raise. Pretty sure that's right.
You can also typically assume in that situation Kushner is going to be there if you spotted Rize. So expecting 3.
Perfect nade. They disrespected a little bit.
Away with his life. And to kill to tell for it as well.
How is this guy alive?
But no, not really. Call the ambulance, but not for me. Kushner is right back into the party, bringing the champagne bottles. Benji Fishy alone.
Okay, nicely done with this as well. And 4 people surviving is pretty good for their recon.
Right close to Heretics score.
Yeah, no space to play with there whatsoever for Benji. Ultimates racking up though here. Heretics do have, I believe, 2 until that null command comes online here for Patatek, but you've also got Kushner cycled onto another showstopper heading into this round. We've consistently seen it expended early.
Yeah, and BBL can buy for the rest of this half. Heretics, complete opposite.
Is there this time? How much value does it get if it's popping it?
This is nice. Just Boombot goes in into smoke, and then obviously Dizzy as well. So very hard to pull through this. A lot of stuff to shoot.
Playing it a bit safer as well.
Heretics with a knife hitting 3, or at least seeing 3 bits of Yuto into descended, and the Cypher is doing so much work over towards Market. I feel like the Cypher is always getting him 1 or 2 kills in terms of the info that they get. Seen this plant before, and Kushner might want to try stop it.
Speaking of which,
not letting them settle down at all.
Oh, damn, he's still alive. Imagine he gets 1 on sight.
Has got 10 HP on him, trying to face up against Elite here.
He tanked everything though. Alright, 3v5. Surely this time they have the molly.
They've been good to hold this whenever
the smoke goes out.
They've been winning, but they've always had some sort of a numbers advantage. But this is when Kushner starts to push forwards into the smoke. The wingman gets shut down as well. There's time trouble for BBL. Heretics might be able to save this. Elite slow on the spike. He gets stopped. Can't even beat a few. 2 versus 2.
What is this, man?
So quickly at this point, Para has to move in for the fight. Brave is going to decide to stick it to spray down, but I believe he may not have the chance.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done from Heretics. What else can we say, really?
They stop the bleeding for now, but you look towards BBL, and okay, sure, they have the last 4 rounds in a row. They've also never won a post plant on B. Like, we continuously see the same thing being done. Util dumping towards B main, but it really nothing is happening there.
Chat, how do we even bring enough attention to this?
Like solo.
I'm not quite sure what sort of breakthrough utility they had there, really, because it felt like every time they had to.
I guess we need more rounds like this. That's it.
It was behind the smoke or pushing it dry. Maybe they were limited in that way.
A bit more pressure, I think, on those flanks. An option that BBL hasn't really entertained in those posts.
Miniboo again, quite explosive into this one. And,
oh, not again, bro, man. I'm just sick of it.
BBL yet to win a retake on B.
This time, though, Heretics, they're opting to maintain more of this backside control than previously.
Ultra aggro. Kushner, though, puts him to rest. That's a really good count.
That's so
it came up on minimap, yeah. Now what, man? You got an Omen flash, you can Omen flash and then hopefully tap the spike at the same time. Knife goes in, hits a few, so they don't have their util for this. Wait, not enough spam on this. Oh, we might have one. Nice. Damn, they got one. Yeah, that was nice. A lot of people involved on this.
They use the masses, the number.
Yeah, the Omen flash is good here.
To collapse. It's a great adaptation coming out from BBL. Now 1 round here left into this half, and
still not great to watch. Still really not great to watch. I mean, respect to this guy, absolutely sent it. Yeah, this is what we're talking about though, right? The Gecko Molly that has to be here.
The switch in approach. You got to say the coaches are a little bit happy about that one.
The Gecko Molly that is like in this zone,
we're warming up to it.
which then forces them over towards here behind an Omen smoke, and then you take the space. So you molly, you smoke, and then you have to win the duels on the left side of it, and then they have to push back through the smoke. A lot of util though, that's the issue, but that seems to be the way that teams are handling it. There's an Omen flash as well on top of this to force them behind the smoke.
It's weak. And BBL know of it, so they're just going to take their time, wait for Heretics to approach, get the read in. let's be fair, they haven't wasted too much utility either.
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
Timing on the
Official
refresh.
and force them down to eco.
Drone's actually not going to be contested, just fully tucking and backing off the angle. False sense of security.
Miniboo is going to walk in. Wouldn't it be funny if he ends up with a double? No. Brave would say.
Bro, what a lovely comeback from BBL again.
And Thrash picks up.
Do they tunnel vision?
Oh dear, that's going to delay Kushina here.
Okay, nice. This is great though. Realize the timing on this one.
Not to put
Yeah, nicely done.
Lead is required for that. Not in liquid form though.
Great comeback once again. 5-1 down. They get it to 6-6. Very impressive every single time. Horrendous starts into the map, but they do really good to bring it close.
6-6. BBL for a second time running to close the gap. This time not with the lead. Is that enough for the second half?
I mean, you look at the momentum. It's all on the side of BBL right now.
True. You start to wonder, is this BBL just
Why is the B plant so much more problematic? It's a mix of two things. It's a mix of the fact that you can get the plant covered by half, right? You can get the plant covered by half, so you only have to spam 50% less of where you would have to normally spam on some maps. Obviously, you have like Haven where you can plant it close to it, but then also where they have to duel you from is thinner than when they can duel you from. So it's like when you're in this position, you have better advantage than these people that are diffusing, right? You can only duel these people here, but they're in a bigger area where they can stand to take the angles, and they have this that they can hide behind the whole time. So you're out in the open getting spammed, and you can the only way you can duel, especially if you think of, right, say we plant the left side here, the only way you can duel this in terms of this angle here is by standing in front of the planter. The people are trying to shoot, you're spamming the planter and you're spamming people in front of it, and they can then just tuck in and then go back out. Like, you're just fully in control when you smoke yourself off. But it just doesn't work. In terms of the pistols, by the way, 1-0 for this map, and then 2-1 altogether. What the hell is that? 2-1. Yeah, but the good news is both teams can do it. So we see them over towards B main. And let's see how they handle this one. Molly goes out, stops the original tap. They have numbers. Yeah, they're just waiting for the smoke. They're just waiting for the smoke to go away.
Oh, Miniboo's got him low, though. He hasn't gotten a chance to swing just yet, but it's Paddytech to do a lot of the work. They'll try to overwhelm them with numbers.
Nicely done. This was pretty cool, though. Insta-fast flood of the site, knowing they're going to go over towards B main. They wait for the smoke. They smoke this off. And again, similar situation. You fight this corner, and you block vision over towards here, or you have some util for here.
Free sight line for the spams through the smoke, even on pistols.
Not too bad.
BBL,
if they had a frenzy. Yeah, if they had a frenzy or an extra smoke.
I mean, I know it was 6-6, but I think mentally find themselves back into the
double
game
pistols.
Find that lead. Again, they are the ones that are down currently, one map. BBL sitting on the comfort, knowing that
yeah, so 3-1 altogether. 2-0 for this map. Pistols. Gonna be hard for BBL. They're gonna have to do double bad starts into halves.
Big questions.
Do have the hero gun. Okay, what's going on here? Force Spy. Okay, so Force Spy, we've got to pay attention. We get a hero gun. I mean, everyone's got a hero gun, really. Yeah, what we saw on Split, create a lot of pressure over towards middle, rotate comes in, and now, in theory, what the? Whoa, what the? Yeah, did they just think they didn't plant? And does this guy have no idea about the guy on the left? Oh my. Some low HPs though.
Easy spike onto the ground. Benji Fishy wants to carry on the momentum from the first round of this half. Easy. What can you do here?
Oh.
1v2.
It landed on the top.
Even find the first. Heretics
okay, nicely done for Heretics in the end, and they managed to pick up some of the better guns to the top mid. And yeah, rough start for BBL. Similar story to Split.
We're gonna see Miniboo. Okay, I like actually seeing that he will be buying up to a Phantom. Tension on the stage right now. But it tells me a bit about, okay, the confidence that he's
low buy means this money,
right?
and this
knowing that, okay,
all econ can really excel. Let's see.
With the Guardian.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Just being able to
They're going to be sending it A, and there's 3 people A. Knife goes in, hits 2.
Yeah, BBL moving as a collective here. A ball of sheriffs.
Over towards elbow. Phantom's waiting on one side. It's a bit of a trap.
So you know what bandits are called in Spanish, Los Bandidos, and Heretics are looking to stop them right where they
Hey, that's
stand.
nice,
Exactly.
though. I think it's a little bit bold to do it against an eco, but I like the overall plan. You one-way this, you stun this and this, then you have a flash over the top. Then you isolate these people, no one's going to be swinging when they're stunned. You can go forwards. That was really, really cool. Smoke, and this guy can enable as well. Again, I'm not sure I like it the most against an eco, but I like that. Also, it's a good sign to see that Heretics are adding different stuff into their strat book.
Sure, you have the green light over towards Heretics with the tripwires, but otherwise, it will take them down early and then kind of reposition wherever you want. Leave Heretics guessing and dash over.
I wonder if it would have
No
been
vision
worth it
block
for
on
them
this,
to
so
stay
probably gonna have to fight a little bit heavier sight.
Potato, potato. This is the case scenario. No flashes, only a couple of shock darts and recon for Rians to move in, but Power wants to take the fight head on. Hasn't been spotted by the recon. Benji Fishy is able to put him to rest, and Elite alone. It's a Sheriff. It's a rough one. It's a difficult one. What have you got in store for us here?
That was the risky gamble because sure you have the cam on there, but that was the Phantom down.
They don't quite know
Oi.
where he is, but at least
Little
Heretics
dink on
is
that.
looking in that direction.
Yeah,
Elite know
tanked
more,
it.
and Heretics are able to find another.
You would have expected maybe more
Not
of that
bad
kind of
damage
position
though,
coming out from
considering their
pistol
buy,
players,
right?
aside
Just
from
all
the
sheriffs.
rifle to be a bit stronger into that post plant, but disconnected. I know that they did have to go
And
fight
good sign for
forward
Heretics in
there,
terms of this
try and
retake, right?
isolate
We saw the
something, but
stun.
Heretics are a team that will
Okay, we didn't see that, but the
continuously
stun
stick
over
together
towards
in
the right. All the people on the
situations.
left
They don't
smoke
leave
so you
that
can carry on going
option
further.
open to
Air
take
flash
those
over the top.
No, that's fair. I mean, especially when they've got the numbers advantage, might as well keep those numbers together. Get yourselves that trade value at the end of the day. But of course,
And what is this
It took
one?
them a while, the first half, to get going.
This guy's holding a
Now,
flash.
on
So is
attack,
this
you
like
may
they
need,
flash
again, is this the
mid
moment they come back?
and it's a fake of their push, and then actually they go fast B main? Yeah, with a recon to the top. It's kind of nice. Yeah, Heretics got some new stuff. So playing off the fact that this flash middle always means that they push middle. Whoa! 16? Okay, he gets traded no matter what. And we got a 3-on-3 retake. But no util. I mean, drone.
Took me a beat to digest what
Drone
was
to
actually
retake.
happening
If
in
Riazi
mid
gets a
there.
kill, he
It was
gets
such
his
a
ult.
fast push out towards B main. 3v3 onto the retake here. Looking at this utility right now.
It's actually really important that the camera is still there for Benji Fishy. He's realised where all the players are. They're not on that side of the site, but they know the potential of Kushin being here, which they've already pinged out. And Kushin now is in trouble, but he's also
Yeah,
got
and the trip gives them full info.
of Power, and Reezy
Lovely
was required,
recon.
but it goes untraded. Reezy will be dropping Mosh Pit. 46 points of health on him, so he won't be able to survive a trade.
Oh, it's nice for
Power
this.
is left all to
Oh, we
himself
should have
to
waited for the
fend
spam more.
against Boo, who's still sticking the defuse. 3 bullets.
Damn, Bora just runs in. Yeah, they messed up a little bit here. They got to wait for the spam and then swing.
Red Bull clutch coming in
That was the
here
issue.
for
The swing was a bit
BBL.
too
Time
eager on this.
ticking it down
Might have think.
into that
Well, I mean,
post
honestly,
plant here. Heretics,
I guess
they
it's
found the
hindsight,
momentum
but
into the second half. BBL to stop the bleeding.
trying to swing as soon as he hears the
Plays
bullets.
here as well.
I mean, let's be fair, this
Yeah,
isn't
as soon as he
new
hears the
BBL.
bullets.
This
This
is
is a great readjustment from Pora. We've got to give him
Of the
everything there.
previous play style, some mistakes that they still do repeat, yes. We're not too far away from that, but BBL is showing a different image. This is not the BBL we knew,
And
where they were bottom
that
of the
forces them down to an
scoreboard
eco,
EMEA. This is a BBL that
and
can
I
shoot
mean,
back.
it's still a very good low buy.
And somehow
We've
they're
got
showing
to
against
pay attention
Heretics.
to the outlook.
Yes,
There's
folks,
3
you're
people that
tuning
can get
in
one shot. We're
at a
going to judge
moment
over
where
towards B
BBL
main as
have
well
got
with the
a
light
map
armors.
Heretics
Might be
and
pretty
they're
good against
challenging
this.
the
If
first 3
BBL lose
consecutive
this round, they
Heretics
are
have gotten on the
beyond
second
wrecked, and
half,
it's probably the map
forcing
done.
them to an eco and potentially
Oh.
another equalization. It's insane. You can pinch yourselves. I know you can feel pain here. You're not dreaming.
That's how close each round has been since we've swapped sides. Trying to break that initial trip over towards B main, but it's not going to be one. It said it's a double trip setup over in Market, expecting again that heavy mid presence coming out from BBL instead.
Knife goes in over towards
site,
B
but with the
main.
0 point having scanned
That sees no
nothing
one, so they
from
heavy
that
rotate
attack,
over towards A, and as we
Heretics
can
have the
see,
lead. They
they're
lead
pretty
on
far
point
back
A.
from A. This is actually pretty scary. Good news is the judge isn't going to be here.
Have the stars really aligned? Miniboo not spotted by
Knife only
Bear
hits
yet.
one.
Good stun to keep them at bay. The Thrash is going to cause chaos and panic. Who will it find?
Double.
Oh, there's a couple of players, maybe even three. And Miniboo isn't there to save his teammates' life. Not this time, Kushina.
Yeah, dude, he gets another double with the official.
And hitting well, where Boo has to leave the case, leave the site. Maybe find some kills with a judge. You know you're going for rifles the next time.
He's going to have to smoke himself off, right?
But BBL are looking different. They're looking strong. And no one messes with Turkey, that's for sure. Not after this.
Omen flashback a sight, duel left. Boy, that knife though.
Underestimates a single team.
Very nice from BBL. 3 people surviving on this one. It was word on from Heretics as well. Early info over towards B meant they could stack over towards A.
Again, you have to remember that this is Heretics putting on a show. I feel like he has been such a solid initiator support on the side of Team Heretics, like the entirety of this season so far.
Yeah,
but
poor
again,
Benji did a good amount
last
here.
time on stage under Heretics. And then you've got the idea that, okay, Woot coming in, they're going to have to work on some things.
This is a
so
massive buy round at 8, 9.
Yeah, it looks like they've
Got 5 people that can't buy, 2 people that can't buy.
Could
probably decide the map. We'll see. Knife goes in, hits one. Early mid take. They spam the trip over towards middle.
Maybe they've been training with Root, believing that this should be a simple game, and Paddy Tech is not quite aligned with them. Who knows? It's a tough call to make, but BBL are taking full advantage.
Oh, with the Omen flash? That's a sick strat. Can Miniboo get any more? He swings. Swings, and Boo had a flash ready for him. Oh, I feel like they messed that up a little bit. Lovely ult to get out of there. But yeah, that could have been coordinated way better, right? His mate was right next to him. Omen flash on top of this for the extra swing. Knew the stun was already close to stop people from running close. The kind of chemistry that we've seen before from Heretics is looking a little bit off. Drone again. Do they even want a drone when they know what people are?
Just shows exactly where they lie. Brave does TP, but then again, where exactly has he
Recon
gone?
as well, might be the
That's
same thing
question
over towards
mark
backside.
For Heretics, not much utility left for them, not much aggressive utility that is. And Brave, good for the first trade, the rest of them can just be thorns, just hide away at this point. And Heretics don't have the confidence to go in for the fight, go in for the
Very nice from BBL.
And BBL,
Dude, they get it to 9-9 and they lost double pistol.
that is insane.
They got disconnected in that 3v3. You have Boo trying to put on the pressure from Ali on the A site and expecting his teammates and Reens and Benji Fishy to be able to actually push in through short, but so much respect.
This was a really cool strat though. KO flashed on top as well, just to make sure that the person over towards the left can't kill the person double satcheling. Get around the corner. Omen flash was great.
Okay, okay. Get some vibes in the arena here.
Goddamn.
On stage.
God damn. Well, okay, timeout coming out from Heretics. It seems like the timeouts haven't had that much of effect for this side, has it? It doesn't seem that grand for them. Where's the bounce back? Where's the feeling of being on the server? Miniboo.
It's been I tell you what, it's been the same thing. Just once they start getting money on their side, BBL just looking more convincing.
And he's been so good in doing so in the past, but today, this game, that's not happening.
I mean, how often do you see Miniboo going double negative?
Yeah. Do you have siblings, Ash?
4.
Right, so you know when your sibling tries to probably build you up, trying to give you words of motivation, but
yeah, it's wild, Desp.
How
are they actually
right?
still in this?
You're like, just shut up.
Whoa, okay,
right?
whoa.
No?
I don't think...
That's my experience,
no.
at least. That's my experience. Okay.
But from what we've seen in interviews, I don't think it's the same vibes here for Boo and
their love is built different, but you never know. You never know. It could all be a rouge.
They literally have matching in-game names.
That's very true.
I could never.
That's cute. Yeah.
I could never.
It's pretty high.
The way that they just talk about each other, I just don't even... I feel like that's something that we did have questions about
Awesome.
when
Lower
kickoff
by.
was starting. It was one of those things where we're like, okay...
Had a Bucky and a Judge at one point.
Been a brother
A sewer rat with the 8 months. Thank you for all the support. Marino Mess as well. I think I missed that earlier. Thank you so much for that, man.
Everybody speaks so highly of each other in Heretics. It's a family already.
Oi, Benji?
To that, but for some reason this
It's the
family
camera.
isn't clicking. It's facing some problems and perhaps may need
He's missed the
counselling
camera. He uses the
after
classic to
this
make sure they didn't
match
show him where
with
the rifle
BBL.
is.
If they do end up losing it, even if they don't, it's already been quite catastrophic. Be certain of that. But already it looks like BBL have their sights on this B site, and Heretics have got a good setup for that. They've got some guns for it and they've got presence, but BBL somehow want none of that.
I also want to, like, Boo is on the other side of the map right now, jiggle peeking with a bucket.
Not quite the distance for it, is it?
I mean, mostly looking for information, though.
Yeah.
He'll tuck back in and try and bait them
How
in
do they get
into the
past this one
shotgun,
way?
but one way to be thrown out.
As we can see, if they walk, disrespect it, they've owned it. But would you really do that against a low buy? Not a chance.
Rotations being pulled, but again, the weapons disadvantage here.
Yeah, so they used a lot of util. One tap. Whoa! My guy, where are we aiming with that to do this much damage?
Opener does kind of give them a full leeway onto this A side. Carpet rolled out in front of them.
Just one's being taken here by Heretics.
30 seconds left.
Lacking that same kind of synergy and coordination we've seen in the past.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to retake this one with this util.
What can you do here? You haven't been able to do much with the rifles. Will the sheriff be it? Not this time around, not when Elite is there.
Hey, and BBL take the lead. No pistols, no bonus rounds.
I think BBL also are just shooting back so well right now. Like, they are on point with their shots. Heretics, I know we're talking a lot about Mini Boo, the score line currently as far as that KDA goes, but you also consider the fact that he is still doing his job on the Neon, making that space, and his team is able to capitalize off of it. It's just not the same multi-kills that we usually have seen in the past off that kind of entry, but the rest of the team on Heretics, they are doing well to try and maintain that, try and balance that out.
That's true.
And pick up some of that weight, that responsibility, the fragging power.
But it's quite a lot of momentum.
Knife
that
goes
BBL
in,
have
they
picked
take
up. I
A
don't think they've
control.
lost the round,
The full. Is this the same mid thing that they did?
their initial one
Flash
on
over the
this
top,
half.
Omen flash double satchel. Flash over the top, Omen flash double satchel. With the Dizzy on top. Oh man, Mini Boo did incredible to get that. And they just got to send it through backup plan. Okay, so obviously if you get this kill, then you can follow it up. If you don't, backup plan is to insta hit over towards market. It's still a nice overall round by them though. I like that.
Here on the side of Team Heretics with the way he's been able to bring back a lot of these rounds. Now tying this up 10-10.
I mean, let's be fair, his snapping ability is out of this world, Benji Fisher, right? He's been so clean with these gun trades. Not only today, but generally throughout the season, since the start of the year, he's shown up big time. And it's got to be daunting to play up against him, right? It's one of those situations, oh, Benji Fisher's playing there, let's go the other way.
Massive rounds. One person can't buy next, so one would take a hit, and it would probably be Mini Boo would just use ult with backup gun. BBL, literally same spot, one person.
They were setting up their trips and whatnot and switching things out, keeping the attackers guessing.
I mean, there's so many ults. We got Ray's ult, but it gets cancelled by the KO ult.
Ultra broken towards main. I love that cage being thrown down to
Ew.
deny the one way.
How far is Kushner willing to
Yeah,
go with the
and then
showstopper?
insta ult.
Straight away though, Heretics don't really want to allow BBL to get into the site clean enough.
Okay,
They
at least
found
got one.
only
They have
one
no
time
idea
to
about the
one of
close
these
setup.
players. The spike finally being
Shock
touched
goes. Oh
down.
man, that shock did
Damage,
actually
but
pretty
only
good
just some
damage. Another one on
splash
top of that
damage.
as well,
Not
chipping
enough
him
to
away.
be of any substance.
Wall. I was going to say wall across to separate this with a flash out.
It's also a right idea, but they're moving right into Kushner's
Damn,
realm.
bro, look at him go. 2-on-2.
Completely demanding supremacy over them.
Whoa.
Keeping it going, drawing
Big
out the
1v1.
classic, but it's down to a duel.
Damn. Yeah, and he had no idea where he was because it's like surely he would have swung earlier with his mate dueling so heavy.
On top.
And what a massive round. They put some ults into it as well. KO ult gone. Sova ult gone. Ray's ult obviously for BBL, but dude's halfway there.
Always pressing go, and because he's online right now, it's working.
Damn, bro. They're so fired up.
Contagious. Their tempo is unmatched. Heretics seem to be silent.
And wait.
And, oh my God,
Who
this
takes
has
the
gotta
hit?
be
Gets the
really tough to
judge.
face up against.
Okay, interesting.
They've
Wants
got
another go at it with a
resources,
shotgun.
they've
This
been on
time goes for the
rodeo
judge.
before, but this mental challenge
Aura
is
one away
something
from
they'll
his
have to
ult.
overcome, given This is a situation
oh my guy! What's going on here? Kushner is an Kushner is an absolute beast right now. It's insane. Guys, don't be doing this. Oh my goodness. Some of the plays are mad. Guys, please play together. You're so close to winning.
Turkish pride for Rians right now. This is a different fight of a different level. So if he's able to save the day for his team right here, right now, he'll take that opportunity and take the full mile.
Lovely. 21 HP. Dudes, 2 chances. 2 chances.
In a while. 1 away from putting Heretics to the bottom of that group.
I don't think anyone.
Man, he's so calm with it. It was impressive.
2-0 for the side of BBL. If anything, going the distance to a 2-1. But I think, again, Heretics, we have to remember, they were the favorites going into this matchup. And BBL seemed to be bringing themselves up, showing the change that's...
Dude, they have this many ults?
They've been slowly working on since the beginning of the season. Starting things off with that 2-0 against Koi the other week.
Knife goes in over towards A, hits no one. Heretics realize they have a lot of ults, so they can't really hold sight because the hit's going to be too much. Fish ult into KO ult, into Raze ult. Oh boy, this guy back of sight has to get everyone. Genji? There's a judge. Oh my god. There's a guy behind him. Now what? You tilt for this, and we can shock this, but this guy wants to be smoked off. And they got nothing for that, and he had to shock. Oh, that's going to stop this, though. He gets hit by the... Wait, what? The shock didn't do damage to him. Oh, my. That's insane. BBL 2-0'd them. They look good, bro. That was impressive. You got to remember as well, pistol-wise, 1-3 in pistols, and they still win. Once they had the buys, that was it. They had the buy runs, they were just a better team, it looked like.
Absolutely not. The theme of Heretics has been up and up and up. And we saw the match against Vitality. We saw, okay, that's probably a fluke. Vitality played an excellent game. Let's talk about Vitality's playing up against Foot right after this. But still, we thought that was it. They can bounce back, no problem, but apparently they cannot. There are some issues right here.
Yeah, and I mean, probably a good time to change player now in terms of him coming in. So at least the only like plus for Heretics is at least they had like a loss before they start changing players of Patty going out and Woot coming in. But BBL, man, BBL looked kind of scary. I thought this a little bit, but when we looked at Koi and we looked at the ante that they put up, I was like, damn, don't think we can put them in the same boat as Koi by any means. This is a big result.
Yeah, well, the royalty of BBL are looking to enter the center stage and take a bow for what was an incredible series. Really kind of one-sided, right? Yeah, Heretics had their moments, but BBL was in control with the right tempo, with the right pace. BBL, your match winners against Heretics, giving them a second win in group stage.
Yeah, taking them 2-1,
hey,
and now Heretics
that was
hitting
impressive.
1-2
Split less impressive because it felt like
Heretics
Heretics was slightly off with it. That they couldn't get into sight with the and Brim. This one was really impressive. Double pistol lost, double bonus lost. Every Byron they were winning. They had some really cool stuff over towards top mid. That top mid strat was great.
They apparently got that winning mentality to work, because that's what we were talking about, right?
They were very nice at just staying on top of all of the ults as well.
Energy alive.
Good plans of them.
You lose it, you lose grip of the game, and it didn't feel like BBL lost that at any moment.
Bro, EMEA, man. EMEA is an absolute mad one.
In every single match, because we saw how they were able to actually reel that back in when Split started off so heavily in favor of Heretics, and then they kind of just flew with it from there.
It looked pretty darn good, to say the least. But oh my goodness, stay tuned everybody. There is going to be an interview after this, but my god, it's
Chat Curse. We didn't do this one, right? But I'm pretty sure we all would have gone with
if you're from Turkey and
pretty sure we all would have gone with Heretics for this.
Both of these teams are playing BBL and Foot. Well, you're up for a treat because Foot and Vitality are facing up face to face right after this.
Who do I think is the best EMEA team? Dude, it's so hard to call. If I was forced to say, I would say at the moment Na'Vi give me the most confidence, but Fnatic can bounce back. Foot look really good.
How do you
hard to call.
after getting your second win back-to-back on this stage?
I mean, it feels really great because we were trusting ourselves, but we needed to win something, you know, to like keep going, to be a good team, you know. And after Koi win, we knew that we could do it. We could beat everyone. We knew it. And after the Koi win, we just like we are just being ourselves, and we are great right now.
You manifested the win. You had thoughts about it before you went out and took it by force.
Sorry?
So, I mean manifesting in the sense that you imagined yourself beating Heretics today before you came on stage?
Yeah, of course. I mean, as I'm thinking, we can beat everyone because it's possible. You know, we didn't think Heretics or Carmen Corp would make it to the Madrid, and they made it. So if you play good, you can beat everyone, and we are playing good right now. I'm proud of my teammates.
And if Heretics can make it to Madrid, BBL can make it to Shanghai.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Let's take a look back at Split. I love the support from the audience here in Berlin.
It's very good for Turkish scene though.
This was
There's
such
so
a
much talent here.
game-changing round for your team, the clutch that you had. I feel like this might have inspired your team to go on for the win. Talk me through it as we watch it back.
This stuff is hard to do. I don't like the stuff that they do this.
So here you are, TPing across, going for the plant. You're just watching yourself back. You're just impressed. Talk me through it.
I mean, in this round, Rizzi was telling me they know you have ult. I said, shut up, don't give me pressure, you know. And after that, I took risk. You know, I was in under heaven. I said, if they come under heaven, I kill them. I will pick CT on the timing. I was telling myself, you know, it's 2v1. You have to take risk. You know, yeah. And then I picked CT. I saw one guy doesn't look at me, and I was really happy because I killed him. Yeah.
I mean, you should be happy.
Sorry?
Yeah, go on, talk me through.
Yeah, here I was thinking he has a lot of pressure, you know? I can be left, I can be right, so I was sure he wasn't gonna defuse it. And then I took risk. Yeah, that's it.
You got in their faces today. A fantastic moment for you individually, but also a fantastic moment to your team. Going into our next map then, Sunset. It's not necessarily been your strongest in the past. We expected you to play the same composition as Team Heretics, but you made some changes. You brought in the Gecko, you brought in the Raze. Talk to me about why.
Because that's previous comp wasn't for us. We talked about it as a team, and we said, let's go this comp, and we worked hard, really hard on it. We just trust our tactics and stuffs, fundamentals, and then, yeah.
And now you have 2 wins on this stage, feeling stronger than ever.
Of course.
How do you say the equivalent of we're going to Shanghai in Turkish?
Şangay'a gidiyoruz.
Well, there you go. You heard the man. Thank you so much, Teşekkür. Congratulations, Brave.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic performance for BBL today. But can the Turks do it again after the break? Because we are going to have Footballists versus the lads from Team Vitality. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, very impressive result for them. Big result as well. That might mix it up heavy.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We've gotta keep an eye on some of the other games. This next one will be nuts as well. This next one's hard to call.
Caballo Grande. Dolor de Nieve.
Been how inconsistent the teams have been. I tell you, man, the teams who went to Madrid are starting to feel the pain.
Be careful of the Andalusian.
Every single region, apart from Heretics, really.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike
I'll be right back in a little bit.
Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies trying to pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes.
Welcome back to VCT, where if you've just joined us, teşekkürler, I have it on good authority that I've been mispronouncing thank you in Turkish my entire life. Now, the stage is about to be set for an absolute banger between Foot and Team Vitality. So to get us ready for this one, we reached out to a man who, as of yet, has a 100% win rate against Foot player Sinad, and in his own words, just wants the best for this rising star. Seal, what do you want to see from Sinad?
When we talk about duelists, it's always something about being set up. But at their core, duelists are players that seek out duels. In some of these situations, we will see Sinad fighting with his team in chaotic battles. But other times, we'll see him holding aggressive positions or pressing forward even after getting kills. No setup, no teammates, just pure confidence and skill. A Terminator. He gets happy watching you bleed. He's scary. Dare I even say, he's a crazy guy. But do you see an ego on him? Or is he happy? Is he a happy guy that shouts, "Yay! We won!" after a big round? Sinad's been looking so good since the down stint on Na'Vi, but he's getting back into form. And Foot can be real contenders for the rest of this year.
Yay! No? Yeah, that was incredibly impressive. Things that we don't want to see from Cena, though. We don't want to see a Sage, right?
Things we don't want to see from Cena, Sage.
Yeah, which is, it's weird because we've seen the Sage from CNED on Bind, which is weird because Krax also plays Sage and yesterday also plays Sage. Why on earth are you going to put CNED on Sage?
Apparently he wanted to be on Sage, but...
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this the other day. Actually, I think Lauren Pansy even confirmed this. I was talking to him because it's kind of like Sage has been the common denominator across the previous rosters for CNED, across Ascend, Na'Vi, and it's always been a question mark, but supposedly it's just a personal comfort thing.
The thing...
yeah, I mean, if
T Junior.
If that's as strong
T
an
Junior,
argument
thank you so much for the Prime.
as
Thank you, welcome in.
Is implied with that statement, then sure, okay.
Do you think
I missed it, what did I miss?
A strong argument internally?
Well, the thing is, I think he should definitely be on Jet or Chamber right now, because when we're looking at him on Sage and we're saying like, oh, like what is it? He's just like not comfortable.
The Yay Shade, oh man, still.
That really stands out is his utility usage. So his lack of just like not rezzing basically at all until it's like the one res a game where his teammate just comes back to life and then dies instantly. That's not really good enough, but it looks like he feels restricted on the agent when he's playing Sage. He's not moving around the same way. On Jet, he just keeps holding W, whether he's shift walking or just running it down.
Yeah, I think as well, we definitely saw a similar sort of transition when, I remember actually previously when CNED first picked up different agents on Fracture, I believe. And
still a day one here, yeah,
pretty
much.
Come out and a couple of other weird things, the Yoru and the Rays kind of sprinkled in there. We had the same sort of thing, right? Utility seemed a little off. I recall a few rounds where Trap didn't even get placed, or like the TP was misplaced even back when there was 2 TPs on Chamber. So seeing that and not seeing kind of a marked improvement across the amount of time we have seen it on Sage, it does still kind of remain as a concern, to be honest.
It just comes down to this. When
Valorant on top is a big win for them.
When they played
big win.
Split or any map,
and we're looking good as well.
The difference is he's trying to value his life too much as Sage.
Pixel, thank you so much for the 6 months as well.
He's no fear. He's going. He's getting.
Thank you so much for the Prime.
He's winning
Appreciate
a lot
it.
of the duels. He's getting his confidence back to go for these duels, and it's kind of like that peak form CNED of he will just stomp on you if you keep going to him, and you have to avoid him, otherwise you lose.
Yeah, and I think it's so apparent when CNED is such a player that can single-handedly take control of a map.
So if you are the coach of Foot, you're basically like, Cena, just let's put you on duelist. Whereas if we look over to Vitality and Safe used to be that pure duelist, and now he's a flex player. He's able to do things for his team, and he also became the first player.
That is right, Pansy. The Amazon Prime, you can sub for free. It's true, and that is amazing. I agree. Eclipse, thank you so much as well for using that power. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 4 months.
Under his belt, we did give him kudos last week, but we were not necessarily expecting the 3,000 kills.
Tenacious, he didn't do that. He didn't do the second one.
And the thing that I've
first one
seeing
definitely
about
happened though.
Safe this year in VCT is this maturity. He's talked about how he's changed his approach and his attitude as a player, and it's reflecting on his team.
I absolutely agree with that, because I think last year some of the internal rumblings that we heard about was kind of discourse, right? A disagreement in terms of overall direction, how to approach game, obviously referencing Liquid previously. And Safe was the one that kind of dug his heels in and kind of stuck to his guns, and I mean, even hinting at it in interviews, which is something that you go on the broadcast and you kind of confirm some of these things that may be hearsay, urban myth, whatever.
There was a menace. Should I take this? That flashbang.
Watch
Watch out. Actually, maybe flashbang. I'm not sure. Your neighbor. Thank you so much for the 1 month. Thank you.
Right now.
Mute this real fast.
But at their core, duelists are players that seek out duels. In some of these situations, we will see CNED fighting with his team in chaotic battles. But other times, we'll see him holding aggressive positions or pressing forward even after getting kills. No setup, no teammates, just pure confidence and skill. A Terminator. He gets happy watching you bleed. He's scary. Dare I even say, he's a crazy guy. But do you see an ego on him? Or is he happy? Is he a happy guy that shouts, "Yay! We won!" after a big round?
That wasn't too bad, dude. That was fine. It was pretty good.
Players that seek out duels.
Due to that role, and that can be a difficult thing.
I think the other thing as well is noting Safe's energy on the stage, what he brings to a team outside of the game itself, in terms of bringing people online, getting people you know, kind of energetic and invested in the game, because previously, I mean, think back to Guild, he was kind of the headliner.
That's not Flame yet, bro. That's especially on this guy's standards.
On that duelist role, and he was kind of the tip of the spear almost, not to make it too cheesy, but when Safe's happy, that's the additional on top that you get with this player.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't.
Did I see him flaming on Reddit?
Got
yes.
to talk much more about the impact of this guild reunion.
I mean, he takes it personally.
I'm sure we're going to get to do that
because he was on the team. So
right now we have both the Turkish and French broadcasts in this arena for the matchup between the two regions, and they wanted to say some words about the opponent before the next match.
VitaFoot, ça va être un vrai match en vrai.
Ça va être un banger.
J'ai trop hâte.
Ça va être une folie.
On doit faire quoi?
Je crois qu'il faut leur foutre la poisse, faut les jinxer. Bah si, non mais en vrai, ok. Tu vois, Sined, il était discret au kick-off, mais ça arrive une fois dans sa carrière, il va les défoncer. Il va être trop fort, Sined, c'est sûr. Franchement, ce mec, on peut lui faire confiance. Il est tellement régulier, tellement fiable, il joue pour l'équipe, ça va être le meilleur.
Vrai star player, une vraie jet turque, tu l'as dit. Moi, j'avoue que Ata Captain, même en 1v3, même en 1v4, je pense qu'il va vraiment les terroriser, Vitality. Qu'est-ce que t'en penses?
Ah, il clutch un max. Après, il y a les maps, les veto. Non, mais là, laisse tomber en fait.
Ils vont se faire brain?
Non, mais là, laisse tomber. Ils ont aucune chance. Au Vita, ils ont pas de map. Genre, foot, ils peuvent jouer. S'il y avait 9 maps, ils joueraient les 9.
Probablement.
Ils ont trop. Non, ils ont franchement, il y a trop de marge de manœuvre, trop de skill. Le team play est là. On les a vus la semaine dernière, foot. Bah...
Ça faisait très peur. Ils ont déjà battu une équipe française puisqu'ils ont battu
Cassé. Ça fait
Cassé.
déjà mal, tu vois.
Je pense qu'ils sont repartis pour le faire.
En fait, c'est juste une winning streak qui commence. Et ils vont dérouler sur toute la France. Ouais, c'est trop facile.
Bon, je pense qu'on peut le dire. Haydi Foot!
Haydi Foot!
Abi bugün Foot için bence bayağı rahat bir maç geçecek. Yani çok zorlanacağımızı düşünmüyorum.
Ya iyi, yani rahat oynuyoruz ya. Bir de iyi takımız artık.
Zaten biz ligin orta sıralık
What?
Abi bizde Foot'un maçın daha iyi geçmesi için jinxlememizi söylüyorlar ama.
Abi ne diyeyim? White çok iyi takım ya bu arada.
White bayağı iyi takım. Hatta bence Safe Prime ile birlikte dünyanın en iyi oyuncusu. Yani
ya
Prime'ı Snet'den iyidir, Ye'den iyidir,
bir de
Runner'dan iyidir.
Yani Runner da var yanına.
Herkesten iyidir bence.
İkisini beraber koy. Herkesi yok ederler ya.
Yani öyle bir Sender Kicks başladı ki zaten lige, biliyorsun yani. Muazzam hepsi.
Harita vermezler bu arada.
Yiğit çok kötü oynuyor. Atakaptan çok kötü oynuyor. Bence hiç problem olmayacak Vitality için.
O zaman ne diyoruz?
O zaman Alevita. Yok abi.
Olmadı.
Yürü. olmuyor. Futunda hiç böyle şeylere ihtiyacı yok. Çok saçma.
That was incredibly convincing, in particular from the side of the Turkish talent.
Well, Ata's getting flamed,
I want
yeah.
to get your predictions.
Getting called out.
Couldn't possibly jinx anything on this desk.
Really, we're committing to predictions now. Didn't see this coming. I mean, for me, I've got to lean in the way.
Is PM still a coach? No, I don't think so.
So maybe there's a little bit of a curveball.
Not entirely sure what he's doing.
Yeah, I think overall that's where I'm leaning.
I was thinking 2-1.
He's just some broadcaster and some.
So yeah, 2-1 for somebody.
2-1
like part of the French talent, maybe.
So non-committal, but it's fine. There's a reason we don't tend to do predictions on this desk. But we are ready. This is definitely going to be one to remember. It's Vitality versus Foot. If week 1 was a wake-up call for Team Vitality, week 2 was a statement of intent. Today, they'll have a fight on their hands, but with so much potential in their individuals, Vitality should be feeling more confident than ever before on the stage today. Their opponents are a Turkish powerhouse, and they're here to show they can outwit, out-aim, and outpace the best of the best. If they can keep the curveballs coming and not get too set in their ways, Foot will prove a terrifying prospect for any of their rivals, despite the presence of the Teemo hat and the Octopus. Don't be fooled by the plushies, the soft furnishings. They're just here to get you comfortable before they rip the rug from under your feet. Oh, Salah's trying to get the crowd buff on side still.
He is definitely trying to get the crowd buff on side. But, I mean, is it going to work? We have yet to see it. I'm liking the map pool, though, a little bit here. Obviously, Ascent looking a little bit scary for Vitality.
We haven't seen the map pool.
Oh.
Spoilers.
My bad.
Are you saying Ascent because it's a Turkish team and you've just jumped to conclusions?
Lauren, thank you so much. Thank you.
I
Thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate it.
That is an absolutely educated guess. Oh, what a shot up the octopus.
Oh, I thought they were going to play Breeze actually as well.
That's a lot of...
A cursed image.
Oh!
Well, a scent. Josh, thoughts?
I honestly thought that they were going to play Breeze in there, but I okay. You know what? I'm honestly.
Dude, I think Vitality.
I thought that we were gonna see Vitality being able to.
In my mind.
And while that would look scary,
And like again, I don't know how Vitality feel about like their map pool, but
Ascent is definitely
man,
more scary. So
that Lotus that I saw,
Vitality
the
is
Foot
feeling
had,
confident
that
on
is a
Xbox.
free
I
win
wonder
in my books.
what
I really
their
think
goal
so.
is there,
So we'll see if it comes back to haunt them a little bit.
Specific to avoid CNED.
Just dodge it altogether.
Just dodge them all together.
I'm not surprised the second banner. I think Foot get away with one here.
I think Foot probably feeling fairly confident in terms of being 0-2.
Free win for who? Free win for Vitality.
I mean, even with a
there's no way that comp. There's no way. The comp shouldn't be winning the first time, let alone the second time after people see it.
A comfort pick for them. So I think for Foot, probably first showing, yes, but there's definitely an element of confidence to start this veto for them.
So we'll see how the icebox looks. If it's the right pick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting.
What happened to Heretics? Oh man, they kind of got wrecked, bro. They kind of got a little bit outplayed, especially in the buy runs. BBL did just look more together.
Things up a little bit, so that thought's obviously got to be in the back of your mind. Foot, I don't expect anything too crazy here. I think this is pretty much going to be.
Yeah, I think it's a good map pool for Foot, really.
Yeah, so it doesn't really need to be crazy in terms of the composition. The crazy is all in the aim.
Yeah, the crazy is in the performance. That's where you get the spice on top here, because it's always fairly vanilla for 4 Turkish teams in general, and I'm not expecting anything crazy.
You know what? We haven't seen Foot play Ascent this year, though.
No. So like I said, this will be the first appearance on Ascent, but it's seen it. A lot of these compositions, a lot of the approaches built around the Jet players.
It doesn't even matter because like every team
another day,
this comp,
another
and
Ascent.
they play the same way on Ascent, and it's been played the same way for a few years. Where some teams will try to like branch out and like, oh, we're gonna add in Viper and do all this other stuff, but it feels like teams pivot away from that and go back to the try.
But I feel like this is. Someone asked me in chat the other day, like, what's the most underrated map, and I feel like it is this, just because in theory you think it's going to be boring, but Ascent normally delivers.
What we're going to be expecting from these guys, and this is, attack, CNED, Jet. That's what we're going to be looking out for here to see how they work the map. I think I want to see them working through mid a lot.
X and Safe have changed.
I've seen them avoid it before, but that's really the key to unlocking the map.
I can't wait to see who is truly going to unlock this map, but I do hope we're going to see 3 of them today as we go into our
Safe's
final
on
matchup in this
smokes. Safe likes to give it, man.
It's Team Vitality.
We could actually see some mad TPs from him, because he does like to go for some plays.
Like it's a good day to be a Turkish fan.
It's been so long, Keeks, I'm not even sure, man.
BBL, and now an opportunity for Foot to keep up the flawless streak. So far, there's been some ups and downs, but this squad now against Vitality, a team who's definitely had their ups and downs. They could be putting that 3-0 on the board.
Erikaza, thank you so much as well. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the 7 months. All the Prime users today. Thank you very much for that.
To talk about BBL being underdogs in this one, I'd edge it slightly towards Foot. I think the Vitality are definitely coming into their own, but I think Foot have definitely looked fantastic since we've come in, obviously in towards this stage 1. And what, as you said, yet to lose a game.
Alright, Vitality on defense, Foot on attack, and Foot go for an early. Okay, just a 1 pass and fake. Damn, that's a nice recon. Goes over towards middle. And double stack on short is going to get a lot of action.
Runner is looking to get right into the action, already swinging in
Oh,
for one, but
Mr. Fallon from the bottom here. There ended up being a block of the dash, and then that gave him 2.
Mr. Fallen and Footer on their way to the A site, which is wide open.
So he's someone that, again, I want to highlight going into this matchup, because I still remember going back to the qualifiers, Rebel Home Ground. This is probably his best map. They haven't been playing it. They didn't play it at kickoff. They didn't play it previously in the last couple of weeks. But this is a map where I feel like Mr. Fallen thrives. It's a map where if CNED wasn't playing it yet, I think we'd be losing our minds. And well, for now at least, for the side of Vitality to try and get anything in
At
this
least
round,
have a
it's gonna be
smoke over
difficult.
towards main.
Plant on the A site. Both
There's
players
that.
looking to
You
come
can take
from
one
above.
person
No
out of it.
utility that holds much value. You could throw out Timmy as a distraction, but you'd lose the element of surprise. Well, they're going to hear the player jump up. They're going to know that he's there, or at least have a decent idea. They're all trapped in a corner, but you still got to watch out.
Yeah, I mean, no smoke over towards main. I guess he was trying to save it for the after plant, but.
And we have got our first round on the board for Foot.
Nicely handled, and yeah, Mr. Fallen really takes the cake on that one too with a classic in the final with the Sheriff, building up some of those ult orbs and building up the confidence. Leading by example is a big factor for some of these teams. You look at Navi, Angel, not last.
Block on that one.
But before that,
you have to do that, don't you? Yeah, every time. Yeah, like you sound like you're about to say something nice
Full
about him,
eco,
and it's always
and
just like,
we see that. Okay, FPX pretty much.
Time before that, he was great.
We got 3 people that are allowed to die.
An insult, a compliment, another insult. He's also old. So 1-0. But I feel like I know Angel well enough, but I'm gonna find out next week.
He'll definitely able to beat you up. It's just if he decides
he
to
feels
or not.
like it or not. Yeah. Oh well, hopefully not. Foot in a strong position.
Recon goes in towards side. This guy can't see it from this angle, and they clear everywhere close. I mean,
for the next round, they can still
could have been tempted to send it in there.
If they lose
so
a
much.
player or two, the margins for error are fairly thick. You can still recover that Sheriff, and obviously pick up a rifle if it goes down, so long as you're only losing the 2 players. No more, and already it looked like we were about to see one fall.
Yeah, honestly, the fact that this recon didn't get shot, they were just...
And it looks like the B side's taken pretty easily.
Always kind of geared to just go into this. Again, it just cleared everything.
These players take some orbs as they go and probably not do that economical damage, or...
So they're allowed 2 deaths, which means that 2 people can hunt. So I'm looking at Mr. Fallon. I would love to see his gun get thrown across to someone else, and he goes hunting. But we'll see, because it looks like they might actually go for this a little bit.
Too long ago, is it has switched up some of the roles. It means that we've got Safe back on the Omen, which was something we were seeing a little bit through Kickoff. He was on KO before, but also it means Kix is back on KO, and that for me is the more
want to try trade guns with him.
I think that he works very well when given aggressive initiator utility.
He's going for it. He's going for it with the gun.
Absolutely fine. But give this man a couple of flashes.
Oh, he got another one in there. That's huge.
Goes up significantly.
They lose the gun, but maybe that one's worth.
True. The curious thing about this is, in this
how
round,
on
if you were
earth
sent
did he get
someone
that second one?
You'd imagine it
It
would be
was
one
so
of the players
fast.
with the Sheriffs, but it was Mr. Fallen running it down instead for his ult orb, which now he's got his ultimate online, the Hunter's Fury ready to rumble, but they are missing that Bulldog. It's a small downside to it.
Well, what would you rather, a Turkish player with a Bulldog or a Sheriff?
What
That's true. Yeah, fair point.
What do we go for with this one? Foot have a good chance to snowball this. 4 rifles, 1 ult.
With a Sheriff has
Bit of a night messed up for Vitality.
So they definitely wouldn't rather the Sheriff, but Mr. Fallen is going to be left with that consequence of his greed in the previous round. But well, there's also a reward to be reaped.
Drone towards middle.
Has any impact. It is one of those
That's the drone with the ult, so don't have to worry about that one anymore. Vision block is short.
Oh, here goes Cena again. Pop flash from Kicks already.
Wait, that's huge, the recon though. Yeah, I was going to say, with the recon, you could definitely be tempted to ult this. Oi. Oh, I thought that was, very good, man. Nearly got him after the dash.
I thought it would be used more disruptive
Dude,
than anything
1
else,
minute
but
mark, they could definitely chill.
I guess expecting a kill.
Like, they've been doing so much A pressure, they must know there's at least 3 here. Does that hit?
Shock darts are very dangerous.
Just on the
actually,
side.
only a few pixels away from taking runner down.
Yeah, this might be some good mid-rounding here.
On that side. And I loved what we saw from Mr. Fallen. I'm not a big fan of blind Hunter's Furies in general, even off of information. When I say blind, I mean not aimed at a spike, not with an objective to run down time.
And for someone who, sorry to give K-Corp a stray here, but for someone who is like wondering about like what K-Corp are lacking at the moment, K-Corp here would have carried on going towards A. This is the difference at the moment. Whereas Foot, no, there's a big stack here, no, most likely because they've done so much damage and so much sound that there should be numbers heavy here, and they can rotate over towards B. But it's just like it was just a very good example in terms of the rounds, because I saw people asking about it yesterday.
I think having this
timing.
position not ideal, but nobody actually checking for it. They've still
Keep an eye on the time. Guy's got a plant all up to CNET.
6 seconds. If he can kill the planter, he actually wins the round, but he's unable to. They get that spike plant down, and the trades are good. It's left all onto Safe. In this 1v2, both players on opposite sides of the wall, so he does have a good opportunity to actually isolate the
huge round. What a great start.
On the KO, winning a round with a 3K.
Yeah, and good calling on this one.
Huge response.
We want to see.
They're 2-0 up, forced to take a lighter buy, invest into some rifles, even have the Hunter's Fury online.
Because it was so obvious that, I mean, it was so obvious they wanted to go this site, that the call to go the other side was just everything.
Is
very calm with the low timing as well in terms of getting the plant off.
And on that defensive side, they will find it hard to hold their ground. Not only that, we've seen Mr. Fallen in the pistol round pop off, and Cracks yet to taste the relief of death.
Flash over towards middle, and we don't have anything on this. Oh, Omen.
They'll try to make use of
these lighter weapons,
but there's no one on the receiving
end.
And
it looks like they've seen this one before. Instant group over towards A. Drone goes in. Does anyone spam top right?
One of the teams that really brought that home. Seen it? Well, he's the only one who hits headshots in the back. With the pistol.
Breeze game, wow.
Yeah, he was pretty good with the ghost. Pretty good. And we are happy to see him back on the jet. Now this is a map where, as said, Foot haven't been playing it recently, but it's been a little bit rough. Oh, nice work though from a couple of the players. Even still, I don't think this round is going to fall apart.
Still, tell you what though, it's the right damage. The shock might hit him.
Has been tasted. At last.
A little bit low.
Long has he waited. Yeah, safe. He will do a fantastic job to get even more damage out of this situation.
I mean, good damage if you're Vitality, but
and Foot find a fourth round, but. Yeah, Tom, despite the fact that it didn't look like Vitality were going to come out on top, even with the kill swinging their way, they've done a lot of damage in a round where they might not have been expected to. And it's kept things at least somewhat modest for Foot. It's not that the team doesn't have more cash in the bank, but it might have just taken one extra round of a full buy off of them.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing is, though, is even after the first 4 rounds, because the kills have been fairly minimal.
Odin comes out for safe, and it's over towards A, not the normal B one. And Foot might have just called a perfect round. They have a KO ult, yet the Killjoy is still close to this, and that is impressive. Fair play, man. He's just sprayed them all down. And they could just be fine with this. We'll see.
They're gonna get the res off.
Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on all the util to retake this, and UTJ is a big important person for this one over towards B-Min.
Good for Vitality.
Yeah, that's
did he blind himself?
Omen all over towards Heaven. Doesn't stick it, but they're so far away that they don't know.
Instead of going around the corner, blinded himself.
See,
stood there with a nade in hand.
I gave him the benefit of the doubt that had to come out of an opponent.
Flash for UTJ. Oh my god, the flash was so good. He did so much damage on top of this. 8 HP for kicks. Recon 6, smoke to avoid the recon.
Leaving just 2
Oi,
standing.
timing
These
off.
positions, they've been so good, and the retakes just haven't been there. Safe now, retaking with an Odin. No surprise.
The most perfect call though. Odin over towards A, and they decide to rush over towards B.
Griefed with his teammates already going down. Of course, you have to wait for the Odin suppressing fire before you charge on in. You should know that. 5-0 for the side of Foot, and a very, very clean beginning to this map. They have that little bit of contention.
Yeah, this flash on site was great.
They have the flash out of Cracks
here.
He
threw the worst flash ever, and then a pretty good flash.
Yeah. But then he recovered, right? And that's what it's all about.
What?
That's kind of BS, CNET. I don't want to see any more of that. But what the 180 tap through a wall. And the king of it. Well, Vitality now on 0 rounds, and their economy is shaky. They've called a timeout. They want a moment to collect themselves before this map really runs away from them.
One-sided right now.
No shame to losing to a
Denton the
Turkish
best.
squad,
Thank you so much for the prime.
when it comes to
Appreciate that
Ascent.
as well.
Icebox up
Thank you.
next, though,
Welcome
will
in.
have
And
to be
Vanilla
a
Smile
foolproof-
also with the prime.
foolproof
Appreciate that. Thank you for the 3
from
months.
the Vitality side, if things keep up this way. You see Salah popping off
Thank you
there.
both of you for
hitting
the
his rap
support.
god. Let them know how they can clean this one up.
I don't know if they would have expected coming into today for Foot to actually pick Ascent. I think especially
EMEA?
with
Dude, there's going to be no one with
board,
EMEA
we've seen
100% pick'ems at the end of this
destroy
split.
Liquid
Not a
and
chance.
GX in the last
It's
couple of
too hard
weeks,
to
but
predict.
deciding instead to go for a center map that has been a little bit of a struggle, but even an OT loss for Vitality on that map, you kind of think, okay, it was close, but
There already isn't?
Even
Oh, really?
still, Foot have picked, I guess, their opponent's poison. And it's looking very good for them on the start.
It makes
Of course,
sense.
still an opportunity
Really does
for
make sense.
Vitality to
Okay,
find
so
a
low buy
response.
goes in. Foot's money is through the roof. We get a Bucky, a Stinger with no armor. And the good news, at least for Vitality, is they're going to have a lot of ults into the next round, especially if they get a few more kills.
This one, though, again, not really much
But
to
expecting
play
some kind of aggro play again, just playing far back.
Safe, probably going to have ults next round. If Kicks and Runner can get a kill or an orb, they will as well.
Must have seen him.
Saw a few well-placed shots. Some of the low buy rounds for Vitality, but more so towards the end of the round, fighting their way back through.
You know Cinev wanted to try and shoot him with a Vandal through the wall. You know in his head he was like, I could.
Don't think that's wall bangable, but I should try, just in case.
What the hell?
With 55 seconds left, Vitality have played this well by just sitting back. That knife is unfortunate.
My free time, bro. I just sleep mostly.
That utility was what I was going to speak well of. The fact that it was sectioning them off, allowing players to fight out of door. Well, instead, the paranoia comes through and they're blocked out. Nano even going down a little bit late, forcing teammates out of position. Zender falls, so too does Kicks.
All right, give me the next round.
Heaven is not looking very good. In fact, it's desperate.
Give me the next round. This one's fun.
Just try to find
Look at some of these HPs though. A little bit unlucky to not get anything. Money gets outrageous.
Doesn't work like that. Nice shot from Runner. That will be his ult online in the next round, unless he decides to save, which I can tell you for now, that's not what he's going to be doing.
Look at the HP, Tom. I mean, most people will still tank one shot to the body. It makes it tough to take them down, but
I feel like here, dying to the spike is not worth it. Bladestorm guaranteed. I guess if he can buy in the next round, then
I mean, he can get an AWP and he wants to AWP.
Bladestorm anyway, but I still think it's just better to have it online as soon as possible. The one AWP difference. Okay.
I don't think he cares about it. Next round he wants to AWP anyway.
But again, he's probably not going to be utilizing it, and okay, I guess Runner will end up just going down to the spike. I don't think it's going to change things massively, but well, we'll see if there's an opportunity next round for him to do something with the Bladestorm. Maybe we'll be calling it.
Give me this buy rounds. They got ults.
Save the death statistic,
surely.
Tom, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters. But it might hurt the kill statistics in the next round.
Surely this is a round.
It will actually save your VLR rating.
There you go.
That's what it's done. He has improved his VLR rating by a little bit by not dying to a person.
Huge. Huge. The Spikes rating just went
Yeah,
up.
let's see what they want to do in their big buy rounds where they need a round.
KD infinite.
Smoke on A.
Looking good.
Wait, are they doing the TP with the new
This
flash?
start, there's been a few little moments for Vitality, but I'm waiting for them to show up, be online, and this is the round for it. You've got an AWP in the hands of
Recon over towards middle, knife towards short.
But he'll have it online
Get free info
if he goes down
and
or claims a victim.
Turret's going to at least spot this if he goes fast enough.
For the AWP to be in.
Far enough even.
But he's got support, or he had backup. We can just see on the map now, Sander slowly moving away, leaving that AWP isolated. Runner could be in danger if challenged. But Sander's coming back to hold his hand on that.
And it's going to break this. They don't fit the ops here, but no one really goes aggro anyway unless they're trying to do that. Kind of know that it's there anyway. Omen Flash goes in, hits both the guys short. Dude, I thought Safe was going to go for something. Yeah, dude, he really wanted to take that TP. And we get a sight for retake, and Sender has his ult, so the plan is to fight over towards here. We need to keep an eye on the late Killjoy luck as well.
And now they're just going to have to go for the full retake. Now they've got a lot of ults.
Yeah, and they don't have ult, so they want to fight this one.
Very ready for that. Yeah, the short players don't.
And it might all be down to this KO flash.
It's just forward looking at this
KO flash. Bossman?
But they actually walked into it. Walked into Sender.
Bossman, right click the KO flash here, surely. Didn't swing. Yeah, decided to all go dry on this one, and doesn't pay off.
Yeah, the thing is,
yeah, I mean, I was waiting for Krax's KO flash here. I thought that was going to be the one thing that actually wins in it. The little right click, everyone turns, everyone swings. Never came through.
They had pretty much all of their players waiting towards Tree to try and deny them as they try and counter their lockdown. So good shots connected by Sender as well. It's been a little bit of a quiet start for the whole team individually, so the fact that he's able to basically just defend that lockdown and give them the space into the site. That's going to be their first round onto the board. But as we said, there is still plenty of credits available for that attack to buy straight back in again.
Oh yeah, yeah. They are. I mean, if you were 6-0 up and
Odin this time still over towards short. Recon goes deep on B, and
oh my God.
What? Kills the guy over towards short, and so the plan is that they op aggro over towards here, try and get someone on B, and then the two on middle are trying to take over towards top mid and make sure this guy can't get shot. Instead, Mr. Fallon manages to swing out, kill the guy on short, and then kill the double over towards middle.
To be fair, he was doing that. It was short. He would push short and just pre-fire spam through on defenders.
And Desp, mate, I'm sorry, but here we are.
That's a little bit more ridiculous
and
than
that's a straight up reset
I mean, it was
in terms
so
of loss
quick,
bonus
and
as
it's a
well.
player
So.
on short, and then we got on
Bro, give me this POV. What went wrong here? Smoke's late at middle, or is the smoke here at middle and they just miss shots? How does this guy kill the guy on short?
That's one of those rounds where even if you called a
Without
pause now,
getting
what
at
the
least
hell
traded.
is Salah supposed to say? Don't get spammed through smoke by a guy.
Okay, smoke goes in and then, yeah, I mean, it's a lovely smoke. And then obviously this guy is only going to be facing unless there's people covering his middle, so they all just decide to spam middle.
That's a kill with confidence, fair enough, but
Yeah, you see this guy committed over towards short, you know that they're middle covering him. And yeah, I mean, this was nice, just wait for the smoke to swing.
Do something, bro. He's 10 and 4.
I would say that this guy here is a little bit too committed, because if this smoke goes in middle, normally most teams will like wait if there's no smoke and then they can kind of face. So it's such a heavy commit early to just go like, yeah, I'm doing it.
So low, because everybody else I think will be about like.
Nicely done from foot though, obviously. And mate, if Vitality lose this, the round is just, the game is just so done, really. I mean, the money's all right. Air flash. 3 here.
Bladestorm's not gone well. Kicks at these trades. They're still pushing. They're
Holy,
still pushing on the back of the
ult
Hunter's Fury.
though.
Oh, it's worked out well.
Yeah, it's still not too bad.
And they've retreated. I was worried they'd continue to aggress.
They wanted to do like a late hit of, well, I say hit. Late bit of aggro on defense, and then honestly there's just a 5-person stack here. The idea was kind of nice. Force them back over towards here, ult this line, duel people close.
Using him as a distraction, but either way, they've got the advantage in this scenario. That was the main thing. Yadoje versus Safe could decide the round. I think Safe knows it, but he has support from Trex. And now it's left all onto Ada Captain. Again, this man...
Another TP to stairs.
Maybe one of the happiest outside of the server, but definitely
I keep watching Safe, man. Safe wants to make so many bold plays. He wanted to make a TP over towards short. He wanted to TP stairs here as well, but hasn't bid the bullet on either of them yet.
I think they've definitely heard him. It would be a miracle to
nicely
get both
done.
players from here, and Sender is going to put him out of his misery.
Yeah, well handled by Vitality, taking the rounds that they at least have an opportunity to find. I like it.
Mink Q, thank you with the prime usage. Thanks so much for that, dude.
They want to push and pull it. It even doesn't go that well, like you say. Runner going down early. Hunter's Fury comes in just after, but they're able to find the kills in the end. And I think Safe did a fantastic job, the decision making, because he knew there was another player there. He doesn't want to isolate that duel. Instead, plays with the team, plays the numbers, and wins the round for it. 7-2. It's not a damning sentence just yet, and the half is far from over. Vitality can still get back on this horse.
Yeah, still, this is where now the ults flip.
Right, I feel like Vitality would really... Dude, I worry when I watch teams that never buy an Odin over towards B. Just so strong. That's why you at least want to do it once to just make them scared of B.
The due diligence of Foot. Nigh on perfect, and the amount of times we're looking at
We
the
didn't use
30-second
our...
mark
Bro,
of the round.
what? We didn't use our recon when they were going into sight as well.
Themselves in an afterplant position, handing over to Cracks as well, so he's going to get that no command online and be able to deny any utility for them on the way in.
Oh my goodness, a lot of this is...
Fury is going to be called in from
Yeah, and do they think that this guy's so far back and he's the only one B main that UTJ can go aggro? Yeah, recon on site doesn't get shot, so they get a kill here. And yeah, this is looking great. Cracks will have to do a madness.
No idea where Mr. Fallen is after the Hunter's Fury earlier. They're just going to be holding this for the walk back out. No way, surely, for Mr. Fallen to repeat his previous antics, and isolating these duels is impossible.
All right,
Another foul
ended up saving the recon for the overwhelm on site, and it did work out. It got him a kill. So, what do I know?
I think especially being able to sort of stay alive when everything was being disrupted, but the spam through from Safe gives them the opener.
He got hit with the knife? Oh, okay,
it
makes
almost
sense.
becomes a little bit of a domino effect. It's the dart into the kill.
Mini, thank you so much as well. 23, one away from the 2 years. Thanks for all the support, dude.
Vitality do well. 3-7 still a long way back. And the finances aren't even close to being broken over on Foot side. They could buy for another round.
I think you heard it from Salah as well in that replay from the coach cam. We're getting there.
And looks like we are doing the fast mid with the TP, and then last time they interacted over towards A, but this time they have an op waiting. Lovely. Yeah, this was nice. We mixed up the recon on this one. Earlier we did the recon here, this one we did the recon closer. Yeah, instant reaction.
Oh, nice trade back by Cracks through the smoke, but it's only one.
Okay.
It's still a 3v4.
Yeah, again, once the advantage
Sender gets a kill.
Favor, that's normally when these retakes
Killjoy ult.
Start to swing back. Interestingly, CNED is still...
You're a bold man. Look at this plant.
Oh, he does have his Blade Storm if he needs it.
What's the timing like on this?
Try and get a little bit of info with this dart just over the corner. Paranoia already sent through, and we'll leave a couple of players blind. They've got to be careful of the door safe. Already picking off one through it. CNED so low on HP is left onto Cracks.
Oh, nice retakes in the
He
end.
does what he can. 3 kills.
The retakes have been good in the past rounds.
To climb back into each of these rounds.
I'm not entirely sure what happened to the dart, I'll be honest.
They only needed to warm up towards the end of it. Foot were 6-0 up.
It just carried on flying, it didn't hit anything? Oh, really? Yeah, I was looking on the minimap waiting for it, I didn't see it. I was wondering if it got shot like insta.
Tight game, or people saying that it's going to be dominantly in favor of Foot. We do have the Turkish casters here this week, so I think you can guess who gave me those perspectives. But I was leaning towards the Foot side as well. I think this squad is just one of the best in the world. I was surprised to see them not make it to Madrid, and I think they were too. They've put in the work to get even better since then, and for Vitality, it's a massive challenge. But they've shown up 4 out of the last 5 rounds, and a chance now to put it at a 7-5 half when they swap over to the attack. Again, I'm still going to favor Foot to close out this map. It is Ascent after all, but it's good to see some fight in Vitality, if not early on. But
Killjoy ult for the retake. We've got no ults on attack, so if Vitality can get 5. Double stack on short.
Aggression from Safe in the last round. CNED looking to just do this
Safe has been
right.
waiting to use this Odin on short
Somewhat on the other
for
side
a
of the
long
map.
time.
He's going to have to fall back. Again, we're going to see this aggressive positioning from Runner. He hasn't had the best of starts to this match, and normally on the defense is where you do see your Jet put up numbers. It's the attack that can be much more troublesome. Oh, he's about to be pressured. That first shot should be easy, and I don't think they're going to get him on the follow-up. No, he'll escape and even go back for a little more.
The turret's coming back online now, but it's not going to do much. Yeah, there's a player in main.
There's
I
no
think they already
smokes.
knew that. Making their way down. You're not going to see the nano destroyed either.
Oh, yeah, there's a lovely recon again. Dude, these darts on the retakes are when they're heading over towards site. It's just getting so much.
Damage onto Cracks as well.
Got to keep an eye on this guy, yeah. So they're going to go middle. No one to spot the middle. And honestly, they're still going to make a plan for short, though. That's the thing. So we might have the luck of KO going up short. Still got a nade. We still have a nade, but he can just stay short and go for a hero nade, you would imagine.
We heard it in the interview earlier. This is something in these positions and these disadvantages where you have to take risks.
Yeah, the steps are going to be hard, but it seems like they're already checking for these aggressive positions. Well cleared by Kicks and Bahada Captain. Not the corner you want to be trying to clear.
Well, they took down the Killjoy ult, but at what cost?
This would have to be the best of them. The flash through is already going to be pinged up a second.
Dude, the what?
Manages to land the headshot onto Trex though.
No.
Definitely making things interesting. I think he's already heard the steps of them getting a little closer. Another one found for Cracks. And on 11 HP, he's got to be so careful here. Fragment to try and clear onto the spike. It's just not the shots being connected at the moment by Runner. That shorty really isn't doing it, and he's going to have to try and break that door.
Oh my god, he hits him. He's won.
He's coming out with that operator, but I think at this point,
No way he wins this, bro. Doesn't matter, dude. That's insane that he wins that.
The round in the Red Bull clutch.
At the start of that engagement, he was 21 HP.
Yeah,
he got
bro.
tagged twice by
hell?
the shorty.
I
Both
mean,
barrels tasted his skin.
3 on site, 1v3. They know where he is. He's 60 HP.
Going into that, I said he's always good for 3.
Dude, the second shot was insane. Not this one.
3 kills and then dies and
This
still
one.
wins. It's
Wait.
just ridiculous.
That one. What the?
I don't know
Guy's
how
still
as
running.
well, because I look at those fights and there are 2 players facing him. Not here because it was a 2v1, but up until then, they always had backup. They always had a second guy, and they could not deal with him. The smiles on Foot's face. as they
He's wondering
somehow
what the
get
hell
away
they're
with this
doing.
victory
How has he won
right
this?
At the end of the half, 8-4. They've got double the rounds of Vitality, and definitely got the momentum on their side in the start of this map. But Vitality,
In terms of the pistols,
crept
one.
up on them
No.
in the end. See how this pistol goes. It could put that attacking side back in the game.
Yeah, they're somewhat needing it as well. Fighting back from 10-4. Seen it on defense.
Right here.
And also maybe Mr. Fallen.
3-person hold for Foot on this one with alarm bot. Alarm bot into flash. Uh-oh. Oh no, it all went wrong. He went to smoke aim in.
Completely surrounded here. Support not really there, at least for now. Yedajay is completely blinded by the flash from Kicks. And why in the 3 versus 5? Expectations are that Vitality have this one. A couple of good trades, making things at least a little bit closer. CNED still standing and healthy, but he's now left alone. 3 players to find.
wisely thinks there could be somebody trying to creep their way up behind, but, well, that's cleared out. He'll instead use this new position to try to catch them off guard, but more than ready for the fight. The right click
Hey, nicely done. Runner did great on this one as well. Alarm bot goes in just as the alarm bot gets triggered. The guy went to smoke main, and it's meant to be alarm bot into Omen flash into recon on short. Double swing, but
An 8 to 6, that looks like a much more manageable score.
They need a force though.
yeah, a little bit unlucky in terms of timing for Foot here. 1-1 pistol, yeah. Nixon 7 with the prime. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. Welcome into the Slug Club, dude.
Are you forgetting about CNED's Marshall as well?
Thanks for the support, mate. Okay, Marshall just takes, well, I say take turns. It's a little bit harder on defense to do this, but we'll see.
This also helps their economy a little bit, but if they're with them saving one gun, they can buy up with another in the next.
Yeah, they're allowed 1 death. Honestly, they're allowed 2.
Foot are definitely a team to fear in these second rounds. Especially that man. I will say,
We know when they're going to change the map pool? Nah, not really.
Seem to affect Liquid.
Telling you, the Omen ult that they changed the other day is for the new map, so I really think we get a new map in like 12 days or whatever it is. Is that right? Is that when the season ends?
But they did still manage one with that Marshall. For now, though, it's a stack up on the A side.
I don't even know when the season ends.
Leaving Cracks alone.
Is it even called a season?
A lot of teams will do this.
What's it even called, man? Need to load up the game again.
Or in this case, a KO alone, so that you can keep doing what he's doing. Every time the knife refreshes, throws it into B main, they can go a little bit more on the gamble.
Great flash. This has completely wrecked the plan from the side of Foot. Everybody was isolated, and now everyone's dead.
Up. One armor rebuy.
And
that's the only thing at the moment because the Ghost is lost. Okay, that's a gun rebuy.
That's the first of 4. 3 more to go. And
only the Stinger, though.
His chances go down. They know roughly where he is. He's going to break open that door. If he's have any chance. They are going to break it for him, at least get it very, very low. And now the Marshall comes back out, but the smoke in play. Okay, reposition again. Try to get the sight line. This guy isn't in a rush.
You think we don't get a new map? We'll get a new map.
Well, Cracks knows the chances of him
not sure we need it.
Low, but after all,
love them to just rework the actual maps. Or maybe we do need a new map and they just start deleting some of these other maps because Icebox and Breeze, if they Icebox and Breeze, if they never came back, it's so fine with me.
This guy is always reliable for a couple. Maybe not the triple this time, Tom, but
when he has a gun. When he has a gun. That's the thing, though. Again, they had themselves 3 rifles in that round. The main goal is to keep 3 players alive, so you get all the rifles. Didn't happen. They've lost 1 at least in this scenario. Kicks those times away, I think is a great sign. As said,
end up doing a good amount of damage though, really. So the 1 gun can't rebuy, so it's at least something.
And right now he's 11-11-11.
Consistent. If nothing
else. Making sure they can have a better buy for next. Safe takes a little bit of a hit though.
Maybe not as good as Craxus, but and the best part about that, what we saw earlier from Cracks, was his utility has actually
been for Foot, and we are fast sending it over towards middle. Recon goes and clears out towards A, so they might really bite on this. Yeah, the fake of the B. Big Joe. Uh-oh, that's an empty site, because again, the Recon landed where this X was, and it cleared out all at A, so the heavy rotate with the people going towards middle came in.
Should be there in time. Drone actually being used up close, and I don't know if it's actually going to reach to clear out Mr. Fallen. They opt to go underneath instead. Mr. Fallen may just look to try and find one. Has a drone of his own, but...
A 1 KO flash.
They're going to have to try and peek off of this. Has managed to attack, but all of the players...
Dude, Safe has an Omen flash.
At the moment. Mr. Fallen
wrecks all of this, right?
On his own. Wasn't able to get anything done.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, you swing off the Omen flash.
Completely blind as well. The counter utility looking fantastic, but they still have to be careful. Cracks now. The last one left, and they're going to make it look quite easy in the end. The vitality climb continues.
Bonus.
Was it 6-0 down? Yep, they're back.
They really are.
6-0 down. It was an impressive beginning for Foot, and honestly a worrying one, because as I said, you will have a lot of favorite awards. Foot, people will think they'll dominantly win, but the other perspective,
I mean, this all came down to the duel on short for me.
Fantastic roster, one with a lot of potential. And so far, I don't.
Obviously, the original strat from Vitality was nice.
So far, I haven't seen them be a great team. We're waiting for that day. We know that it's around the corner. As Sal said, they were getting there earlier on.
And they forced them down to an eco. We get 4 sheriffs, 1 dinger. Recon middle, trying to punish over towards here. Yeah, it
This is
takes a
where they tend to
timing,
be
so they think they
dangerous. You
cleared
see the
middle, but
team
he
come
walks
out,
into it.
lower by, pistols
With a
across the
killjoy,
board, a
but it's
stinger
like,
for Ada
I
Captain.
don't care in bonus,
You
man.
expect some
In bonus,
nasty
sorry, in
plays.
low buy,
Vitality
bonus,
certainly do.
ecos,
They're
do what you
playing
want.
this one very slow, waiting for Foot to make the first move.
Yeah, last week was when we saw Vitality finally get themselves up onto that board. Obviously, their group was a little bit rough when it came to kickoff. Fnatic
Instant
being
group
in there,
up.
facing off against
And
Gentlemates and just not
You're gonna
quite
get the
making
stack
it through.
here, but I mean,
when it came to the play,
they
and
still have
now with
drone.
Trex, an initial loss
They gone in without the drone.
and then a resurgence. They've got to be careful though. Again,
They just
the
absolutely
reads from
sent
Foot
it.
are nigh on spot on. They've got the whole of their team surrounding this site. Yedajay, the youngster, has found a couple already, and this is looking deadly, dangerous for the side of Vitality. Not really the time you wanted to sort of have a blip on the radar, but finally Trex will find a response. But look at the HP.
This is
They're
kind of
waiting
nice
for the
though.
captain. He's got the SMG, but he's actually going to lose
Yeah,
that
and
fight.
oh,
actually, it's an
just Spike wanted to go all the way over towards B, drops though, and Cnet probably wins from positioning.
It basically just comes down to him getting the kills at this point, because anything more, and he's going to run out of time, and Krax knows it as well. He falls
Nicely
back.
done from Foot. Man, Vitality needed to relax a little bit. Ronna's going in before they have a drone to see if it's a stack. Were they really convinced in their map control that there wasn't a stack here? 50 seconds left, you just fully send it.
And late in the game, and this is a disruptive play as well. Vitality give them over a couple of weapons, lose out on that round, and now come back to what is
Yeah, that was really off. He also double used his smoke, like really early when there was, and still managed to get hit by the recon. Like it needed to be way chiller here. Like if you want to dash in early, sure, but then delay your smokes for a drone or anything.
we were going to see Sender try to sneak up inside.
I would prefer just to wait for a drone, to be honest. But
against this guy, but possibly he will attempt that after the recon goes through.
One is low on these three from Foot, and okay, big swing rounds. 7-9.
That little bit of extra info. Door going to be close. This space is given, and as of right now, there is nobody defending it. We're going to see the peaks coming out from cracks.
Kill set up on short.
And the drone.
They're the good mollies. You can make it touch every corner.
Broken, but it doesn't really give much information. You spotted the lurker. It's where the lurker's expected to be.
Nice deep shock as well.
Doesn't
They
hit
knew
the-
that recon was destroyed earlier on. You see them still there with the
That one
drone.
does.
That's the time to do it. Shocks have gone through. Now the knife confirms they're still
Flash
here.
for flash over
Yoda
towards
spray a little
middle.
late on the chase, but Vitality have left.
And
Turning
question mark
tail towards the
created,
A
question mark
side, which is
created
still
over
very
towards
much
here. So
stacked
with
up.
that, you know that you
There
pull
is a
one
knife
over
on
towards
line.
A at least, and you've got a
And
2-1-2
eliminates
on the
Yedajay's
defense,
utility
which
could be
means that A
massive,
should
but
be
I think
weakest,
it's
and now
more
you can hit
towards
into
the
A,
side. I don't
knowing
think it
in
will catch him in
theory
this corner. In fact,
there's
I
two
think that's
here,
why
but
Yedajay's
this
repositioned
delay means
to
that
this spot,
Cnet can get
noticing
back
that,
there and
allowing them to
save.
plunge in afterwards, that the util does go down, and so too
I mean,
does
Trex did great though. He's
Cnet
kind of
on the way through the
at
smoke,
least
and a
capitalized on safe going for
lightning-fast
it.
reaction to keep it equal.
Puts them into a 3v3, but the third player of Foot is desperately far away. Cnet about to be pressured. They actually
If
peek him
Krax
together.
gets a
It's
kill,
forced to
he
fall
gets
back.
his
Maybe just
ult
gonna
that will
wait that
cancel
time a little
Trex's
bit.
ult.
Now there is still the Hunter's Fury available.
So we got to keep an eye on
for Mr.
Trex.
Fall, and he's going to pop it immediately. I wonder if there'll be some
Wait.
sort of counter. What
Damn,
a
bro.
behind. Krax again. He's been so good.
Or he can just go in and just duel everyone. Holy hell, nice retake on this one. I mean, this is a straight up shots, to be honest. Yeah, and should this guy A main be facing like that? I mean, maybe. I would have to look at it again.
Now it's definitely come to an end.
They just couldn't get past Mr. Fallen. You know, the recon, the drone, the support that was coming in as well. They
Yeah,
gave
and that's
up-
the
gave
massive
up
round,
on
like
it.
we
And
said.
knife
So we'll
as
see what
well,
these two are
it
going to
makes it
buy.
even
There's
more
2 people that
difficult.
can't buy. 3 people can buy, like, pretty good into
On
it.
the way back, though, we can see it wasn't too much easier.
Yeah, that flash
And,
shot
you know,
was
the
everything.
beautiful thing about this is that this was Foot's backup plan almost. Those rotates coming through. It came down to desperation because the initial play was having short utility. No one saw it. Having a short utility to slow them down, which did slow them down for a moment, and then crunching on A main. So just as they're going for the split, both sides of A, they'll be pushing in. You slow one side, you fight the other, and you completely dismantle their push. And they didn't. They got one kill.
Knife goes in
traded
and
out
hits the jet.
immediately,
That's so
and it
good.
looked
It's like kind of what
Vitality
you
had
want.
it set to storm the A site, but great resilience by the
You'd
remaining
imagine
players to
maybe
pull that
jet
one off. And now
rotates
with a
off.
3-round
Recon
gap
goes in. They've
between
been
them,
using this recon a good amount as well.
back off against
Eco.
low buy, but there are some
Eco
rifles here.
recon
There's
with
some
the
potential.
with the flash on top.
That's not the start
Hey,
they were
relax
looking for.
yourself,
Runner has
man.
been having a
You're against
rough
Eco.
time.
Relax
Many
yourself.
do. when they face up against this man.
Alright, you do you, man. You
Looking
go
to
for it.
farm up those eco frags. Still got a very long way if he's going to catch up to Cracks, who is a mile ahead of anybody. But
What's he doing?
What's he doing? Normally he wins them all. Trax again has been able to deny him. It's going to pick up a rifle as well. So I have to be careful not to overface this one, but the trade again from Cracks is sublime.
Oh, there's the stabs.
He gives him a gun, makes all of this doable, gets his ult. Well, we know who to blame if this one goes wrong.
And he will confirm that plan's coming in
Oh
just a
man.
moment. But I think the main thing is that
I was worried about this being the overheat, let alone when he goes over towards here. This is nice and fast early there from you to Jay. Yeah, probably shouldn't expect him here. Okay, nicely done. It's all good. No one has to worry. It's all fine.
From Yedege. That gets another round online for Foot, 11-7.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he faked the nano swarm there. He popped it just as he walked past it, so that Safe's never going to look
Yeah,
there.
it was
Because
smart.
who in their right mind pops their own nano swarm? He's like, oh, he thinks I'm just about to get there, and then he's right in front of him. Again, the youngster shows how big his brain is, even just within the last few seconds of the round, but he knows what he's done. But again, these are just the rounds where you have CNED, you have Cracks.
Good timeout just before the big buy round.
And that is the thing I've been most impressed with. It's why we always
yeah, it's
talk
like a
about
must-win
Cracks
round.
playing KO.
Oh man,
And when we've seen
again,
him on other things,
if
maybe
other
other than
regions
Sage,
watch
as
this,
Sage
people
also,
from production,
in terms
this
of his
is the best thing about
individual aim,
EMEA.
it's very good. The
The
walls
fact that when we get a
sometimes get
timeout,
killed,
I get to
we'll
see
ignore
all
that.
of this.
But that's
The best thing
when he's
ever.
on this agent, he
Best
looks
of
like
both
one of the
worlds.
best
Get to
players
see
in
all
the
of this
world. Like,
stuff,
he's so
and we
hard
get to look
play
here.
against, whether it be the supported flashes or the fact he's
Okay,
22
so
and 11
ults.
right now. And just, you even saw the retake in the prior round. Was
Right.
that like crazy util or all of this? No, they
A
put
lot
Hunter's
of
Fury
ults
and he ran in
online.
and just killed two
Lot
people,
of
and then CNED
ults.
went, I'll grab the last one. Like, that's
Killjoy
a lot of
ult
it,
for
it's just
Killjoy
around.
ult, but they
He
can
is
cancel
so
their
good
Killjoy
individually.
ult, so if they
The
haven't
team
fought that
struggle to
far
play
ahead,
him,
you
and
could
I think
punish
we've
them
seen
with that.
throughout the season. It's like sometimes we look at the strategy that Foot are coming in with and go, well, that's not going to work. And then they go, you remember who we got on our team?
Against everything else.
It wouldn't work.
It's
for
so nice
many
though,
teams
look at
out
it.
there.
Anyone else?
We've seen people try it and fail. And no doubt people have gone into scrim, said, oh, I saw this thing on VCT.
I'll try the foot com.
Why isn't it working? Well, you're not these guys. You're not Cracks.
No.
22 and 11,
22,
10 assists.
10 assists.
And a lot of those have been ones that you can't help but call out.
Alright, let's
because
see the
they're
plan,
so
because Foot need to think a
impossible to
little bit
react
far
to.
ahead. I mean, honestly,
See these
it goes
Vitality
pretty deep
players
this
walk
one, because
into
it's
their
like Killjoy ult into
4-round
Killjoy
gap.
ult, then that
Again,
could get
it's
cancelled
not
by
lost yet.
the
And there's a
Sova
lockdown
ult, but then
online
that
for Sender.
Sova ult
That
could get
get them into a
cancelled by
side.
the
What
KO
did Foot
ult.
have
So
to work against that? Well,
Like,
no, Hunter's Fury.
it's
that's good.
kind of a lot of mind
Everything else,
games in
yeah,
this.
they've got-
One team
they've
could
got
keep this
everything
pretty
else
simple
online.
if they
That's
wanted.
gonna be tough.
Oi,
Mr.
oi,
Varney
oi.
has Odin on the A site. Is it the most
Or we can
all
just
about
duel
space to
everyone
play
with
it?
an Odin.
Yeah, no, perfect. Perfect position. He's spamming a smoke with the most traceable weapon in the game.
I reckon they just thought they were going to play
Well,
retake
got
over
more
towards
chances
A,
against you
so
than
they
you
just
do to
went
hit
for
him, I
like a...
suppose.
Dude, some of these XX when I'm watching for Vitality,
They do
this looks so off.
very interesting.
Didn't look like
things,
people
but
were
all
ready
of the
for
time
this.
It seems to work, and Vitality has a
Every
right
single
now,
time it
don't
feels
seem
like
to
runners
have a
going in a little bit
response.
too early.
Stuck behind the smoke. There's currently an Odin and an Hop spamming bullets through the smoke. Oh, what do you even do at that point? You go, well, I should be able to win this fight. I
Yeah,
should be able
dude,
to
big-
work out where he is and trace
Big,
it.
big rounds, the coach just calls a
They've actually
timeout,
re-smoked
and
them
it just gets
themselves
so
for a
wrecked
bit
by an
deeper
Odin.
so they can just try and get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what's going to happen. Four kills with an Odin, most of which were through a smoke.
And Alethea flawless,
I mean, the
by
first
way.
two are
So
legit.
Icebox, you know, I think that's where Vitality have a pretty good chance in this. What do you do? What do you do?
I mean,
That's the
actually,
only
no,
one
the
that
first guy,
wasn't
fair
through a
play.
smoke.
Absolutely outrageous.
Oh, he's just
Is there
swinging
no
left
like,
and right.
am I missing a flash
Oh,
here?
Mr. Varlin, 18
Maybe there was a
and 12.
flash and I missed it, and he's just playing
It's
anti-flash
impossible
before he
not
swings.
to love watching this team play.
Might have been like
unless
that.
You support
I mean, I imagine
or
it
work
was
for
that.
Vitality. Then it's probably
Okay, 5
quite
chances
a painful experience.
to finish this one.
As an Odin enjoyer,
that's so much
I always
info, that's
enjoy
the
Mr.
double
Fallen
ults.
playing this game. But today he has done things that I'm not sure I can sign off on. I don't want to see anyone in my ranked games playing on A heaven in the open.
Over towards A
with an
main.
Odin in hand,
Safe gets
but
in the
maybe I
one
should
way and
want
jumps
that,
on the other
'cause they're
side.
12 and 7,
By Jewel.
5-round gap and Vitality. Well, they've still got that lockdown, still got their Hunter's Fury, and the Blade Storm came online. Even kicks one away from getting his own, but Foot
definitely not shy in terms of response power. And so
they'll try and wall back anything.
Literally
like, genuinely anything.
This team is disgusting in all the best ways.
Yeah, and they still got a lot of info towards mid.
Vitality to come up with something. They've had these ults for the last 2 rounds, not really been in a position to use them. I think that was why he was actually A-Heaven. He was going to spam that
in between them both, so you can see if people are short or Jenny. Dude, it's happened again. Man, Runner's getting really wrecked, and then he missed his TP.
Like that was not the idea. That's gone wrong.
Okay,
everything
give me the
else.
next
He's
map,
just
man.
roaming the site. Finally, he's been put down by Trex, but the pop flash is perfect again. And
Okay, Lovely from Foot. Pretty dominant on this one, especially when they got over towards the defense side.
in the middle, Mitch, but they bring it back.
It was like a nice comeback at the beginning.
And
then,
there were some bumps in
kind of
that
failed on
road,
attack.
but, well, 13-7 to close, 6-0 to start. There were definitely some pretty dominant displays from the side of Foot, but that was their map pick. Up next is Icebox and
Yeah, up next is Icebox, and this is the one that interests me because, man, if I was playing against Foot, I'd pick Lotus all day. Because playing against that comp, in theory, could be alright. So I'm excited to see like what they must have been so confident in the Icebox. So I want to see a dominant performance from them.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them.
Again, for people that are new, we have a VODs channel. If you ever want to watch a game, work out what the hell happened in a game when you look at the results, we've got a VOD channel on YouTube. You can just go check it and see what happened. Every single game we watch is uploaded.
But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusia.
Gonna go check it out, Pansy. Thank you so much. You might even be casting a few of them, who knows? A real treat.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and
Instantly
Valorant.
mute.
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
I'll be right back in a little bit. Ads are coming your way. Chair stream, yeah. Real stream.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Turkey is on fire. VCT EMEA is terrified. And to be honest, I'm just happy to see Foot back on Ascent again, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's expected, but it does always come with that asterisk. Obviously, first appearance on Ascent, and I'll be honest, they barely missed a beat. In terms of between CNED and obviously Cracks doing his thing on KO as per usual, those are the expectations, tick in the box.
I think there's a few teams that you come to expect to just have gigantic performances on Ascent. Foot is one of them, you know, sprinkle a little bit of Na'Vi in there. There's a few teams that what? Am I wrong?
No,
So when we see Foot going into Ascent and then they're having so much success going into the sites and they don't even have to explore the rest of the map, that's what I was afraid of, because the last time they were getting stuck in the mains and they weren't exploring through mid enough, and this time it's just like, okay, we're
yeah, I think the double-edged sword of that being that you can slip into this sort of linear approach, which versus a lot of teams won't work, right? And I mean, the difference being if you do have an individual like CNED or like Cracks really kind of dragging the rest of the team online and just converting rounds single-handedly, then it's not as much of a concern. For me, a big positive to see Foot actually address a separate issue, being that they're not very reliant on CNED going forward, hunting, having to dig really deep for these engagements. Vitality, you could argue, gave them a couple away, but still Foot converting their advantages really, really well.
And actually, when they're at disadvantage as well, they can somehow work through it. Do you want to talk us through the last round of the first half?
Sure, yeah. So basically what happened was Foot's trying to go towards B, they're getting stuck, they end up going back towards A because we had Yaruje basically securing this garden area. And this is going to be a brilliant 1 versus 3 clutch from Cracks. So while he's playing this out and just like playing it so well with his positioning, just being able to bait it out and isolate the fights. What you have to be concerned about if you're in a 3 versus 4 situation like this is the first thing the defenders are going to do is they're going to try to clear you out of the garden area. That's the first thing. They know that A is compromised. They're going to clear every close angle. You can't be there.
These two are not on the same page with this stuff. One wanting to swing, then go tap the spike to try and get the swing.
Because you're not catching them trickling in one by one. You have to make sure that when they come in together as a unit, you're there fighting as a unit as well.
I quite like the
for sure,
the
Caesar.
balls out
It would just be
approach.
one of
I've heard
those
that
where they
phrase
just
used
look
on
at it
the
and they're
show
like,
before,
well,
so it's a pleasure to be
let's
able to
just
use
pick our
myself.
best map.
I love the balls out approach of Cracks as well in that clutch situation, because he doesn't care that his position is very obvious.
Yeah, I mean, there's no secrets about what has to happen for Cracks to win that round. I mean, I even love the bit where he's just nodding at the door. He knows he's got it at that point. I mean, even the fact that the door's still actually there to be closed at that stage as well. Looked like a little chaotic from Vitality's side, to be honest. I think you can see the cogs turning where somebody really safe is screaming to get on, tap the spike, hold for the first half, just a little bit disjointed.
Okay, yeah, they haven't
So,
dropped a map today.
isolates those
That's
individual
true.
fights, but again, this for me is an example
2-0, 2-0
where
potential.
Vitality ultimately gave him those 1v1s.
But we've always
It's
talked
the
about this
power
here,
of
how there's
Foot.
just
They
like
are gonna
so
cause
much
chaos.
talent from this
I don't
region.
think you can
You can even
really,
make like 2 more
hold on to
teams
your
that are
usual protocols when you are
very, very
against
good as
these
well.
forces of nature.
Maybe
We're
even
gonna
more.
be heading to Icebox next. Now, this isn't necessarily a Turkish signature
Just a
map,
stacked region.
but still, I know you were quite interested in the compositions we might potentially be seeing.
Yeah, so basically what I was looking at was Foot, they're running, it looks really standard. Jet, Sova, KO, Sage, Viper, that's what they ran the last time they played it.
And Mr. Fallen, currently doing the AIM Labs warm-up, by the way, is anticipating exactly what you're about to talk about, by the way, I imagine.
Well, maybe, yeah. So what's interesting is that they're not running a Killjoy in their composition, which is going to mean that on defense specifically, they're going to be losing a lot of valuable passive information, and that's going to mean that we might have to see CNET being a lot more active. The last time we saw Vitality play this was a very non-conventional composition. They're running Raze and not even running Jet, and we haven't really seen that in a long time either.
Yeah.
How do I rate
just
the
to come back
regions?
To the first point there, this is more.
I mean, Americas have the most teams that can win international tournaments, then Pacific, then EMEA, then China. And EMEA is the most competitive though. It has the teams that are closest to being near the top. It's too hard to call.
Yeah,
pretty much where I'm at with
Foot's
it.
actually going to start on attack here, so you know, not having that Killjoy, they have to be a little bit mindful of the flanks, but it could be something that Out Captain deals with as like
get it in the shortest possible way I can do it.
To help really
okay,
set up
so
to get CNET to be able to dive into sites.
oh yeah, they have
you
this
the knife
comp.
and the dart and the drone to get him in
They
there,
have
and
the-
the flash
they
as
have the
well. And once you're in there, you
KO
deploy the Sage
Gecko
wall. It's
Raze.
pretty standard. old days comp. It's the team vitality though. They have that raise, and that could be a hard counter to the Sage wall plant strat if they play their, their cards right.
I mean, yeah, the other thing is, well, look at
so it's
Vitality's
like
gone, there's enough
new comp
intel
to an
there
extent
kind
with
of
a bit of
play
a twist
anti-farm versus
against old school
like
comp
you're
of
saying,
I mean,
sort of
KO
like
was
antiquated comp,
used a little
where
bit.
it is a little more linear. It does require Cena digging a little deeper
Well,
because you are
old school comp.
sacrificing that body away. The thing with Gecko we always talk about, the plants.
My teams don't use chamber on Icebox. The only thing with solo chamber is, and again, I'm a big chamber fan, but on defense, right, obviously you make up the fact that you can fight over towards B early, right? This is a little choke point here, this is a choke point here, but when you have your trip, you got like tube and then you have middle, you can only trip like one of these, so it's like you either pick tube in the open middle to guard like them. I need the map. But basically your trip doesn't cover enough. That's why like Killjoy, because he has the double info, that's why it's on top. Chamber and Killjoy, okay, that's how I think it is like a thing. Because you don't need a duelist, you'd have to replace it with Jet. But then you kind of have the same struggles, where like when you replace it with the Jet, how do you actually take yellow control? That's like the main thing. It would be very hard to actually take yellow control. You'd probably have to sacrifice like a closer Viper wall, then you struggle to take the site itself. It's weird, man. There's ways of making it work, but it feels like you're always going to have some kind of weakness with the chamber.
They got some energy back.
But you might make up for it with just how aggro you can hold B on defense. And you got to have an absolute beast, and you might be reliant on just how... Dude, I keep drawing. Might be reliant on just how... like how much of a beast your chamber is. But it might not be consistent unless that guy is just a consistent fragger. Okay, Vitality on defense, Foot on attack.
They have got so
And
much
we
utility.
got...
That works on the attack as well. Like this A site hasn't changed. It ain't great for
We got a
corners you can stand
4-person
in
push,
when there's
the classic
5
4-1
different types of
pistol,
utility that can be
high
thrown
success
in.
rate.
So
You see me
we'll
talk
see
about
that
this
from
before.
Vitality's attack side.
Not the
This, though,
exact
from
same
Foot,
because it's
very direct,
like a
but
pinch
already
of
off the bat,
2-2.
You're
but-
seeing some of that denial.
And they see people going behind, still no plant, wall committed over towards here, and this is a hard retake. They all group behind, there's a good amount of pressure, but the pressure that they feel like they've created behind, Mr. Fallon's just completely cleared.
Fantastic for clearing those closer corners. That's going to be point of contact to get
Keep an eye on Wingman for the defuse.
Through the choke point. Here comes the retake. Now, no flash. Sorry, one flash still on Trex. They could get close to that screen and try to play through it. And there it is. Actually, a flash coming out of Foot. That was cracks to allow them to re-peek through. CNED trying to get the angle around the side, and as they drop down to deal with him, it's an awkward fight.
Turned out to be a distraction. Lovely shock dart. Couldn't have been any better time. Shock dart as Wingman taps the spike.
For now, at least, but the HP is so low, they have to take a fight.
Yeah, and the high HP is fighting close, so that if they do manage to get to the diffuser, it's just a one-tap. Oh.
Nice and easy for kicks and plenty time.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't... It was close. Like, straight up, it was close. If Kicks doesn't get these kills, it's a different round. Just one tap on these guys. I mean, just look at the HPs.
Just being able to do so much work in that sort of middle of the round, and again, just not leaving a lot of spots that really Foot can hide in, with even just a lot of the base utility that's there.
Outlaw comes out, they're allowed a death.
So a better start already. It was definitely a little bit worrying when we looked at that last map, but yeah, this was the moment that kind of changed things for Trex, and Kicks doing good work in the end.
It's interesting, actually, because, yeah, I'm looking the whole time at Trex's flash, thinking, when's that going to swing through? Where's that going to be placed? And they never ended up using it. Instead, it was everybody else piling through and him just swinging to take the kills. Hey, you got to use Trex. Okay. Got to use Trex.
Pretty sure he didn't get, I'm pretty sure he wasn't seen. I'm pretty sure it's just the timing of might be luck in here.
Yeah. Okay. Curious decision from Vitality not to push up close and face the classic 1x1, but we'll see. Maybe they do it on the attack, Tom. Maybe that's where that strat's optimal.
Oh, either way, looking good, looking clean at the moment from the side of Vitality. Obviously not a whole lot invested. Flash gives away his position, but it seemed like there was an opportunity. Absolutely nothing though. Vitality going to take this one with an Andaluthia flawless.
Okay, very nice.
Dude,
they do have some mad comps, don't they?
Be able to keep everything through into the next round.
We got this map where they have no Killjoy. Got
This is what we were missing. That slow start in the previous map definitely came back to bite
Lotus,
Vitality.
which is no initiator.
There's no way he knew he was there, right? It's just a thought.
I mean, all of last year as well. Never used Sky.
Too much hope to be seen, and again we're seeing how
KO only. They really do play their own way.
Site, let the players up close and then fight them afterwards. They haven't had any trouble there so far, but here's where the rifles come out. And on the side of Foot, I don't expect them to go quietly into the night. This won't be a 6-0 start for Vitality without some serious work being put in. Light shields across the board for the defenders. There is an Outlaw that can chip them up, but because everyone on Foot, barring Mr. Fallen, has full shields, it will take 2 shots, and there you go.
Nice
2
trade,
ring out,
though.
Both find their mark, but the trade is quick.
Yeah, an immediate trade. Again, in a bonus round like this, damage can be huge. And well, that one doesn't have a trade about it. CNED having to take more of a dry peek, and Yedushay can't really afford to just sort of swing in.
Yeah, and you would imagine.
Going to be playing with here.
You would imagine that Foot need to get a good amount on attack, because in theory you can just lurk everywhere against this comp. But I did say that last time I watched them, and they were pretty on top of it. But and they are, yeah, they are wrecking them at the moment.
Now Yedushay left completely alone. Nobody even bothering to come in on the flank. I think they just want to try and group up, make sure they fight him together. And to come out of this one with a victory is going to be incredibly
Vitality? No, they run a deadlock on binds.
Runner in this round. All the kills found, 2 already, and the third not going to be achieved this time. Shot missed, and Yedushay
Another
punishes
kill,
immediately.
and a plant is all, but
30 seconds to get that spike planted. 11
30 seconds left.
and
there's a lot of low
45
HPs.
Some of these Vitality players, in fact, the ones close on the site, are
Gotta
hurting.
search for another,
They've got the
right?
numbers to work with. Knowing he has to plant this spike, it's a
Oh,
moment before the flash comes through. It's dodged!
oh man, as soon as he got around that corner to dodge the flash, I was like, hold up.
Shuts him down.
Yeah, 5 HP on Trex as well, super
If he
doable.
got that kill on Trex, he had
Lovely, lovely
so
bonus.
he would have been able to turn that into a 2v1 scenario. That 5 HP was the difference between a round win and a round
Yeah, that
loss.
Outlaw just tagging too as well.
In this round, but while the value is severely diminished. A little bit too close for comfort in the end, but a huge victory for Vitality. 3-0 up, winning their bonus round. Now they come in with all of the rifles, so even the fact they lost a few players there is irrelevant. And for the side of Foot, well, it's just going to be the Sheriffs in this one.
5-1 start on Trex. We saw this same thing for Cracks on the previous map. He got off to a good start, and he never stopped.
Where the hell is that
one
recon
into
gone?
my ranked games, Tom.
Yeah.
It's a good reveal. Nobody hiding outside of the map.
Not a great sign.
At least that's locked in.
Looking like Koi out here.
That person observers are toxic, so I'm learning.
Hey, I'm going to say he didn't know where it was going. Dak was just thinking, oh, I wonder what this is for. And he's still wondering.
Yeah. Nah, he's toxic.
He knows what he's doing.
He does, definitely. Oh, the push-up from Safe, especially in a round like this, has its
Unless
risks
it
about
scans
If
top of
he's coming out
yellow.
with 2 kills, okay, fair enough, but it would still be a rifle into enemy hands. It's more so just
There's
for
no way
information.
you can get it from the barrier recon
His
wrong,
full team, in fact, rotating
right?
over
So it must be.
to support.
Does
on
it
the safe
scan
side.
yellow
What's gonna
and
happen?
only
Some
yellow?
Crazy shot. Cena, in fact, is just running into utility. He's almost dead off a boombot alone. Left on just a few HP, and he's even going to be killed off by a blast pack. Shows how low he was in this scenario. Instead, they're going to start running back in the other direction. Safe has definitely heard those steps, and he'll be able to find out a captain. And already a fairly quick rotation from Sender as well. Might just catch the timing. No! Okay! Yedushay with a lovely shot to give them the sight.
Only the one to be found, though. Plant in.
Love how it looks like Koi is a terrible insult, bro. I've never seen a game where a team misses so many lineups.
There's not exactly
After plant lineups, this lineup for back yellow,
and a fragment.
it was mental.
It's not a lot.
Should never be happening.
Sheriffs in hand, these kills will need to be clean. Now they can't even use their utility. All about the aim. And with the weapons in hand,
Vitality, man.
we're never losing that one.
Do we even rebuy armor here? Who knows? Runner gonna be one away from his ult. Big buy around, they're gonna have a KO, and if they want to go get this orb over towards A, you would imagine they have Razor, so you would think that Foot needs to stop them from getting this ult. So you would probably need to see some kind of util over towards A here.
A couple of nano swarms, you then saw a nade go off a boombot. Like, Cena was basically doing an obstacle course to try and get into the site. Like, he had to go up over onto a ladder, down back under, crawl through some mud. And by that point, 10 HP dies.
Now, at least see a ping
like,
here,
it is an
but
absurdity how much they can use to delay and deny.
looks like they're just gonna let him have it, and Runner's just gonna get a free ult.
Can we find a gap, or
Shock.
can we get them to use their utility early and then have an easier
Is
time in
this
late
the
round?
same recon, or is
As
this
we
where it
mentioned
actually meant to
throughout,
hit?
they're not very
Wait,
good
that's
at the
really
late
cool
round. They
though.
don't normally
Okay, this
get
is where
there.
it's meant to hit, and this does
Jack has
scan behind
decided to be
yellow.
merciful
I'll
this
tell you what
time
though,
instead
this is
following
pretty
a
sick
shock
over
dart
towards
at the
middle.
mid
They
line.
molly
Destroying
they
the
molly
turret on
and
mid,
shock the
causing these
turret.
players to look back in the other
And
direction,
it's not that
and
it
as
gets
they do,
vulnerable, it's just the
storm
fact that
the
it
B site.
does the
wall
damage to
down
it in
try to
terms of the molly.
capitalize on Yedijay's
That was
close
pretty
position.
nice.
He has a res.
Creates a lot of
Be able to
pressure over
res
towards
himself
middle.
if
If they have
he goes
any
down.
idea that
Might be able to
UJ is here,
punish.
and that is a lovely
Oh,
combo
beautiful
back as
utility
well.
from Vitality. Now this has forced the planter
Pretty much
back
all down to this
and
guy in
killed him.
sight, but he
There's
has
a lot of
res, and
players
he's
on the
so
site,
committed.
back behind yellow.
Got full
Everything
util
that
here, and
Vitality
he's not going to
know
have to use
at
any
this
of it,
point,
but he
there's
might
been
win them the round
nobody
with duels.
stepping close, nobody taking advantage of that space. And
Dude,
as the
imagine
wall
Runner
goes
pops
up,
his ult.
This is the one position that wall doesn't help you get to. They will not clear it on the
Oh,
way through
boy.
instead, leaving Yedijay with a world
Oh.
of value to be found. Only two picked up, leaving
Big
CNET
1v1.
alone. Krax is on the floor, spotting him, watching him, and seeing that diffuse. The chance for CNET to swing
Yeah,
in.
this guy just gives him info the whole
Off the
time. He's like,
spike,
well,
and
he's
now
sticking it
time
still.
becomes the biggest issue in this
Okay,
clutch.
that was nice.
Eventually,
Yeah, this
Trax
guy on the
will
floor
find
just
that
giving them
third
full
kill, but
info.
it's from the grave. Yeah, I like as well just seeing the point of view of what we're witnessing
Well,
from Krax.
definitely want him on
That's
site
the
here.
problem. You can't
He's
play
on
with
it,
your
he's off
opponent.
it, he's on it,
You
he's
can
off it.
literally just calm the entire time whether or not he's actually sticking the defuse, and so CNED doesn't have the problem to peek. This is definitely a round though I feel like is a one-off. Like, what are the chances that, again, someone is not going to clear this position from Yedijay? I would say, if it happens again in the map...
Yeah, but I think that's fine. I think they'll just go back to just doing like normal Sage roll where you just wall plant.
You can understand it being missed this time.
For sure.
Because if you're Mr. Fallon here and you tank this, you're just like, man, Sage really needs to win this round. So happy that he did. Didn't use a lot of ults though. Maybe Vitality didn't want to do it on this one. Just want to make sure that it is onto a round where they can do the most impact in terms of resetting the money, which is a good tactic. Can definitely work out well here. This slow is good. You see this slow on the top here? Like slow on certain rafters, especially on this map here, they like bug out a little bit and they like expand double the amount if you hit them in the right space. I think that's the one that that is like the whole of this, like double the size for some reason. There's a few on split as well. So bro just sticking it. Yeah, and this was very nice. I kind of like what Vitality did round before. And I'm not sure it was like the original idea, and they were more just forced into not using util because Krax did his KO so early. But I sometimes do think that if you've done enough damage, just saving all these ults for the round after they win a round to secure it and just force them down to this loss bonus, I think it's so worth sometimes. It's like a tactical loss as long as you've done damage. Not saying that you're going into it wanting to lose, like obviously you're still trying to win, you're just not using ults.
Look, that's perfect timing because it says exactly what you wanted to. Foot are struggling and they're now looking for solutions while Vitality can sit pretty. There's no stress on this side with plenty of credits to fall back on, ults coming online, and a game plan that thus far hasn't seen too many issues.
Well, that's the thing. The sort of idea when I think of Foot, they're not really the most post-plant, late-round heavy team in the world, and I think that's how you beat this comp. Like, you have to bait out utility early, go for the later takes.
Don't even know how to take that one, but
they're
sure.
running straight into the site, and either that means they meet a buttload of utility, and then they take loads of damage and have to fall back and try and play post-plant, or Vitality play retake, and guess what? They still have all of that utility to do exactly the same thing moments later, so you can't play aggressive position. Where do I see Foot play in post-plants?
And what are they going to do? They got nice, still have res.
Disrupt everything you're doing. Well, you can't do that against this comp because, oh, I'm going to hide in this corner and nades come through. Oh, I'm going to hide in this one. There's a marsh. I'm going to hide in this one. There's a
You gotta think that they would struggle on defense with this, I'm telling you.
There's so much util that there's just not any place for them to play their normal game. Yeah. They need another
At least last time I watched Foot play this, they like, on defense, they heavy shut down the Lux at the beginning, and then they kind of freed up middle and focused heavier on sites. So I'm interested to see how they play this one on defense. Dude, if they have enough rounds, they're looking well dominant. Normally, it's a little bit attack-sided, so very comp dependent though.
To that control after Spike has gone down. Foot though.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to send this.
Aggressive face out of this squad so far. Every fight they've gone for seems to swing towards Vitality. They had their one round with a player, a snake in the grass. And outside of that, conventional play has not worked. Bladestorm, opportunity. And not landed to start with. And
Yeah,
now
3 more.
cautious. They know CNED's
And Hive hits him, and now they're going to insta-go. You hit the jet. The IP on this one.
Straight away. Wingman's going to spot the guy underneath. And Trex already traded out to
about to come
still
back.
trying to play within these corners. Nice shot. Has to be careful from behind. And Safe will trade. One of the better opportunities.
Oh my god, he hit him.
Just about grabs a gun, but he's so low on HP. And it's going to be left all onto
18
our
HP.
captain. Keeping things even for now, but he's on 18 HP. Needs an immediate shot, and he will not find it.
Close eco. They at least keep the econ close.
The closest we've seen things come for the side of Foot since their first was on the board. But Vitality again in these retakes. Close, but they get it over the line.
Close, but no cigar. Vitality certainly feeling like the premium product in these first couple of rounds. And, well, I said the 6-0 wasn't likely to happen. I guess I was right. It's 6-1, though. It's still a very, very strong position for that defensive side to play from. Now getting their lockdown online, and at just the perfect time, because one of the main things that Foot have to keep control over a site is the Viper's Pit that came online. Well, Vitality, you're going to
what are you
push you out
going
of
mad
that
about?
pit, and
Dude,
it's
they
gonna be
don't
tough
have
to get
tank
back in
tops.
against this composition.
They're not C9.
Yeah, also with
Gotta wear a
how
jersey.
aggressive Foot have
Let the guy roll his sleeves up.
Oh my!
Yeah, I was going to say that Res hasn't had an opportunity. They do have one now. This is probably the best chance they've actually had to use the Res, so I guess that's the one thing. Runner is going to try and take the fight again. And he's not in a position to really do any damage, so that's at least something. They've been able to finally use that Res. I think he was also spotted.
Yeah, he was spotted with the jump peek here. The jump peek was everything.
From the rope to see him.
Killjoy all goes in, and we do have some util, but doesn't
To
look.
push them out of the pit instead to push them out of the A site. The lockdown has come in from Safe and Foot.
They see him? Yeah, they did, and maybe that could have been timed a little bit better. Oh my, gets another one to see if they insta-grouped over towards A. Respect, man.
And
A
eventually
little bit greedy,
all the
but
way back, playing this B side hold. Orb was up by the attackers, but that's actually allowed Safe to reposition back towards B that little bit quicker. The thing is,
when does this knife come in? Because you would want to think at like 30 seconds the knife would come in to get info. They know they've used the drone already. Here we go. Knife goes in, 35.
With
on
30
the dot.
seconds left, they put it down and rotate immediately.
It's a strong pause at this time. Oh, he ate the flash.
Yeah, it might not necessarily matter. Safe, though, has done well. An immediate trade from Yenergy.
Still no plant.
Definitely been one of the better players. Kick still lurking around the back lines. Hasn't been spotted, but Krax is holding for it. And more Sender. His pit used, but nothing coming of it.
Yeah, nicely handled from them. Still a lot of money here for Vitality, so they buy into this one.
But a lot of that was, I think, just getting that opening kill.
It's one of two things. Was that pit put down to try to force the A push into the stack? It wasn't that heavy of a stack, 4v5 at that point. There were 2 players. I think maybe Safe was kind of close. Or was it just, oh damn, they might be coming here, I'll put that down and you can hold the other side?
I think it's literally, they did, I think he put it down and then they executed and he went, like, oh, they're not coming this way.
Came to it. Oh damn, I'll run away.
I think it was just unlucky timing.
Okay, yeah. That's sort of what I was leaning towards.
Okay.
It's like, is that
Low money.
but
Low money,
they
so
weren't that
big
stacked.
rounds.
There was only 2 players there.
And we've changed up the thing over towards middle, and CNED manages to get the early pick out on the op. They wanted to go aggro on this one. I didn't see what util there was. Definitely no flash involved in this.
Like a difference maker. Runner going down in back-to-back rounds. I'll be honest, he can be forgiven for the last one. I think he got a little bit unlucky with how they spotted him over the top. Pressure though onto Trex. He's been their best player so far though.
CNED? Seen him?
On Krax, I expected to be burned up on the way through, and it is, but
A lovely trade, yeah. That was so nice to watch though.
And kicks fall. That was Krax's flash that slowed them
man,
down.
that was very,
It's
very
his
nice.
rifle that closes out the round.
Yeah, just everyone flooded at the
Bound
same
for
point.
Foot,
One
and
flash
that
into this
lead
one
of
as well.
5 has narrowed down to 3. Vitality could be equalized on the half, and right now they haven't got the credits to fight back.
Not the best map, but it's still a good sign when you see teams have like very good spacing. And the spacing on this was nice. Like the spacing with this flash, just 2 people going through the wall, 1 person over towards the top as well, in terms of the Viper here.
Which, honestly, I think it's the worst thing they could be doing. Like, you're basically giving them exactly what they want. Like, Foot want the gunfights. You have the util to deny them, which was working early, and now you've stopped doing that. It's very peculiar.
I guess at some point you do just come in and say, oh, we're better than them. 6-1 up.
Yeah, same thing, same flash.
Changed, and so too
1
of the
person
results, and
sends it.
Vitality are playing a pretty heavy post plant again. giving up a lot of this space.
Yeah,
the wall
it's
has
just
blocked them out from the potential to
a
do damage
simulator.
with those pistols on the cross. And now it will be an extremely difficult round to get value in. That drone's gone out wide in the spawn, clearing out a lot of space behind them on the side of foot. They know the flank doesn't have to be worried about, so all these guns are for forward facing.
Getting in here should be impossible. Need to hit some pretty crispy shots. That has not gone well. It's actually going to force a teammate forward instead. And well, the Heretics will take those.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a timeout after some of this.
Again with another triple and an
They gotta change up something over towards A. Would imagine.
I wouldn't necessarily mind seeing a pause here from Vitality. Sure, it's only been 3 rounds in a row, but you were in a commanding lead. Like,
Why don't teams use a defensive Viper wall that blocks the angle from belt too? Over the top.
We're starting to see some of the
I'm trying to work out which one you think.
we saw in the last map coming online.
Are you saying like a brand new one, or are you saying like a brand new one that goes like this or something, or are you just talking about the one that lines up better where this X is?
The previous rounds for Vitality, you see as they attempt the retake, just as they start to come back through, there's a nade going up
In the
top,
first or the second
stopping them from pushing back out.
The second one, yeah. Teams just have different preference on what walls they want.
And there's been a few pieces like that.
But it's like the same thing over towards B. Like in theory, there's a few that, I mean, every single team just seems to have a different variation, right? You got the one that kind of has a gap over towards top. You got the one way on the floor. Teams just have different preferences of what they have.
Is perfect from Kraxton. Well, the trade is traded right back, not with violence, but the resurrect. And so 5 versus 3, despite that pick, Vitality still way behind.
Bro, they can't hold A, man. You gotta, should we change something up?
From the side of foot. Now they need to try and find themselves back from a disadvantage. Surprisingly, Anna Captain not able to do too much there. And we are actually going to see
do we fish all into a 2v5? Why are they fish all in here?
He is going to be able to get one.
I mean, I guess it was a 3v5 by the time, like, as they did it,
there
but
is nothing more to be had from a commanding scoreline.
Surely you just save that for the rounds. 3v4?
Genuinely level this up at the half.
Yeah, I guess.
It didn't seem very likely at 6-1.
Not that the retake's been going well, though.
And we saw Ultimate start to come online, but Vitality, they've lost control. And it looks, he even jump peeked it to begin with. Absolutely filthy. Kicks does well to find the trade, but as we said,
this is fair, like, yeah, the kill comes in as it happens.
The last few rounds that FUT been able to win is just playing a really,
like
really aggressive position and going down every single time.
Then okay, let's see. I want to see how they want to. Okay, so we're still doing delay over towards A, but this Viper probably needs to get out of there. The double delay over towards A, FUT just spamming over towards A because icebox.
Defense, or at least on one player. And,
nice to see that they're doing shocks to break all the kill as well, though, in case there's more here. And they would love to have the fish ult for this one, but speaking of ults, they do have the Raze ult to retake.
Too much, at least attack. They know the Kicks is there.
Yeah, that sender tag
Viper ult that leaks over towards the back here as well, so very hard to use this one. Bro, this map, man, I'm getting so sick of it.
They meet CNED's operator. Down goes Cracks, down goes CNED. Okay, it's
holy
crazy aggression coming out of
oh my god.
ball and the reveal as well. Oh, it's nasty. What's that shot, Jordan?
What the hell? What kind of game is he playing, man? That's a completely different game. That is not Valorant, man. That was nuts. He's everywhere.
Maybe he like just smelt what Angel's been cooking and just went, you know
he's
what?
in for the chaos.
Me some of that. I'm just going to run around, make as much noise as possible, and eliminate the majority of the team. It has to be infuriating being on the other side of that, because it is genuinely manic what that man is attempting. But hey, 6-1 down, 6-6. By the way, I think they went A every single round that they won.
Yep.
Other than the one, which was round 5, where Yedoje won on B.
Sneaky play.
Every other round, they just kept going A. And hey, I guess that's where they've had their success. We're back on that original way to play.
Yeah, 5 in a row at the end here. 5-1.
Now onto their defensive side. Vitality, they know where they are. They got a pretty good inkling. They have hit everybody
Knife hits,
other than
the hit Raze, yeah, Knife hits 3. So gonna feel confident with a 3-person stack here.
Right back to Kicks. Yeah, it's back online now. crazy. For the longest time, I thought it was 15 seconds on the Dizzy. It's 10 seconds to refresh. That is insane. How quick. I hate this guy with a classic. Oh, it's giving me nightmares
boy.
already, and that's why.
Yeah, and they just kept the stack here once the knife hit 3. They just wanted to go for it, and this looks like it's going to be 6 rounds in a row.
To 1 lead for Vitality, 5-0. And now they're facing against Foot retaking the lead before they even make it off that 6-round mark. What a devastating start. And another example of why Adacaptain cannot be allowed to buy anything on a pistol round. Just give the man a classic.
Yeah, he's actually taken 0 damage.
He's taken damage to himself.
He's now taken damage. He has now taken damage. That's good. That's at least something. Safe.
30 seconds
He's
left.
got 30 seconds. Now, if he was to double back towards the A site full sprint, maybe a moment ago, he would have made it. And actually, I think that might be what they're starting to
Oh
question.
my god, they're making so much
or
sound.
just looking at plant denial. Walking out, he's going to be spotted eventually. And they are just grouping up. Like, how he gets a plant from here, I have no idea.
Okay, nicely done in the end. Holy, I got a little bit scared.
He at least died in the round, Mitch. Does that make you feel a little bit better?
It does. It does. Justice for Liquid at the end of the day. What that guy pulled off there was unbelievable. But 7-6. I said Foot came in. They looked a little quiet. Suspiciously quiet towards the start of the game. But my, oh my, they have woken up.
Terminated.
Now facing off against 6 rounds, I think in a row for themselves, right? Yeah. Yeah, 6 in a row for Team Foot. And now they've got Bulldogs, an Outlaw, and a Sheriff to work with. Their opponents coming in with nothing. Anything they can do, we can do better, says Foot. So they now look to make it 7 in a row.
Well, you
Yeah,
can't
and this
right
is
now.
nice though. Just Atta got so many in the pistol, just trying to make sure that he has his ult into the first buy round, or at least the second buy round.
I
Comes the fourth or third round.
Watch that map, you would be terrified of Adacaptain being on the other side. He isn't. The guy on the other side is Yedajay, who is currently the top fragger in the server. Actually, no, maybe he's second to Trex.
Already starting to see Vitality want to push over towards mid, right? They're trying to make sure we got no Sentinel here. Let's try and actually pressure and check how they're holding some of these places. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're doing that. We'll kind of keep an eye on that, because that's like for sure the weakness from Footscom. Right, this smoke goes up, you could be here, you could be here, you could be here.
Knife will give things away. There's a couple there.
Oh, what the?
Sender. He's managed to find a high impact double already.
Spike planted.
Plant down too.
Yeah, and he takes down the
need to swing into these
Sage as well.
range angles. B-side definitely didn't work for Foot, but it looks like they've got something special on this side of Vitality.
Close.
Not looking to give them 7 in a
Then
row.
just wait. Flash goes out, swing. It's pretty nice.
Yellow challenge at the back of the flash. It's
Oh my god, he ate his team's flash and then ate another one. And then ate the Dizzy flash. Poor C-Dead, man. 3 flashes in a row. KO flash into KO flash into Gecko flash.
Both teams now put up a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it's definitely an
Nate,
odd
thank you
way
so much,
for
man.
the
Appreciate the
Surge
prime.
together,
Thank you for
but
the kind words as
Vitality
well, bro.
got
Sorry that I
such
missed
a
that
huge
a
victory.
little bit earlier.
I want to see this from Set. That is filth. I think the second bullet just put in for fun.
Yeah,
Even
and
goes
then the
back on a
instant,
wraparound to kill off the player from behind.
reposition was cool.
Superb round from him.
Double
Gives
Marshal on this,
Vitality
and
a
this will
7.
be an
On the
op
other side of things,
next round,
we're gonna see a
maybe?
bit of an investment. The Edition
Okay,
only
double
buying
Marshal.
a Sheriff in the last round, so he's going to be able to afford a Marshal and still have cash to spare for the next. Of course, Cened's going to have one as well.
Somehow I expect a bit more damage to be done by the side of Vitality than over on Foot with Yedajay and Cenet. Better scoped weapon in the hands of Sender. Mr. Fallen, his best Adacaptain cosplay. This is something that Foot loves to do, playing up close, having a player further back, but the boom bot will be burned up to clear it out. Now they know. They heard that right click. They know what they're walking into. There shall be no
We're not getting this guy
stepping forward
back.
and giving him that free kill.
Yeah, much further angle, but Cened's still here.
Spike down, B.
Spike.
Trade to start.
Wall at least
Spike
goes
was
up.
dropped, but
Pretty obvious they're going over towards A. Does this guy wait for his team?
They dropped that spike,
Does
but
it go a bit
they immediately
early?
start running back to the A side. They think their opponents are going to assume a stack up, and so they can put everybody in position on this side of the map. Some spam shots connected, but Adacaptain standing for the moment. Even still, though,
You're
40
inside. Let's see
seconds
what
left and
see how much
Krax is
damage
still
they can do.
waiting here,
Again, double
hiding
Marshal.
in the background. The nade is not
Cool.
going to clear him. He's still just lurking in the corner.
Wait.
A kill comes in for CNED. It's a nasty surprise for Trex. It's
He has a
happening
flash
again,
as
Mitch.
well.
Still though, 2 weapons in the hands of their opponent. Crack shouldn't be able to get anything. It's left all
Okay.
to 1.
There you are, though, man.
Cinder will land
Holy,
the
this
shot
got close.
with
Wait.
Safe alongside him. It
They
got
messed that up.
dicey, It got scary, but Vitality
Oh,
will
they
win
did
the
mess that
round.
up. No
Well,
plant.
that's it. I mean, the damage was
I
most
just,
certainly done, and I think if you come into that round
give it
on
over
the
to
side
the
of
other
foot,
player here.
you don't even expect to walk out with that many kills under your belt, so it's something to work with. But 8-7, the scoreline. More
He
importantly,
went for the Vandal.
where
Oh,
are
okay.
they set up? Because if you come into the next round and you see Vitality win,
I mean, not bad then.
Foot will lose that lead even further. It will slip away. They'll be
Right,
forced
up
to an
on
eco, and we can see
defense.
10-7 on the board.
What they've
A
been,
great
what
return
they've
to
been
form
saving
for
for. Let's
Vitality
see
after a
how
6-1 lead for
Vitality
Foot.
go middle,
They win
right? At
this,
one point.
That's another buy round for Vitality. So the attack, or the defensive
Oh.
side has a big challenge coming up. And the operator has already been spotted. The element of
Okay, so
surprise
Foot's
no
way of
longer
covering
in
this
play.
one up is
CNED's
going
got an
super
up.
close and
Let's
putting
go
a
the other
wall
way.
over
That's what
towards
most
middle,
teams
but the
call.
wall gets
We might
insta
just be about
shot.
to find out
They
why.
are,
He doesn't even have his dash anymore.
yeah,
He
he's
just swung
aggressive
wide
with this.
versus Trex with no dash.
And
Man
Foot
has
doing
no
similar
fear.
game plan to what they did last time. 2 passing in charge of
maybe they were a
middle.
little bit late to the
Like, if I was playing
realization
against
of
Foot
that
after
strat,
both of the
because
times I've seen
now
them
that
play
they've
this,
lost
I just
Trex,
go
it is gonna
A
be the
early on.
fallback.
This is very similar to how they played the last game.
Yadajay,
They know the
wall
weakness is
was
over
placed
towards
in
middle,
mid,
so
I
they just
believe, so
heavy
that's at
stack
least
it.
been
They're
broken.
trying to condition them to
They look
thinking
to
we
take
can't go middle.
reclaim some of that space. Even still, though, it does look like they're eventually going to hit towards this A site. And I think Crack's just got the info.
Big duel at middle, by the way.
It's not too much of a shift back by Foot. They're definitely not panicking at this point.
Hey, this guy's dead, right?
Reveal, I think only caught 1 player.
Yeah, and he knows he has timing because he doesn't have to worry about anything, and this is, again, the weakness of this comp. Nicely done from Sender. He calls his team back over towards B once he hears the other person there as well.
Hole in it towards that mid angle. And pressure on for CNED. They could just push behind him, execute him. Oh,
Yeah, nicely done from Sender. Sender's been great so far.
No, an uncharacteristic miss. I expected him to hit it. I know it's still a huge reaction shot,
I
but
mean,
it's
that's a
CNED.
hard shot to hit.
And now what was around that was looking bleak for Vitality sits in an afterplant. Still got a snake bite. Still got a mosh to play with, so it's going to have to be the clear out. Close angles are gone. They're not going to fall for their own trickery. But you can see the util already starting to be expended. Kicks putting out that mosh. And they need to find something quick. Sender with
Mate,
this
Sender's
third of the
just doing
round.
everything at the moment in the 2 important rounds. The eco, he won them that one. This one. The solo walk up mid.
See Mr. Fallen move back in this direction. He wants to pick up that weapon, but with 15 HP, he might have to forgo it. It's being watched, but Runner is, by the looks of it, going to give his life for it. He wants to hunt Mr. Fallen down.
Yeah, nicely done. Fallen worth on that for sure.
Definitely worthwhile.
No doubt about it.
Is going to get anywhere
Oh,
near
the
close
Sage
enough to getting it.
was...
No, that is a huge
Yeah,
pick.
okay.
And especially with the fact that they end up losing a further rifle, the weaponry now for Foot is not going to be particularly good in this round. And that's where the biggest gap really lies within this.
I like this from Sender though. He was like very persistent over towards middle.
Sort of put into
And
play
he might be doing this the whole time.
anything towards that kitchen position. And well, Sender has completely isolated it and won them the round.
Izia JJ, how we doing, mate? Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thank you so much, man.
Of this map, Vitality still haven't touched theirs. The lead. They're leading by 2, and Geis is getting heated. There's a lot to be said about these last couple of rounds for Foot. Well, looks like he's saying it all. Everybody else just
Bro,
sat
it's
there
yeah.
listening.
I get that. I mean,
I
it's
think
a hard
it has
comp
to
to
be
play on
something to do with the
defense,
mid
dude. I'm
control.
telling you, play on
That's why
hard
this
mode if you
round
don't have the
completely
kill
falls
train.
apart. Like you had that aggression initially, you had it walled.
Like in
When
theory,
that
this
wall is
should have been
broken,
happening the whole
reaction
time in
was actually to fall off and
practices
try and
with
help
someone
defend
taking
A after
timings.
A little bit of information was garnered, a bit of an over rotation, but that gap was already
Damn, look at the hands go.
I love we can see, guys. His team can't.
Yeah.
And he's going in with his hands.
Oh, they can see him in their mind. Well, I can tell you that now. They're like, oh no, Geis is not happy.
It looks like he's directing air traffic out there.
I think the plane is
I'll see
crashing.
Blue. Thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 4 months. Thank you, thank you. And we got EXO_Dia as well with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime usage. Welcome into the Slug Club. And Shaky. Shaky Resonator with the prime as well. Thanks for the 9 months, man.
Into work. You've
Appreciate you doing that, dude.
Commands. Well, that Blade Storm for CNED That's what I'm excited about. The opportunities.
And I'm looking over towards middle again, and I know it's just an eco low buy, but Killjoy's taking a bit of a timing.
That they will look to take right back once CNET arrives.
Oh, is it going to be mid again?
It really is a timing. He gets here very early, and the Viper just checked this.
Missed by Captain.
Does he think he got seen?
Very lucky. There could be so much for safe here. Already the distraction of his teammates.
He doesn't want to take a
He's
risk
just
because
waiting
it's
for that
like...
Viper screen to go down.
I think his whole team to just relax. Probably I'll win this round right now. Okay, back-to-back rounds where we see someone over towards middle just making a lot of space. This one was an eco though. How does Foot deal with this now?
Yeah, this is troublesome at this point. And we know what Vitality
Why is Cypher not good in Icebox? Cypher's good, but it's like... Cypher is good, and there's some cool cameras that like haven't been seen still in pro play. But it's more the fact of just the mollies, right? The mollies on this. So it does the same thing in terms of info, right? But it's the fact that the mollies are here. It's like mollies for after plant, mollies for stalling. Especially when teams most normal are playing like delay and fight, right? Delay one, fight the other. When you have a double molly over towards here, the delay means that the rotate can come in, and when it takes like 21 seconds or something to get from like here to here, you need to be able to delay. I think it's the edges, right? 21 for edge to edge. Keep it like that.
Mr. Fallen behind as well, because a lot of teams now will try and bypass this pick, go over the top.
Okay, early ult goes in, Foot big buy rounds.
I think just with how far Safe has managed to get. Now Yedajay, he's already spotting Sender. If there's an attempt to try and do this
I think
again,
it's here to this or something.
We'll be waiting and he will
21,
be
I can't remember, man. It's been too long. And the kill trace here very early. Flash goes in. CNET does check it, yeah. Safe 8 this flash.
If I don't move, I'm invisible. I am invisible.
Yeah, it is interesting. You get pop flash and just stand there. They probably will peek off that. That's exactly. You might not know. It's exactly where he wanted the slow to go.
Bro, Sender insta spotted, jumps out window, goes through middle. A lovely nade, but this guy is getting wrapped on by 3 and a fish. Wait, he gets that kill?
He's still alive, and he's doing damage as well. But as CNET goes into trade, he goes out of the round just afterwards. Okay, it's winnable again.
Yeah, it really is.
They're not going to fall for kitchen.
How on earth is Cracks being able to do that? Nade, and then obviously if we get a nade kill, that's all. And it's a big round for Vitality, right? Their money's really low, so if he does get a raise ult, should definitely be using it to secure it. Let's raise. Yeah, might not need it, to be honest. Oh.
Necessity of that showstopper still
okay,
comes down
no
to
time.
1v1, but the time is gone.
I see,
it's
dumb.
ticking too far, and a captain just gonna have to run for the hills. And while
yeah, managed to get the kill before the nade, and then the nade delayed long enough.
It is another round on the ball.
Dude, it just looks way too hard to play this comp on defense, I'm telling you. So in terms of Vitality pick, dude, in terms of Foot's comps, man, Foot has 2 maps that you would love to play them on.
And now they're down and out. 4-round gap. This defensive side could come back into it, but this was their opportunity. This is where they put all their credits
What's the
on
other
line
map you want to play on?
Try to scrap their way back in, and it came down to a narrow margin. But a margin that they fell on the wrong side of. Now with that 4-round gap, they're left down on the side of Foot with...
They bind without a duelist?
A whole lot.
Wait, really?
We're likely going to see that 12th pull
Did I flame it? I must have been flaming that one, surely.
That's what Foot are playing for, Tom. They've kept their credits for the next round.
I don't mind it.
Okay.
We've seen them do a lot with less. They
Safe's
still have
mid-lurk hasn't worked.
Yeah, they still have a rifle as well in the hands of Captain, which has just found another. This is already starting to look pretty dangerous. Again, some of these just hyper-aggressive angles that Foot take in these sort of rounds.
Oh yeah, because he plays Sage. Yeah, you're right.
The thing I worry about though is if this gets into an afterplant, because we've seen Vitality, they've been sublime in those positions.
I think even more so with the pit.
Just a cut of sounds, but as we can see, we can probably hear some of this.
Used up. Those snake bites will be online.
Viper pick goes in. That's the spike.
Now the spike's down in the open. They'll have to step into it to try and retrieve it. And CNET's just waiting for his opportunity to pick them up. Down below.
Oh, he got hit by the drone.
The drone catches the reveal.
Oh yeah, I tell you what though, big round. Everyone's getting upgrades. We've seen some juggling of the guns as well.
With barely anything bought up, with credits saved for the next round, have come back through and halted Vitality's push.
Yeah, it was both a thrifty and an Andalusia flawless, which is definitely not something
Absolute
you're going to see
shot
every
though,
single
fair play.
day. It is peculiar. Again, we've seen a lot of these aggressive pushes deep. I think that was just the element of surprise, but I do almost wonder if Vitality sticking to the pit, especially versus weaker weapons, could have worked out for them. Even still, though, plenty of credits for a buy. They have been winning.
Yeah, I
in the
mean,
last
everyone's
few
really
rounds.
good. We'll have one
Clean
eco.
is gonna
Well,
try a little
I
bit
say
of
one
aggression of
eco,
his
but
own.
honestly, both teams buy next no
Already
matter what.
spotted him, and he's going to have to be forced back almost immediately. And they're going to try and catch someone with the Hunter's Fury just off the rip.
I guess it's going to confirm they don't need to over-rotate
Well,
those players off that
bit of a win for
flash would
Vitality
have
in
to be
terms of their
moving up the
killjoy ult.
alleyway if they were trying to punish CNET.
Dude,
So you
UTJ
popped on
has to
our Fury,
do
you clear
the
it, you know
most
that there's
mad
no need to
thing.
panic. Still play the round slow.
Like, I would
You
hate
don't need fast rotate,
I would
so
hate to be
Yetche to
UTJ
finish
on
that
this map.
push
He has
on
to
mid.
control
Not a big fan of
middle
it. Again,
with the
I think the way
Sage.
Foot uses Hunter's Furies at
And
times
a lot of times
is
he's not allowed to
mind-boggling.
use
They
his
throw them out like it's candy, but
his wall.
they can get value from it sometimes.
Oh, that's a little bit unlucky there.
It looked like the timing was
Yeah, and
almost
timing
spot
really
on.
goes off. He
Now they're in the same problem they've had
one
before.
pushes through mid.
Mid-control,
Killjoy can show over towards
completely
here.
given up.
Not expecting this, and Safe looks like he's got 2 kills once again.
They're trying to focus in on the rest, and because of that, they're going to get flanked. We've seen this too many times
Oh.
already. CNET
What?
does well.
Spike planted.
He makes things very interesting indeed. This round should have been done and dusted. Track spamming
One
two
enemy
HP. With
remaining.
such little HP, and Anna Captain takes out Kicks. It leaves a 2 HP Trex to try and fight versus two
No way
members.
they win
One of
this.
them desperately low. No utility
There's
to play,
no
but he's not
way,
gonna be
bro.
playing that
Safe's
one.
gonna be
That's
kicking
a round
himself,
that
man.
Foot probably should have lost, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
you
doubt
actually
about it.
genuinely just
They
give us
get
those 3
eco'd, and
kills
then
in
they
a
lose a
replay
round
for
that they should have
CNET.
won.
Because he won the round. That's all the round was.
And someone has to take a hit in
30
terms of the
HP. How
buy.
he gets out after the first, he's being flanked. The player had perfect timing. I mean, take a look at this. That's where the kill comes in for Sender. He swings in quick as he can, misses the
Yeah,
first
man.
2 bursts.
It's a good replay, though.
Cannot do that
We saw the
against
other
CNET.
POV.
And it costs you a round this time. Sender's had some fantastic rounds, some great individual plays, but this time he dropped the ball.
Oh yeah, I think there's no doubt he's had
Yeah,
the
you
best
got a timeout here, and this
anyone
might
in the
even
server.
just be the
Like,
mental thing. I'm
amount
not
of
sure you need
times
to
he's
say
been
too much
able
in
to
terms
just
of that.
creep through, take
But I
ground
still think
that you know
if
has been
you
given
go over
up,
towards
and the
middle and you
timing on
chill,
it
you're
is
still going to win the
perfect.
majority
Like,
of rounds.
He waits for them to be in fights, gets an easy kill, and then goes for CNET, and it's just a whiff. Like, that's all that was. It was a whiff. He should have got that kill. It does happen, but yeah, I don't think there was anything particularly wrong in the strategy of that round from Vitality, but that almost makes it more painful, because you're now taking a pause. It might even be just to try and calm the nerves a little bit, because that is a round that should have been theirs and wasn't for that exact reason. Now, though, again, still got a couple of ults online. Lockdown available. If they can get that much mid-control and then lock down the back, it could be a free win. Runner also having the showstopper, but there are counters available, especially in the form of that null command. But if Foot win this one,
Who's having the
I
best
didn't expect
rookie
to be saying it, but
VCT
they
year
might
so far?
genuinely be back.
Depends if you do you include John QT as
If
that.
this ends up 2-0 in favor of Foot, I think we're
Karen's
robbed of
the
what should be
easy.
a third map. Yeah, Vitality
Karen's the
put in
easy
work.
answer, but it's
They
like
definitely
you include John
look like
QT.
they
If you
deserve
include
to
not
pull it
being
through
a
all the way, but a couple
VCT
of surprise
rookie,
plays.
then it's John.
That round where Foot had next
But
to
if it's like
nothing to
actual
work with, and
rookie,
they came out on
it's
top
Karen.
anyways. A thrifty Andalusia flawless. Viper's Pit was
Depends if
used.
you
know,
include tier 2
so
or not.
much was burned up by Vitality.
That guy came from
They've still got that
straight up
showstopper
ranked.
and a lockdown to work around. It's not the end of the road just yet. 2-round lead to capitalize on. Credits invested. And there's some weaknesses.
They're both jumping, and I'm just like, I don't know. That's a risk. That's a 50-50. One of you's dying.
Well, not this time at least.
Yeah,
They've held on.
So this time they've actually got Yedege playing over towards the A side. Now, for the majority of rounds, he's been playing mid. I guess just with how things have been going, with the pressure that's been put onto him, they've swapped it up. Put this over of Mr. Farlin, potentially able to get them more information.
And so
CNET's operator
Flash to
may have
potentially
been
take him
spotted,
off
but
the
they're
angle.
Still going to be heading in that direction.
Still has his dash.
Dash still available. But this time it looks like he might be playing a bit more passive.
Like this though. He's been a bit of a nuisance over towards here, over peaking. Now he doesn't want to give them anything. He's just waiting for them to use all their util. Killjoy ult goes
earlier,
in.
but he saved it. They waited,
Really
biding
passive.
their time.
Wait, that's
Have to be
a
cautious
nice
here.
recon.
On the way through, that wall is going to be aggressed on. Nice angle, but CNET gets nothing
30
for it. He is
seconds left.
out quickly with the dash, but it looks like the plant will be coming through relatively uncontested. So the little guy gets the job done. A 5 versus 5 post plant, showstopper in back pocket, and no flank underway. Vitality
got a lot of after plant util, so this is a very good KO.
Might not be available at the moment. No command has been used. Run against one, but the showstopper's gone. Trades though are good.
Yeah, and they might be able to stick this. Everyone's pretty far away.
Very passive, but they are holding their ground, winning their fights. Nobody on that defusal yet. Nice work.
Oh, went on it. Keep an eye on the wraparounds. Dave might have secured it.
It's that backline that causes them issues. Already though on that defuse, and it's going to be
Nicely done in the end, yeah. It's got a little bit close. I think if you're Foot, I didn't see. I mean, they couldn't have been util on here because they got hit by the KO. So I think someone had to stick this and trust in their team. They couldn't have been util here. Unless Safe was like really far away that the ult wasn't hitting him, and then he hit a molly off.
Runner was dead one way or another. It was a pick your poison kind of deal.
You would imagine that was it.
Left to Mr. Fallen's mag, but he gets shot in the back. And we mentioned that Foot didn't have a flank. That was
okay. 3 chances to take us to sunset.
Not just left Vitality open for what they have been going for quite a lot, which is sending a player back, even after that initial aggression, even after that same player's made it out of the choke point. They're not afraid to run it all the way back and take the control later.
Oh, the knife connecting. Aggressive positioning.
Guy underneath him.
Not actually going to finish off Cracks. He will
He's
survive.
so dead, right?
Energy is just going to try and wall them off. Potentially try and get the heal for his teammate. Maybe not. Actually just playing around the edge of it. A little bit of a risk. He's going to take the heal himself. He might need it. He's going to be spammed into the open with the nade. Well, it may have taken a little bit longer than they would have liked, but Vitality have got that opener.
They have it locked in. Ada Captain 1 away from a Viper's pit. A valuable pick to be found if he can land 1 shot on the way through. But there's plenty of players, and even finding that kill doesn't mean you'll be able to use that ult if they trade you out right away. Knife up and
over
towards
close
clearing
B.
a lot of that close
Doesn't
laneway.
hit anyone.
The push is about to come through here, and that's an isolated fire.
I was gonna say, there's no way he gets out with 3 people here, and they were just so ready for this mid aggression.
The other side waiting for him.
And they were fully on top of this. Get a kill, just free pass and wait for it, and I guess that's kind of how they've been handling just having no sentinel over towards mid, just someone having to take info.
Flash, a crazy shot onto kicks. That's at least something. Wingman has been sent out, but he's going to be able to deny it. 20 seconds on that clock, but already a player going for that plant. You can see the swing from Mr. Fallen. A nice initial shot, and he almost manages to line up 2.
Huge kill on 2. 2 low HPs.
Shot going to be placed in towards Runner. He's been difficult to clear from this position. But they're still wary. There might be a second player coming in from behind, yet to spot Cracks' position.
Flash is coming in.
He still has a fair bit of utility.
Oh, he swung left and not right.
They've got to get towards this Mr. Fallen again. He's looking to keep them in, and that is actually going to force him into the open. The shot connected, and he hasn't managed to...
Nicely done. Came to a 1v2. All right, man. That was a comp diff, bro. I'm telling you. They just had... I just don't see how they can get many rounds on defense. They had some good reads as well.
Vitality never looked away from their goal. Never lost sight of that 3rd map, Sunset, that we're now going to. And we'll see which of these teams can take the cake in the end. Foot looking for their flawless continuation, and Vitality for an upset mid-season. Coming up after this.
Yeah, and then now.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco.
Okay, Sunset is the last map.
Ask about Lola.
Sunset is the last one.
Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, win, win, win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed, so let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back to VCT, and we're going to 3 because we are 1-1 in this epic matchup between Team Vitality and Foot. And you know what? We got the Turkish map of Ascent, and we got to see how Vitality have grown into their own on Icebox still.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was a site simulator for basically most
With
of...
that comp, shocking, really. Right?
Yeah. Who would have thought
Who would have thought?
a site simulator? It's classic Icebox. You know, the tried and tested, it works, just do it. Get into those really nitty-gritty fights. I think the cool thing to talk about this map was about how Vitality was making Foot feel really weird and stressed out because of all the there's so many
yourself right now. Did you feel weird?
No,
stressed out?
it's just like there's so many abilities that you're not used to. For example, Raze being in the mix, and just you know, you have Gecko stuff coming in, you have KO stuff, like all this stuff is coming in at you, and you're not used to playing against that, so it's hard to kind of deal with it in the moment because it's coming in different waves as well.
Yeah, I like this as well because particularly for that composition, basically the tendencies, the protocols, the timings are all completely different between these two comps. And I think actually where Foot really struggled is where if you can't really get a committed fight before a plant happens with the Sage composition, it kind of just fizzles a little bit. The round kind of gets into a stalemate. If you miss that first wave, it's really difficult. Sometimes if that comes too late on in the round, you don't necessarily have a mid-round. That mid-round's almost sailed you by. So I think it was actually a good contrast between what can be done with both compositions, but I also think Vitality probably played towards the weakness of Foot's comp very well.
I do want to take a look, though, at a classic Turkish round, given that we are celebrating all things Turkish on the broadcast today. It was the final round of that first half, and, yeah, that's when we did see Foot go for it.
Yeah, basically, what was well, I'll say balls to the wall for this one, because this is like, it's not often you see a Sova. But what was it?
Balls o'clock.
Balls o'clock. Okay, I've never heard that one, but but yeah, it's not often you see a Sova getting as involved as this. But again, I mean, it's Foot in around 12, similar to the first one. It's chaotic.
Yeah, when you are playing this map and you're on a composition like what Foots is you need to keep the pressure on in the post plant, because if you give any space back into the retake and the wingman's able to get onto the spike, and then they're also able to layer all this other abilities at you and swing you while you're trying to swing and deny the fuse, that's when you're going to get taken out of it. And obviously Mr. Fallen going huge here with the Sova, with the shorty. I love a double barrel myself.
I bet you do.
Wait, Saint's getting tagged.
Foot here, but I'm interested in
your
thoughts on the Sage wall as well, on that
little deadlock.
Side.
Yeah, I mean, it's just to the point
China
now
tomorrow,
where
yes.
I don't think you're ever going to see any surprises.
China into EMEA
a
tomorrow.
team that kind of scream preparation, right? There's not really anything that with this composition they're going to come away and say, right, we need to fix this. If ever Icebox comes up versus Foot, they're going to play this composition. There's not really anything that's going to force the adaptation, right? Force them into a position where they have to switch up and really change the way they
Wait, do
approach
Vitality really have two comps for Sunset?
Before the plant comes in. So in that regard, I think versus Vitality, it's particularly weak to play a composition like this.
You reckon I would win a fight against 10 wingmans easily, bro?
It's going to be interesting. I don't think so.
Easily.
And the reason why is because when we saw what Vitality's composition was on Icebox and how Foot struggled
50, now we're talking. That should be pretty good.
Foot was on, sorry,
how big is
Vitality
like my
defense.
arena to run
We're
around?
going to see something similar if they run, I guess, like any of the comps that they've run a couple of different comps, which were kind of weird, but also Foot's not doing themselves any service right now. The last time they played it, CNED was on Raze. That's always an issue for them. So are they going to just move him to Jet? Are they going to give him a flash character? Are they still going to run the Fade? Those are the questions I'm going to ask before we get to actually see what they're running, because Vitality have been playing very unconventional comps. They're like the only team running Deadlock.
Well, when they start clapping, you talk about when they try and slap, bro. Simple sidestep for that stuff. Guy always misses.
Map loss, but even just seeing the willingness to kind of toy about and maybe break the mold, I don't want to say trendsetters.
I would need to see my arena.
Whoa. Explore
okay, so Foot have the Deadlock.
We were thinking, if anyone played Deadlock, it would be Kings.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Vitality that wants to break it out here, but
could be cool, man. Could be really cool.
Balls to the wall, right? With this comp.
Okay.
Double Sentinel. Man, the Gecko has to do so much. How do they take map control?
Okay, so Team Vitality's
net into like Omen flash of all of it.
And it's going to look good, but they have no Sentinel.
You don't need more.
So they have to look for that on defense. But Foot, they're starting defense. They're running.
Let's see what they got, man. Let's see what they got.
Cypher. They didn't run a Cypher. I don't know.
Some of the fast strats could be pretty fun here.
I'm ready for it though.
Yeah.
Hang on, I got to strap down.
Foot are going to be gathering a lot of information. Right? I feel like that's the most underestimated thing about Deadlock is that information it gives you, the sound cues it does pick up. But let's go to this third and final map and see whose dreams the sun will be setting on tonight with Tomvis and Mitchman.
Well, this is not exactly what I expected coming into today. Seeing a
Adam with the Prime, thank you so much, man.
give it to you open-ended because I don't know
Thank
how
you,
I feel about. I do know how I feel about this one. I don't like it. It's Mr. Fallen's job to make me like it in the next however many rounds.
Yeah, I think since Chamber,
Yeah, let's see what they got.
haven't seen
Because in theory, the solo KO is gonna have to. Sorry, the solo Gecko is gonna have to do a lot, but
it's very interesting.
there's some good stuff.
They're going to be able to deny an awful lot of space.
I'm worried for like if they throw the util and they can't retrieve the util, they should be able to follow the util up with like aid, Gravnet, etc. Omen Flash. Okay, foot start on defense, Vitality start on attack, and the deadlock is over towards B. Insta wall behind the smoke.
I want to see what they've got to offer.
Well, there better be something planned, something up their sleeve.
He's
for
just
now.
left. He's just thrown the wall down and just left.
So he's walled up B main.
Bro, this must be a nightmare to attack against, though. In terms of a defense comp, this is a strong defense comp.
You can now focus on a little bit of a mid-fight. Door going down as well, denying some control, caused a lot of bullets to break, and maybe open to some counterattacks. Vitality.
Can it retake well? I mean, yeah, you would imagine the Mosh Pit and the Gravnet is pretty good as a combo. I mean, it is the combo.
As well. It looks like no clear plan just yet. Instead, they were looking for aggression from Foot, for mistakes to be made. They haven't been.
Yeah, the mistake there is showing the kneecap.
And they've done a great job at
Whoa.
that. Sender. Another
3.
lights out
Guy's got a
round from
classic.
him. Right off rip here on Sunset, leaving Yedege against the world. 3 players. They're coming towards him. But this is a big fight for him to try and win.
Yeah, even stopping the plant will be difficult. Oh, 1 HP.
1.
Kicks is so lucky to be alive.
Spike planted.
I don't even know what stopped that from being the kill. It must have been the slightest pixel of the wall, but there now needs to be so much.
Shot, man.
He is on at the moment.
Another reposition from him as well.
Scenario.
Oh boy, Kicks 1 HP.
The main thing against him though is
Yeah, Trex is pretty low.
starting to tick down. Spots out Trex, takes a lot of damage himself.
Does he even expect this guy would have walked to site with 1
His
HP?
opponents are still very close
Nope.
to death, but he's not going to clear the
Okay, nicely
angle
done
of
from
Kicks.
Kicks here.
It got dicey for
Good
a second,
reposition
but
with the low
Vitality
HP.
again off the back
I
of
mean,
their
nicely done
IGL.
from Sender.
They're gonna
What
be
on
taking
earth
that
is this at
pistol.
middle?
Wow,
You get 3
came
here.
close with some individual plays, but Sender definitely takes the cake. 1-0.
What we
The
got?
pistol could be so valuable, and so long as they can follow up on it. The opening pick was found by the deadlock, and that's about the only compliment we'll have for it.
Dinkin.
And again, I think the issue
Crouch
being,
slow
you
Dinkin.
wall up on B main, and then you wait. And that's all this was, just pumping the brakes from the side of Foot and waiting for Vitality to make a move. Both teams running the clock down, and Vitality getting the better of them.
Double Sheriff and CNED buys armor.
Just throw the wall in every beginning of every round.
Why not?
But that's the thing. I think one of the strengths that I feel Vitality really had on this map was having a very good default. So I actually don't see much value other than that you get to aggress around the map.
I do think that there's probably a long-term plan here.
They're ready for this. Everyone's ready for reaction in terms of them breaking this and taking B main control. Start looking at ults, because Kicks is the one that is going to get his ult online first. He's 3 away.
Knifing it, which I doubt, because leave you open to the fight. You get some damage done and follow up on the back of it. Now, I think it's just something Vitality need to be aware of, though. Always stand further back to destroy it, rob that information at the start of the rounds, and leave them with nothing to do.
Yeah, the only thing with that, though, is you can do that exact same setup with a trip.
That is very true.
Back over towards A. They save their wall.
Not just
Pick the right side. Life goes in, pretty much clears all of this. 3-man gets the plant, and we are 2 away from Kicks. So does he switch guns with Safe at one point and start hunting? Does he like all over towards B a little heavier than everyone else?
We love this map. It's
Yeah,
very, very
here he
difficult
goes.
to
Okay, switch guns with someone. I didn't see who had the stinger, but lovely flash. One more. Even a death is worth at this point. Lovely. Now someone else needs to get the kill.
Next round, Thrash available. Well, they might even want to let someone else kill off Anna Captain. He'll
Yeah,
do the
you can
same.
have it. It's fine.
And Andaluthia flawless to take over the line their second round.
Nicely done. Yeah, that was
A
more
great
of
start. Where do they want to go with
round, right?
official?
But the interesting thing is you're saying that Thrash comes online. Big ultimate to try to entry with, especially when you've got those weaker weapons. If they can isolate some duels, it could be in a fantastic spot. Even swinging on the back of it.
Do I like the New Jersey? Yeah, it's cool, man. waiting for me at home.
Definitely the start that they want. 2-0 up.
I think it looks good.
Pretty much on both maps, streaks of rounds swing in either direction. Vitality coming out on the last one with a 13-9 victory. This follow-up, not expecting them to do much.
Insta wall blocks the boombot.
Yeah, there's
Smoke.
not much of a choice here, but to spam
I mean,
it down.
if they're going to be throwing this at the fast 5 seconds every single round, I'm not massively in for it.
Definitely a decent amount of information they can get, although I believe it's already
Okay,
been
split
broken,
goes in.
so they
That's
know
lovely
it's
flash. How on earth has he hit that?
still able to hit the shot. Second flash, though.
Lovely mosh pit on top of this. Force them over towards site. Cracks gets 2 over towards middle. Dude, how has Mr. Fallon got this kill? He actually saved them the round.
Safe. I look to take this one together.
Yeah, poor Mr. Fallen kind of got left behind on that strategy. CNED bailed to sight.
I
Mr.
mean,
Fallen's the sacrificial lamb, and they're trading. I
He
did not
did unbelievable.
expect very much to be found by that Thrash, or the Thrash to be used at all in this round, unless it was a serious opportunity. It hasn't been really connecting onto anything. You can see the information was that CNED's in the corner, but he doesn't even have a reason to move.
Whoa.
Although
No
he does.
trade?
He does move in the end, and he goes down. An opportunity now. They've isolated out of Captain 2
Uh-oh.
and taken him. 2 versus
No,
2.
don't give him another 1v1. Whoa, okay, you do you, bro. You're a god. Man, I was worried there. I thought that was just going to be 1 by 1 by 1.
Like, don't get me wrong, he hits the shots, Cracks does what Cracks does, but
Yeah, how's he done that? 70 HP as well? I mean, they weren't expecting him to swing here. I guess there's that. Say that, but he did kind of wide swing.
That's so lucky. It just spams in the general direction of where the paranoia came from. That is going to be a first round now onto the board. Again, we're seeing the same. Actually, they've got a trip alongside the sensor. That's actually quite... I like that as an idea. You break the trip, the sensor goes off.
Yeah. Even as you're breaking it, potentially making noise.
Insta wall again over towards B.
An annoyance in the early round. This time
But he has his
towards
smoke,
A.
which means he can always
I
spam
think the
it.
important thing is if there's not 2 of you there, at least, you can't really destroy that wall. That sensor's interesting
I think
too.
you can. I think you
Put
just
down
wait
an
for your
A
smoke
lobby,
each
So
time.
when they destroy the wall and go to march through, first bit of noise that's made, it's giving you the intel and allowing you to crunch on the back of it. Sensor on mid as well, same sort of thing. You never expect anyone to go through there without flashing, at least stepping on the way through a smoke. And that will give you the opportunity for the information.
Yeah, with the trip being broken almost immediately. They now rotate a player to watch. 3 stack up. You can see the aggressive push already coming through from Anacap.
That's the one way there you can see feet, just because you're a little bit lower in this box.
It means they can gamble stack.
They've got to be careful from that. 50 HP, 56 HP, been taking some chip damage. Early A and early market.
Rotations around the map.
40 seconds, they got to make a call.
Information. And when it gets
We can
into
see
the
it's
late
B.
round, that's where they're likely to have their most success.
Smoke goes in middle. Bro, everyone's getting spammed.
The other thing cannot be said for the same thing. Rather
25 seconds. 3 people on B.
Down the last few seconds. They've eventually hunted down Yedije, but there's a few more players here
20
to stand and
seconds.
fight. Mr. Fallen, 50 HP, but he stands strong. Now has ult online and will just about make it out alive. Kicks going in for the plant.
Ball goes in, does hit one, but
So that was the
yeah,
little guy going
out in the open, and it's just nice and easy to shoot. Bending it through the smoke, I mean, it was nicely done from CNED.
Thrash is going to be used by Foot to try to claim some space. It's clearing out
They're just normal stairs,
Not
plant.
seeing them at all, but they know Safe must have fallen
Big
back, so
jaw.
Captain fills the space. Does
Yeah,
well to land
big
that shot.
jaw, because now it's a lot harder to spam this. I say as they insta-hit the spam.
Sender has just attracted the crosshair to the head of his opponent, and another found, leaving it into the 1v1. As CNED fires back, Kicks is left alone. It's almost half, but not quite. Just about pulled off the
Yeah,
spike
didn't
at
get
the
it
wrong
half.
time, and now CNED has to
Timed
go
it
running.
slightly.
The round is
Okay,
no
nicely done
longer
from
winnable,
Vitality.
as Vitality claim their third.
Close though, like very, very
I
close.
think we see some of the weaknesses of Mr. Fallen's kit. He actually
Ult
does
in the
use the
deadlock.
ult in
Yeah,
the
we're
middle,
trying to see
and
how
they
it
break
looks.
it within like 2 seconds.
Not massively enjoying it at the moment, I'm fully
They
honest.
broke it so fast because he used it when there's 3 players, so they immediately just turned, spammed, and then it was gone. So it's one of those ults that it's only really good in isolated positions, and didn't really find anything there. For Foot, it definitely came a little bit close towards the end, but we've seen how strong those post plants are. Sender again, flying, Kicks, performing, and well, unfortunately for the side of Foot, their
Yeah,
finances...
and they got to go down to an eco, which
in the
means that
same
these ults
position.
can start coming
We're
online.
going to see a deep wall thrown in. But just with the rest of the utility being thrown out.
Every bit of util I see from Mr. Fallon just gets broken instantly, whether it's a wall, whether it's an ult.
All right, now we're hitting shots like that. Revenge on Cracks for what he did earlier on. A similar feat. Mr. Fallen was doing the same, but I think he's already been put down in some of these earlier rounds. That deadlock. I'm curious to see how it pans out in the future.
These kind of
so far in this
plants worry me a little bit. The thing that I at least like from Vitality is every time they do this plant, they've been trying to get someone towards markets, right? That's the good spam considering the angle of it being against the wall.
But it hasn't worked out. Another smoke to go into play.
Oh,
that's a good follow-up, I was going to say, on the paranoia, but Sender's
yeah, hold up a little bit, hold up.
The impact is negligible. There's no chance for this defuse to go down, short of some serious
good damage, though.
CNED, he's giving it his best shot, but it's not good enough.
CNED gets his ult next round, you would imagine.
More importantly, Mr. Fallen had resorted to just trying to catch them as they rotate away, and that doesn't go to plan either. He's going to be the one to fall, so not really bringing too much through. Obviously, the extra gun for CNED, they've made things a bit more costly, but Vitality should still be able to get a comfortable buy. And we're seeing again just the power of those post plants for this squad. They showed how strong they can be on the last map of Icebox, and I think that's where you're just seeing the depth in play. 4-1. I think expectations are definitely
Money's really low.
Both sides on this attack.
To win this round, probably this Raze ult could be a thing if they want it. So aggro over towards A, this is a free orb. And that's at least very, very nice. Big win, but obviously they can press tab, they can look at the top, and they can see that they got the Raze ult. So they got a small timing where they can dodge the Raze ult, and they know they got an empty site here. The fish ult goes in. And Runner is wrecking them. Bro, this is a big buy round. He just wanders in towards market and gets 3. Nice flash there, but
clutch being offered up for Foot. Seconds ago, this was an even matchup, and now it seems like we might be looking at another save for that defense. Already stepping forward.
now what? Dude, they gotta have a timeout.
Setup inside of main. 5 players still alive.
He can't use his Razor into this. This was nice from Vitality though, right? They pretty much just let them get the orb here, and they were like, well, you can have the orb, but we're just gonna take site. And then obviously, while they're all focusing over towards site, I didn't see the exact util towards market, but
just obliterating every single member of Furton.
Yeah, they're just focusing so heavy on site. Gets in. Was this their own smoke at door? It's kind of nice. Looks like a smoke that blocks middle, but you actually go inside and are ready to burst. That's a very cool run from Vitality.
It's not been much to write home
Kind of looks like a default.
Doing
a normal smoke here to block, but you get inside it.
We were hoping to be
focus on here when this is obviously empty.
They were running this, and thus far, we've seen the ideas, but not seen the execution.
There's no way they throw this down at the beginning every second.
The only execution is being Foot being executed in most of these rounds. 4 gaps so far. Sender dodging that. He's got support as well. Kicks is here, but well, Kicks was here. Down and out just like that. The trade not coming through. But ultimately in this round, there is
do
only
they just throw the gun out the map or
and
something?
avoiding that may be the best approach.
Keep an eye at middle at the moment.
Vitality aren't
There's a camera that should be spotting this guy.
Through on the B site, walking through on
Yeah, there
mid
is a
as
camera
well,
that spots this guy, and Safe doesn't.
they've
Whoa!
maker.
Safe doesn't see it and goes down, and Trex has to 1v5. Nicely done. Okay. Yeah, so the kill kind of spirals into them. Fast wanting to take over towards B main. This guy thinks he has a timing at middle, gets spotted by the camera, loses 1v1, and then no idea that UTJ's here.
Taken out in these post plant scenarios, and then you have CNED run up, you have the mid plate watched, and then you have some crazy shots connected. And the thing is, the bait was all there. They were throwing information flashes, everything to just state that there was nobody within. And again, that trap this time was Yedajay himself.
Wait, here we go.
They found a round out of very little, but the thing is this now just
Gravnet into send it down middle with an Omen flash.
Showstopper.
Oh, it's pretty cool because you think the ult's gonna be going where the Gravnet is, but actually it's over towards outside of B. I like that. Like that a lot.
Now, yes, eventually, but the cost is still paid. Yedajay trades it out through the smoke. Sanders being lit as well in that interaction, down to 32 HP.
Yeah, it's a nice set strat with it.
They've got success lined up for them. This trap, Heard. Safe knows it's around. He's gonna creep past
Yeah, same thing again though. Yeah, you shoot a camera, you get hit. Okay, we're starting to see this come together.
Yeah. There's your execution. It was in a 4v2.
We're starting to see this.
Worked. You can't deny that.
And conceptually quite cool. It does revolve somewhat being there, which I do feel like somewhat defeats the purpose a little bit, but...
Because you get a kill.
Don't worry about it.
Nonetheless, this round looking a lot better.
Hey,
Mr. Fallen
much better. I love this set round. Whoever came up with this set round makes a lot of sense. It was great.
A lot of this just comes out of the
Yeah,
aggression.
you see this grav net. As soon as you see this grav net, dude, I wouldn't actually expect the team to just be even calling that it was A. So in this area, you think you're fine, but actually, and with the satchel, you can see people at the top. The dizzy also gives you info if there's people there. That's round. Vinter, thank you so much, man. Thank you very much.
Well, those traps have now been
Appreciate the
spotted
prime.
as well, so you have to think that
22 months as well, bro. Holy hell.
Anymore, won't be just
A long time.
it, giving away
Okay, so
those kills. And even if they did, yeah, the traps are not in the same position anymore. Now we can see them on the A site.
Dave's just like, what the hell? I gotta use all my bullets for
where
this.
they look to punish them as the execute comes in. It'll be presumably Yedije who has to do most of that. There's a trap wire, there's a cam in the elbow, and 2 sonic sensors on the site. They might not be looking to hold on to it, but they will definitely be doing a lot of damage on paper when Vitality come to walk out.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this kind of stuff. But then you had a Clove that was ready to play off all of this over towards the site. Could definitely work.
Blasting through into the site.
Doesn't matter if you go down, but you're probably getting 2 kills on the site. That's potential.
Unfortunately, though, not really going to be anything.
Problem is smoking the rest of the map. But.
That's a devastating Viper's Pit too.
Yeah, this is a lovely ult as well. Covers all of this. Yeah, I mean Vitality just had too many ults into this round, so let's see how much they let's see how much damage Foot can do. See if they can get some more ults out of them.
There's going to be point of contact. He's spraying through, doing damage, even popping his showstopper here.
Use it for wingman, surely.
He actually won't find any value on this side of the pit. He goes looking on the other, and the rocket goes through, finds nothing but damage. A little bit. The time is running down, the sprays are landing so much value. And even Safe's gone running out of the pit because the time is so low. It's ticking over. The spike is soon to explode, and CNET's trying to keep them contained, keep it costly.
Nice round, a lot of ult use for them.
They've made it away just about.
Yeah, in fact, the only person to go down in the end will be Yedije. Not anything more to be found. But it is one of those sort of...
I think you lose a lot with it, Tricky, but I think you can make it work, yeah.
You've utilized the null command to get rid of the utility. You've utilized the showstopper and the Viper's Pit. They wanted to get
the Deadlock Cypher has a lot of cool stuff. You can do it, like obviously that we've seen at mid. You can also do a lot of trap plays in terms of like camera spots into Gravnet into aid from the Gecko. So in terms of the actual comp, there's a lot you can do with it.
Disrespectful to Mr. Fallen, but understandable. But so far we have just seen...
Big fan of Annihilation.
Oh, love it, love it. The Cocoon has not found a lot of value. Even in your ranked games, it's probably getting broken a lot of the time.
Yeah, but unless you have bad teammates.
True, it never gets broken in mine. But Mr. Fallen has decided to take things into his own hands. Goes swinging, finds the opening pick, that's kicks down.
And over towards B, they've just gone so low walking.
The one that's getting the spike planted for free, that's keeping
get a lot of info.
Up in hands and ready to
over
fight.
Towards site,
a
lot of trips.
Dizzy down and out of the round. They lose a lot. They make up for it with Sender.
Oh my. Yeah.
Mr. Fallen was waiting.
Just in for that one. I wonder if they've seen this round before in terms of the ult going here.
Destroyed one. Paint Shell's doing a
That's
fantastic
so
job
sick,
to at least
man.
get them on the site.
Yeah, looking like
this round from him looks so funny. So
in these sort of scenarios,
still no plant, and they have a good amount of util to retake this. Gravnet for close.
The Gravnet thus far.
Dizzy goes out. Bro, give me Mr. Fallon's POV for this. It's so sick. Wait, okay.
Gets his third, but the trade eventually is there for Foot. They will have their fourth again. A team gets off to a crazy start.
Spam kill into Omen sticking the ult over the wall into another spam kill.
Has felt like the swing of
I said this was smoke kill.
Teams. They win a bunch of rounds and it goes right
worked
back
out
to
the timing
other
on that
direction.
one.
We end up neck and neck, and it also feels strange in terms of the breathing of the map of the series. Great attempt by Safe, my God. Almost picked up the triple, and you can see, yeah, there was a moment there. Sal's like, nice.
Yeah,
round.
he's like, hold up, we're gonna win this.
It was a round. We won it. Or we came close, but got stolen away. No 4K for safe. No ace. No big.
Is he gonna try double satchel beat this?
Them. The side of foot. They
Yes,
still have
he
those
is. He is
ulties
definitely
to fall
on
back
his own over
Again,
this.
you know, it's not going to help out a ton when it comes to Ada Captain or Yedajay.
Official, I mean, Deadlock is wrecked. Oh, what an absolute hero. Yeah, Yuchie did good. Oh my god, he gets that ult as well.
I don't think they're going to break that. They knew Mr. Fallen's waiting to punish
God, I'm impressed they managed to hold on to this. What a nightmare. Look at this site, bro. So much utils here.
Beautiful execution from this
And not bad. Yeah, all came in at the end to secure it when everyone was dead, but he pulled it when there was a few people. Maybe like one.
I think genuinely what his utility
He's gonna chill. Then you don't need to go fast site. I'm looking at you two on A site, and I think you gotta accept this one.
It's basically, okay, I can now fight this because I'm going to isolate this person so they can't
You would
fight
at least use the... I think they could do this, but you just use the nade as like a scatter nade, right? Like after seeing these 2 rounds, you're probably just getting control here and then you're just nading the site. If you're going to hit the site. Then you break most of the util when it's like up high.
Almost being the critical term.
One of the other problems is that deep nade as well. You see this go through and getting past that barrier, getting up to
Osamuyi with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 20 months. Sorry for butchering your name again. Appreciate the Prime. And Lil_D_823 with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 13 months. Thank you so much, bro.
Okay, do I just spam a few top mid?
He's got 32 bullets! Yeah, he decides not to spam it with the Phantom anymore because Safe needs to be pretty precise if he's going to find
a bit of pressure over towards A again.
Yeah, he's had a few
But as we can see, the setup straight back over towards B. And we got this trip which is on the floor, right? Most people are sending Wingman in to go plant, so we've got a trip on the floor.
That's for sure.
Potentially stop Wingman.
50 seconds. A lot of time spent breaking utility, but instead they're going to go back to the bread and butter. I think this is where Vitality had most of their success.
Yeah, and this guy's got Fischl, so he needs to make sure it doesn't stick on site if he's going to fight.
They're going to use that marsh immediately. And just spam straight through. Nothing that Trex can do about that. Again, Runner's got ahead of the utility.
Yeah, Runner's out here.
Maybe overplaying his hand a little bit. Wanted to try and get close into that corner.
Whoa.
It's problematic for Mr. Fallen. He needs the kill and just about survives. And now he's
Damn.
going to go through with the shorty.
Mr. Fallen, bro. Okay, nice recovery on this. 6.
From the depths again, and we go in level at the half.
I don't know if we got a top-down view of that mosh pit, but that has to be the unluckiest placement.
It was so
I've
close to get in the corner.
There
Yeah.
was literally 1 pixel safe. I mean, he stepped to the left, immediately was in it, and went back. Had to just tuck in the corner and wait. Of course, Runner doesn't clear it. If you look at that mosh pit position, from
Yeah,
Runner's
you
POV,
would think it covers
and
it.
you think there's a guy stood in the corner, you're an idiot. That's almost definitively you're an idiot. But it worked. This time around, I can't believe there was a safe spot in there. That is tragic.
Yeah, the whole day's been first half recoveries.
They've been equalized on after another stellar start from the side of Vitality, the pistol round, and a 5-1 lead. We go into the second half neck and neck.
Yeah, for the
Get
most
a
part, I
wall
think
that
Foot will
covers
be
this, so
pretty
it's
happy
good
with
for
that, especially
retake.
with how it started. Again, though, the
And then
intrigue
it
comes
splits
in
this
of
off,
what
so
they're
it's
gonna
like
have
1
going into
segment, 2
this attack,
segment.
because
Then if you wanted
kind
to
of
push as
expected
well.
running a double sentinel to have better defensive sides,
Kinda
but
cool.
you now have Cracks and Cena going into the attack, which that alone can
Well,
be terrifying.
they're not getting that
Pretty
back.
nasty defensive wall as well.
Dizzy
Still,
sent over
Vitality
towards
walk
middle.
up in B main and take a lot of control, so you can
Whoa.
see Footer much more hesitant to
Whoa,
clear those
Safe
angles.
really
Again,
bailed him
bait
out
setup.
here.
Absolutely beautiful.
There's like a
One
human
player
decoy.
running back and Safe swinging through to save the day. 2 quick kills, and this round is definitely in Safe.
Get a good plant though.
Just to break this, isn't it?
Yeah, this on pistol round is like a nightmare.
Get out,
Everyone just uses all their bullets for this.
walk around it. That's a little gap center. He's gonna
Yeah, and that's the fast piece that crumbles a little bit.
low.
Flash goes in. They know one's still default.
sat in the back lines.
And
They've gotta be
Omen can
wary
now
as
go
well
over
of where
towards main.
Ada Captain is going to be coming from. Time still fairly
Still got
favourable.
Wingman to
Vitality
defuse.
have plenty to play with, but they lose that first
Yeah, there
duel.
goes Wingman.
Fallen is trying his best, but just
Right,
doesn't
I
have
really
the
thought
ammunition for that one.
Atta was going to go round to B main here with
Will
this
take
plant.
themselves another pistol round. I don't know if there's going to be much invested
Double.
in the next for Foot.
Double pistol.
Those are pretty big mesh as well from Mr. Fallen. It's
Alec Y with the prime, thank you so much. Excuse me, Alec, and Jay Brecky as well. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you as well.
This setup pretty much finished the round. Beautiful stuff in the market control. And although it comes close to Mr. Fallen, all the other kills came in way too quickly for that one to fall apart. 7 on the board for Vitality. They finally taste victory after 3 in a row for Foot to close out the previous map. For 5 out of the last 6 rounds in that last half went to Foot.
Enid again.
They bought
Dude, I
themselves
find
right
this
back
so
in
weird on this.
the game,
They're
but
literally
for
just
now,
like
they can
guys
sit
to
on the
get
sidelines
one-shots,
with just
and then
pistols to
it's
play
like
with,
if they pick up a gun,
classics,
they
and
throw
2
him the gun.
sheriffs.
He's always buying light armor in
give
this.
him
I mean, they can with the
45% odds to
plant.
win this round.
Don't get me wrong, but
Not bad
Ooh.
odds. Add a captain. He's trying to be
I like the
a
idea
little
though.
cheeky, but
Smoke mid, smoke over towards
now
here,
those
TP
odds
inside.
probably drop dramatically. They are gonna be
Yeah,
able
and
to take
that's
down
a
Safe,
gun
but
a little bit
already so
committed.
much
That's why they maybe speed up towards market here.
Had the stats a little bit. Has got to be careful, but the flash has worked wonderfully. Although Yedajay has managed to retrieve himself a gun. There's a lot of util that could give his position away. No, actually, the boombot isn't going to find it.
Still, they'll be cautious. The jump peak is coming in periodically. Yedajay, well, even with the timing, it won't work out. 7 bullets left as well. And a Bulldog, that is not enough to take down all these players. But it is
Still
enough
did
to take
alright
kicks.
getting that extra kill.
8 on the board for Vitality. Right back into things. An injection of rounds here in the defense. They won the first pistol as well. And when you win both pistols on a map, your win rate should be skyrocketing. But I think a lot of that first half canceled out by how we closed.
It's going to be
it.
interesting because on this map, right,
to be honest, coming
this
into a
map
round
you
like
pretty
this,
much have a
10
the one where you fight heavy, one where you retake.
Foot 45 every
But
time.
can't
it feels like
really
it should almost be
let them have
above
sights
50
with the double
with the way that they
sentinel.
play those low buy rounds. Their win
So
rate
they
is
need to focus
unbelievable.
on getting more info earlier than they normally do. Because if this comp gets over towards a site and they save some of the util, they win.
Already under pressure.
So it's going to be a little bit weird for Vitality, probably not playing exactly how they play in
On this
Prague.
side, I think with the boombot being spotted, they should now know that as well. I think a fair amount of utility has been expended. The flash over the top will be renewed.
Oh man, the lineup. Yeah, the lineup on this one, 3 people here. And this one I'm talking about, just getting proactive as well. This was huge.
Running left and right.
They got some gun upgrades here.
CNED, normally the first man to fight, is now in a 1v4.
It's so weird, Tom, to just look at this Foot composition on this map, because we talk a lot about teams and their comps and how some of them, we actually said it in the previous map, I believe it was, how, oh, this comp is good for Foot, but most teams maybe won't be able to make it work. This is just not a composition. If you, the game that Kukuka played yesterday with the desk, has this comp been played before? If you gave me an edition of that with Foot and put this comp up a year from now, if I hadn't seen this game, there's not a chance I would think it had. This is not a Foot composition. On the defense, you're sat back, you're waiting. Left. And I feel like what we just saw from Vitality is much more what I like and what I
It is weird
see
from
Foot.
Foot, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's not even the comp's weird, and like I think some of the stuff they're doing with the comp's okay. I haven't overly liked the wall, but I've liked some of the other stuff. I just find it so weird that KO is so strong right now, and they played it all last year, and they have arguably one of the best, if not the best, KO player. And it's like, surely you lean into that. Enid still hasn't made double satchel, needs to get a few kills fast.
But yeah, conclusions seem pretty apparent.
Ooh. Yeah, maybe gets the third kill, little insta satchel out of there. Good try. B-Man Shade, thank you so much.
Ultimately, it was a bridge too far. Vitality are going to convert.
Yeah, that would be too OP,
round.
dude, for sure.
About people who could have maybe cooked up this comp.
Gotta think of ranked as well. It's Clove's already really good for ranked. So.
He cooked some wild stuff back in the day.
And I think, like, it's not that I actually look at this composition and think it's inherently bad. I think Foot individually have been able to buy some rounds. There's been some good setups. Often I think the utility has come in the late round, but that's perfectly fine as well. It doesn't have to be off-rip activity. But I just think that it's strange to see the identity of a team like Foot, who,
Absence of strays, bro, everything worked back then, man.
as well in the past. They used to be known, in fact, their whole region was known as just a bunch of people who run around aiming. They're just better than you, and that's why they'll win. the region that
They
was
win big, lose heavy.
Yes, it was sort of like a region of
Tekka Shari, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you.
bunch of aimers, but players like Mr. Fallen come in, they completely change the landscape.
No clips of me flaming. You talk about when I was coaching, bro. We didn't really have a coach cam.
From that region that weren't just Turkish aimers.
We didn't have that technology yet, luckily for me.
Absolutely, yes. I think the entire roster of Foot pre-CNET. This is a roster that managed to change their identity for the better. So I don't want to harp on them that, oh, they changed identity with this comp coming in, and that's bad, and no one should do that. No, of course you need to try new things.
They got an eco, and then at least for their next round, they got a lot of good stuff in terms of ults. The problem is, Vitality is going to be in the exact spot. Did I rage? Yeah, it was like mini rage. Like, it wasn't... Yeah, it was literally exact same as mini.
Like, I want to see what the
just complaining.
Behind
a lot of arm throwing around. It was never hitting a desk or anything like that.
See a lot of combinations off of the YouTube. We saw Vitality run it on bind, and that was the plan a lot of the time, using that GravNet in combination with.
This is what I'm talking about, right? So I'm looking at Foot, and I'm looking at the fact that they have a solo initiator. Just like, you put the wingman in here, the wingman's now gone. Like, you lose so much for no map control. They at least get a gun out of this, though. Lovely flash. Oh my. And another. Doesn't go in, might have got both of them if he went in, to be honest here. Just doesn't want to give him an extra gun, though, and I respect that heavily.
Sure, there's likely to be another plant. Something at least. Never mind. Trek's still going.
Nothing to do with that last kill, but
5 hits, so they know he's in this area as well. Ah, lovely run from Trex. He did very, very good here.
With the spray of the stinger, it's hard to control the best at times, especially when you can only see the tip of someone's head, and it's not the first player you're shooting at. 10 rounds for Vitality. And yeah, I think what I was going to say is great round by Trex. Look at this. He gets the kill.
Like in the middle of that Rapier.
It's not as clean as I remembered, but the flash afterwards, fall back, reface, take the kill, get back again. He realizes this is an
GG? No, not yet. This is the round.
These guys want blood. They're gonna run it down. That W key is
If
gonna
Foot
be
can't win this round, then yeah.
So he just keeps running back, throwing utility.
It's a mad one though. Look at the ult we got on this. Ult goes in early, they decide to get aggro. Ult hits for 25. Yeah, must have missed the flash a little bit. Did it make a difference? Probably not.
Hit them with the showstopper. The showstopper somewhat connected.
At least he can now actually pick up his util. Speaking of util, this one's down over towards here though.
Immediately denied. Trex again. He is just thriving in this defensive side.
Hero play.
Looking for a timing. He almost finds it, but Safe's reactions are just too fast.
I really, I'm a big fan of the Viper wall with this one. Do you know what's good about this Viper wall as well? Right, it's blocking off over towards middle. It's good for retake. But when they actually hit the site and you put this wall up, the only bit of util they've got to get through this wall is literally just the Dizzy. As we're seeing it, the Dizzy a lot of the time is getting used for map control, and if you send it and you don't, and like it gets shot, it's just out in the open over towards here. So this wall against this comp right now is perfect. Yeah, and I'm not sure we're going to see an attack round.
So now it's just out of captain, and I'm going to say this is going to be about as easy as you expect. Runner swinging through. It's actually ambitious to call that when it's out of captain. He could have aced that round, but 11-6 we go. And yeah, for Vitality, I think this is somewhere that they don't need to panic. They are getting the rounds incrementally. The ults
yeah, and this is a good play to do anyway, right? Just going super aggro, especially when they have this wall and the comp can't really get through this wall. To go super aggro over towards A with the ult and push them into this. It's a lovely set round from Vitality. Big fan of this.
They've been just almost flawlessly winning a lot of these
rounds.
rounds.
Well.
There hasn't been a particular amount of damage in most of them. They look very comfortable. And as of
Bobai goes in again. Didn't get a chance to use many of their ults.
From this comp. On the foot side,
this is the issue, right? Wingman is now stuck. Like how is this guy meant to go pick this up? He gets Omen flashed. Yeah, and you might as well use a nade for this because he doesn't get his Wingman back. Yeah, there we go. It just doesn't. It's just not enough. You got to take too many risks like this.
Yedajay's done a pretty good job with just the Sheriff in hand. Information as well as they start to spot some of these players, and he'll just lurk it out on mid. Plan to come through. Sonic sensors in play. Either side. One catching the walk up. I do think his left one's a little aggressive.
VCT 5 HP over towards middle. Wait. Whoa.
It's an annoyance.
We don't expect this guy.
Through, but it's really Yedajay. How much can he do? They're not going to check it. If you go around that pillar, you're just wasting time. But here, oh no, that's not what you want to see. Because this is a Sheriff still in play for CNET ult for Mr. Fallen. If they can get this close, it could be so winnable for the squad of Foot.
So
it could
devastating
keep
for
them
this team.
alive. In a round where they didn't look like they had that much of a chance.
I can only assume he's going to try and save it for the spike, but he's been caught. Been done for, surely.
Whoa.
Seen it, don't land both shots. He's given them a way into this. The time is ticking, the nade already onto it.
Nicely done from CNEDs. Okay. But dude, hero play, this is the thing. Hero play to win it, it's hard to repeat this. Lovely though to give him a chance into it, maybe a bit of hope.
Unbelievable.
Had good stall over towards the site.
Every time I see weaker weapons in these guys' hands, it means nothing to me, Tom.
It's also annoying because it's never the ults. Like, you look at it and you go, okay, someone goes to defuse, he gets to use Annihilation, they get caught. No, Cena just headshots 3 people with the Sheriff.
And
Like,
Cena left alone just pops off like it's the Wild West. Ridiculous. They've got Annihilation, Tom.
They do still have.
They actually gonna pick this guy up?
I didn't
Go
expect
with
this.
2.
I should have. I didn't. My mistake. Vitality, 4 rounds.
Okay, sure. Let's keep an eye on the minimap because it is a fake at the moment. Goes close over towards here. And U2J is not going to get checked. 1, 2. Perfect from him. Very nicely done. They were so confident. They were heavy committing over towards A. This was a cool round. Give them that. I don't know why Vitality have stopped fighting towards A though. They were getting so much from this.
Where he's just in a position that Vitality forget to check. And as said, he
What's the money like? Oh boy, okay. The money's out of control.
Again.
The money's really out of control.
This is the perfect time to have it. Kicks. And the rest of the team are just going to be looking to try and hold on to their weaponry.
The hero play is not repeatable, but this wasn't really a hero play. This was more just like making them rotate into the guy they've inserted middle. My issue was that Vitality have been winning so much over towards A in terms of early map control and being able to have util that they block off for the Gecko. I don't know why they carried him. I don't know why they stopped doing it.
And taking any guns away, to be honest, from Foot more so than Vitality will be the bigger problem.
Yeah, the credit's not so pretty on the attacking side coming out of that round, but coming into the next one, it's not looking too bad. In fact, oh, again, the replay of this is
he
just
plays this very well.
In fact, we see Vitality come in with a timeout now. That 3-round
Dude, he's going to tell them
lead's
to go
little
A
too
main
close
again.
for comfort.
Just go
It's the
aggro A
last
again.
map of the
Don't know why they
series, and you
stopped
don't
doing
want
it.
to see this one slip
This is a
away.
good
They have
timeout,
fought
for
long
sure.
and hard for this 3rd map, one we felt we deserved on Icebox, and it has delivered. We're close to having double digits for both teams, but Vitality don't want that dream to be realized.
I think Salah is very
Nah,
good to realize when
I don't think it would work,
his team
Pterodon.
needs a
It would just be too glitchy doing
okay,
that.
I've spotted a weakness, or be it
I think it's fine. There's
I'm
only
listening
the
to
certain
you guys
bits on
talk
maps.
after those last couple of rounds, and I want to stop that before anything goes the other way. Because that's the thing. The round before last, where they lose to pistols, frustrating. Got to be frustrating. Then you walk down mid and 2 players immediately die to someone lurking in the corner. Also going to be frustrating. So that's where you have to sort of calm
Especially with this, right? You definitely go aggro over towards A.
We have been the better side. There's no doubt
See what
about
Mr.
it,
Fallon's got
especially
planned
in
for
this
this ult.
defensive half. They have looked
See if they got a set strat for the Omen ult also.
and it's 2 blips. But it's very easy to forget that when the game starts to swing the other way. And on the other side of things for Foot, it's been mentioned many a time. This is a team that when they get momentum,
Did you not just move the plant site on B to the platform to the right instead of on steps? Yeah, that's what, pretty much. Or are you talking about planting here and you have the same issue? You wouldn't have the same issue because it's like angles on this, right? Whereas it would be this angle on this, so it would be the same as the full circle.
1 or 2 rounds. Runner not in too much danger. The paranoia is used here to force them back, and in fact, they
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense firing over towards A because they get so much for it. They get 1 person here and they get the ult as well.
thrown out, and Kix is gone.
So
He has to
definitely
watch
the right
mid
call from
push.
Vitality on this.
So Dizzy's out of the round now. He won't be able to get back there on time, and well, let's see if he even has his life to play with. Yedije, I think you will have seen him cross over with the camera. Small gap in that wall that could lead to it. He's got a late lurk to play with. They fell walking into his play.
Ult missed everyone. Yeah, and you can't be too angry at him though. He went for the Viper that was in this corner. It's more just safe, realizing that the ult was going to go in, and he went over towards Market when he realized the ult was going to go out. Yeah, and they kind of re-clear B early though, right? Safe's getting full info. This has been, I know Twitter on top of this round, but Safe's done so much in this. Very good ult. Dodge the ult, gets back into the ult, and insta clears the info so they have people here so early. Sender? My guy. My guy, that's crazy.
That is very surprising. I guess, I don't know how he didn't expect them to be that far already. Spam through, but that could be the
That's crazy as well. Why is everyone swinging?
Oh, another from Kicks. They've turned it back on its head again. The spams is what done the damage. This man has been waiting the entire round, sitting in mid. The steps, I don't know if Safe will have heard that. I don't think he did. He hasn't turned. Timing going to be absolutely everything here. The peak, it's a little bit disjointed. But they still don't know this man is behind. Both kills are here.
Lovely from him. Lovely luck. Bro, I really wanted the guys on site to distract so that he could actually luck. Yeah, and he waited so long for this luck. He was in the bottom of middle, like in the middle of middle for like the whole round. And he's having great impact at the moment. Vitality needs to be on top of him.
And now he sits in mid. My God, he sat there for a long time, Tom.
I'm not that
Yeah, dude. If I'm seeing my team do this while I'm trying to luck, I'm furious. Please just delay for me. I win the round. He did anyway, but...
No one else is. No, their IGL runs in, swinging every angle, like throwing all his util and the energy
finally
like,
close to breaking the econ. I say one passing though.
He has literally, he sat behind those boxes in mid the entire round. He did this in multiple rounds where they had pistols. Yedajay's patience is second to none on this squad.
All over towards the top to trap anyone that's playing close.
It would have been 4 without this man. But one of those Sentinels was
They
definitely
lost to Dizzy again, right?
in a different way. Now for Vitality, he scoured down through their credits. It's not the end of the world even losing this one. They've got buys on buys. Sander found the 1 here last time and then got blindsided by the push on site. This
Can we
time,
say he's going to TP out this time?
yeah,
Yeah, he's so wary of it this time. Just like, not again, surely. I do think the idea of getting the op out is very good, especially when they're breaking like all the util over towards here. There's nothing really to push them off the angle. Nade goes in, I would imagine it's for this corner.
There's no luck in mid, but it might even be just the
And
Kicks. They need to be a little bit careful here.
why is no one ever looking at short? I'd be losing my mind if I was the Vitality coach at the moment. It's weird though. Can you see you see what I was talking about in terms of in practice Vitality would normally be leaving the site and then heavy retaking. You're seeing how like uncomfortable it is them knowing that they have to fight the site and then they're getting into like these weird situations where it's like these two both looking at this angle but not looking at this other side angle. You can tell they're not used to fighting like both sides. Ooh, what the hell?
Leaving it all on Mr. Fallen. His utility is no more. Not to have impact.
Damn, bro. What? Okay, I gotta see a replay of this, man. I was straight up here just drawing on a minimap.
I'm not sure how he got away with
yeah, I don't know how they could possibly win this retake looking at the minimap. They just a pop flash?
I think the flash was perfect, but yeah, it's just the spam. As it goes in, they're completely blind. And this is it. Pop flash.
Oh man, they both on the same pause.
But I don't think it would have mattered. It was the first bullet that did it.
Okay, 3 chances. Oh no, man.
Very rough.
Yeah, that's a bad way to go out.
Security that you feel when you see those traps in play, but beyond that, the flash. What can you do?
What is this set strat?
In reaction to that? The fact that they're lined up.
Good comp for set
strats. Try to dodge
strats.
that flash. You spin into the corner. You're blind. These things happen. But what a cost to pay. Runner misses the opening shot in for foot. They can breathe a sigh of relief, but he will set up later.
Well, he goes to clear this back corner. Okay, so a lot of util to clear this, but again, very hard for them to get through this wall.
A showstopper used, and the right move from Vitality.
Yeah, flash goes through the wall, so they can go through the wall. Plant on the stairs. Got to keep an eye on Utaj again on the luck. Yeah, and Safe's like, surely this guy's here. Closes the door to get early info.
Is blocked out by the door closing. Oh, there was a gap there.
Oh man, how's Trex just allowed to do this?
This should be it. The flank denied means Yedajay is coming around in main, and now is the last man standing. Now 1 versus 4, and a flawless streak.
Nicely done from Vitality, and the Icebox pick definitely was the right choice on this. Dude, Food have some weird comps, man. Food have some weird comps. They're going for it this year.
Vitality proving them wrong.
Yeah, I think we're starting.
Some of the stuff is not bad.
roster truly come into fruition. The first week definitely looked a little bit more shaky, but I think Trex, the new buy on the block, has been utterly fantastic. The last couple of maps within this series,
felt like one of the only reasons. It did feel, at least for Icebox, yeah, I felt comfortable saying that. Didn't like their attack, man, on this map.
Foot came in here, new ideas, attempted something. I don't know if necessarily the comp was what got them the rounds they had on the board, but at the same time, I always like what they come through with. I always like the creativity that is there from Mr. Fallen and guys. Unfortunately, this time, Vitality were just that little bit too good.
The reality is, looking at the group that Foot are in, they're not in a position where they have to play the same. They have to play tight. I like that they come in, try something
Everyone's beating
new,
everyone in the
but at
EMEA.
end of
Yeah,
the
it's
day,
a free-for-all.
Vitality rising to new heights here. Like I said, they're tougher.
The BBL
games are
game
now
today was a
behind them. It
big one.
looks
I'm not
like
gonna lie.
plain sailings through to the playoffs for this team, and if they play like that, it most certainly will be. For now, that's all we've got time for, Tom. It's been a lot of fun bringing you through this series, seeing Salah with a win, the hope returning to his eyes.
Okay, chat. Who's streaming? Because I want to get some food.
It's time to toss it off
It's
to
that
the
time
post
to
plan.
eat.
We've got Frankie standing by.
Who is going to stick around for the interview, or maybe someone's going to watch
joining me for the
Americas as well?
Sean?
Sean? Yeah, Sean works. Is he live, yeah?
Mitch, though, you said you had fun. I'm not so sure you did have fun watching the deadlock on Sunset, but to be honest, still, I am glad that we got to see it. Are you?
I just want to see what he says real fast.
It's kind of nice to see something different, even if it doesn't work.
It's interesting to see something different. I'm happy that people are trying different things. I don't know what the vision was for the deadlock. I could definitely see on attack how they were able to, on defense they were able to get a little bit of space. They're able to use that net to kind of like lock down areas and let CNET go somewhere else. But I saw like we're seeing like layered deadlock and Cypher abilities against the KO ulti. It's like, what's going on here? So I would have liked to see more of it, I guess, or like different things, just to get like a good feel of what can you actually do. What are the limitations?
Anders,
you're running a double
Anders, you hit me back with the raid just as I'm about to raid someone. Respect.
What are the limitations on
You
attack?
beat me to it.
How are you gonna?
Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the raid.
Who played pretty well.
Right, Anders Raiders, help me find someone to
help
me find someone to raid.
The lack of like synergy between everything.
Is TMV
going on.
sticking around for the
It
interview?
came down to a lot of clutch rounds and individual like heroics as opposed to anything to do with the actual composition.
Would you have respected the composition more if we didn't have the Cypher, but we still had the deadlock?
Maybe it could be interesting to see, because a lot of the rounds do come down to these B site post plants. So on defense, maybe you could have these to kind of like negate the ability for people to just run in for free, and then you can use the net on top of the sonic boom thing, and then get the raise nade on top of that. There could be cool sort of synergies that you could do there, and obviously being able to
let's
lock
raid
down
Curry.
a main at the start of the round is also
I'm gonna
a
trust
pretty
in you
neat
guys.
idea. But I'm not sure. I'm not completely sold by the deadlock. I feel like a lot of teams are also in the same boat. Otherwise, we would see deadlock play more.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate you all. I will see you all tomorrow. If people want to watch the Chinese games, I'll be on for the Chinese games, and then we go straight from that into EMEA. So shout out to all you guys watching. Thank you for the late raid, Anders.
But this is the thing that's been discussed
yeah,
about
I'll
Foot
see
in
you all
the
tomorrow.
past
Thank you
is
again.
that they're a
Especially
team
the mods.
that
Appreciate you
can
all.
find something that works, and then they keep sticking
All right,
to
peace,
it.
everyone.
And other teams catch up with them, and they know how to suss them out. So maybe this is Foot just trying something new and trying to take their enemies by surprise in a way that doesn't involve getting in their face.
It is, but
A YouTube chat. Thank you so much, everyone.
What
Peace.
you're saying is, Foot found the secret recipe.